Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will
relevant.
bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican por verbis Latino.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
That's literally not true.
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to a special Saturday edition of the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. It's good to be here on a Saturday. I envision that all of y'all are out there mowing your lawn, weeding flower beds, shoveling snow, depending on what part of the country you're in, obviously. Or maybe a couple of you very lucky people are out sitting on the lake with an ice fishing rod in your hand, catching a very cold fish this morning. I'd like to think that that's happening out there somewhere. So look, don't ruin my fun. Okay, I like to think that that's actually occurring. Why am I so short? Someone shrink my desk. Yes. Okay. There we go. All right. Oh man. It's snowing in PA. Thought I was wrong. Snow in PA. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. It's beautiful. It's beautiful here right now. I say that, but it's still like cold. It's like 40. Not really cold. It's cold for North Carolina right now. It's wintry weather outside. I'll have to actually look at this. I have not been outside. My kids went outside to feed the cats. Don't look. I'm doing my password. Okay, hang on. There you go. Kids went outside to feed the cat the treats that JR got them. It's 41 degrees. 41. See, it's a heat wave. Sorry, I was wrong. Anyway, the kids came in and said it was cold outside. So it's good. Good morning to everybody. How are you doing? Happy weekend. Seems weird to be here. Just a little bit. Okay? Because there's no school for my kids. They're like, what are you going to do? I'm like, work. Work is what I'm going to do. But shivering in our pajamas. That's what you're doing. Good morning. We've got a couple people we have to recognize. First and foremost, Francis Fitzgerald, 24. Congratulations. You were first in chat today. Your promptness and punctuality is going to be punished. We're going to send it to you to internet ownership. But consider it a gift because, Francis, a little birdie has told me, it might have been your husband, that today is your birthday. Happy birthday. It is rare. It is rare to have a birthday person also win the internet. It has happened before. I think Greeners probably did it, to tell you the truth. But and maybe a couple other people. But congratulations, and the internet's all yours. Make sure, Francis, that you pay your low fine of 50 cents and you download your internet ownership certificate, which is a form pre-filled out by both myself and my boss, Mrs. R.A., that signifies that you, in fact, are the winner of the internet, and that everything IP-related was your responsibility on this date. It's a beautiful form. It's fill in the blank. You just have to add your name. Other than that, it's ready for printing, suitable for framing or use as a cover sheet on your CV. So congratulations there, Francis Fitzgerald. We'll sing to you here in a little bit. Christine Fortunato says, today's my birthday too. That's awesome. Okay, well, we're going to sing to the birthday people. Oh my goodness, Selena, I heard that it's still going forward, but what did they do this time? Man, you can't just hire somebody off the street to run these court cameras. It's different. It's not like the news. You can't get that shot that is really good for the news, that close-up emotion. You see every twitch of muscle on their face. You can't get that shot in court. I wish the cameraman understood that. Let's see. I totally printed one. Of course, everybody does. Just Stephanie, you did the right thing. All right. Happy birthdays here. If you haven't joined us before on a morning show, well, every show in the morning, we do sing happy birthday to those people who are celebrating today. Kicks off our day, puts us in the right mood to watch court. Plus, if you haven't sung happy birthday to somebody in a long time, try it. Try it. This is one of those, I'm not a drug pusher, I'm not a happy birthday song pusher, but try it. You'll like it, and you'll do it again and again, and it's a great start to the day. So, everybody, wherever you are, stand up, take a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Here we go. Happy birthday to Babs, Francis Fitzgerald, and Christine. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Babs, Francis Fitzgerald, and Christine. Happy birthday to you. See, that wasn't painful. That wasn't hard, was it? Babs, Francis Fitzgerald, and Christine, happy birthday. There are many wonderful days. Today is your special day. It's special because we're live streaming on a Saturday as well. I realize there are many places you could be, and a million places you could have been, and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you, make your day just a little more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, Cracker Barrel, and one other place. If they make pancakes, you should get them for free today on your birthday. All right. So yeah, I might have to go back and watch the Tyler Robinson hearing on my own time to see what happened with that. You know I'm going to be mad, right? You know I'm going to be like, if I could just wrap my hands just gently around that cameraman's throat and gently persuade him or her to do a little different job, because it affects everybody. It does affect everybody. Oh man! All right, thank you, dancers. You're doing a great job as we finish up the birthday song. Got a couple more verses to go through. Oh, you'll be furious because I sure was. Oh, thank you, Selena. Now I have this to look forward to. I was actually swearing at my TV when it happened because I knew we might not get coverage of the trial. Okay, drum solo. Let's focus on something happy. Ready? Make it snappy. Beautiful. Happy birthday, all. Now you can officially celebrate. We've started it with a song. We've got a few people we have to thank before we kick off the live, the stream today. We are on tape delay as we are trying to catch up on this case while we are in a break from the au pair case. For those that are wondering, yes, it's going to be very frustrating on Tuesday, probably because we're going to be at a very interesting point in this trial as we follow it Monday as well. And then we jump back to the au pair case, and then we jump back to this one, but we're going to make the jumps. It's going to work. It's going to work. N. Watson, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Look at that orange courthouse. You can barely see it because, here, I'll drag it over here. Put it right there. Looks great. Congratulations, N. Watson. Thanks for your support. Selena K. gifted a membership. Thank you, Selena, for your generosity. Denisha Brittle also gifted a membership this morning. N. Watson, member for 15 months. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy 15th month to me. Congratulations. Kelly Hicks, member for 7 months. So far, in fact, I have 2 memberships. There you go. Can you add them together and make yourself an OG? I think you can. You can combine memberships that way. Not really, but all right. As we get going, let me tell you a tiny bit about where we are in this trial. We are basically starting. We're starting around lunchtime of day 2, and I have to give a confession. We're skipping 3 hours. We're skipping 3 hours of numbers, but I will tell you what happened in those 3 hours of numbers. The witness on the stand is the same IRS investigator, spicy, fiery lady that we had yesterday. Her name is, if I remember correctly, where'd it go? It's off my screen. There it is. Nope, that's not it. Wrong notes. That's the au pair trial. Her name is Debbie Bassender. Debbie, with 23 years of IRS experience and more years of experience at a bank doing the opposite end of the same job. very smart. She has not been wrong on anything yet. Even when the prosecution is trying to correct her on her numbers, it's like, did you mean this year? She's never been wrong. The prosecution's always been wrong. She is very precise. She's precise in her answers. When she says yes, it is to the question you asked, not the one you thought you asked. It is just amazing to watch. She's a great witness, but she has a strong personality, and she has a side in this. I think if she wants, she'd love to be jury foreman or just on the jury. I think she's ready to vote, and I think that comes through in her testimony as she's looked at the numbers and she knows who's guilty, and she's sticking to it. So she continues. When we left off, she was testifying about the banking accounts, right? All the numbers, because she had subpoenaed everything from the banks, from the credit cards, from the trust and the business records, and that she's got all these numbers together, and she starts comparing them. And there are problems because not everything matches up. And we're going to pick up right where she's wrapping up some of that comparison. The problem was that some of the money that was going into the irrevocable trust to pay for the life insurance policy, the $3 million life insurance policy of the victim, the husband, that money was not going to the life insurance company, and that's why this all came to light. Instead, there was a loan that was drawn on the previous payments that had been paid. The value of the insurance policy basically was sort of paying for itself, but accruing this bigger and bigger loan, which diminishes the payout should that happen. And this Nurse for God, it's good to have you here. Member for 32 months, OG on the jury. Thank you, Nurse for God, longtime supporter of the channel. Thank you. Wouldn't be the same without you here. Glad you could make it here today. Anyway, she's comparing all these numbers and facts and figures and statements to see where the money went. And there are some statements that should be the same but are different. And those statements are the ones that the business gave to their accountant, which were supposed to be copies of TD Bank. You'd think that the TD Bank statements that comes from the bank and the records that the business has of TD Bank statements should be the same, but they weren't. And they weren't because allegedly our Mr. Defendant, the genius that he was changing them. He was doctoring those statements to make it look like the money was going where it was supposed to go. Instead, it was going to him. And he was using that fund as a petty cash drawer that he was raiding on the regular, sometimes multiple times a month for thousands of dollars. This, the state is going to say, is the reason, the motive for him to then kill his brother and his brother's family when all this comes to light, to prevent this from blowing up and him getting in trouble for this. Anyway, that's where we're picking up. So let's give it a listen. We are going to be on regular speed because we've cut 3 hours out. And
dollars to account 3837, and also to account 3837 is September 17th in the amount of $1,300. And lastly, on September 7th, there was a transfer in the amount of $1,000 to the joint account that the defendant held with his wife, ending in 3760.
Thank you, Detective. You can take this down, and I'll take that back for you.
Just finished comparing everything. Now we get to go to some videos, which the jury's going to see right before lunch.
Detective, for purposes of, you spoke about the defendant's sources of revenue for the years 2017 and 2018. Just to kind of give us a complete picture, do you know whether Susan Caneiro, the defendant's wife, worked or was employed?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, she wasn't?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
You asked, do you know? She said no. I don't know. Very precise in her answers.
During the course of your investigation, Detective, did you learn whether or not Kate Caneiro had security cameras inside of his home at 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And specifically, were you made aware of those by the investigative team?
Yes, I was.
Do you know where specifically those cameras were located inside of the home?
Yes, there were 2 cameras. One was in the kitchen and one was in the office. And they were Wise cameras.
Wise
Do you
is
know
a
whether
brand.
those Wise cameras contain any stored recordings?
Yes, they contain stored audio and video recordings.
Were there any recordings that you specifically reviewed in the course of your investigation?
Yes, there were.
Okay, and do you recall specifically what you reviewed from what dates?
Yes, there were 2 recordings. They were dated November 19th, 2018. One recording was approximately 3:50 p.m., and that was a recording that was in the kitchen. And the second recording was approximately 6:05 p.m., and that recording was involving the office area.
Generally speaking, when you reviewed those recordings, what was the nature of those recordings?
The nature of the recordings involved finding out where the money went. Apparently, Keith Caneiro was missing money going to Canada Life.
Okay, so just to clarify, who were the recordings of specifically?
The defendant and his brother, Keith Caneiro.
Okay, and who do you actually hear and see in those recordings?
Yes, you can.
No, who can you actually hear and see? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You can hear the defendant, Paul Caneiro, or excuse me, you can hear Keith Caneiro on the recordings.
Okay, I'm going to show you.
So we're going to hear one side of the recording. This is a phone call that was recorded by an in-home security camera.
What is that?
This is a CD of the Wise camera interior, kitchen, and office recordings.
Okay. And is that how you listened to those recordings and watched them?
Yes.
Okay, and are your initials on there?
Yes, right there on the top left.
Kelly, Selena, thank you very much for
All right, we're going to stop here. We're going to take our lunch break right now, so you guys will go in, get whatever you need, and then Amor will take you downstairs. I'll bring you back up at 1:30, please.
Sure.
Please do not discuss this case or do any research right now. Just go and enjoy your lunch. We'll have you back up at 1:30, and we'll continue on with the direct examination. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we're going to skip through that. I just needed the setup for these videos. I thought the jury was going to watch them before lunch. I forgot how that went, but give me just 1 second. We're going to skip through lunch. So I just need to make sure there's nothing that the lawyers have to bring up with the judge prior to kicking off the lunch here. Everyone gets their ham sandwich. I think it comes back with a sidebar too, but we don't get to hear the details of that. This is the defendant. If you haven't watched, this is our defendant. He is a brother to the victim, or at least one of the victims. In this case, there are 4. Looks like we're done for there. We're going to skip ahead to the end of lunch. There are 4 victims: the brother, the brother's wife, and the brother's 2 children. All killed, all murdered, and then their home was set on fire. Tragically, we're going to hear from the medical examiner, and we know this from the opening statements, that the children, although they were attacked and stabbed many times, they were still alive when the home was on fire, and there are signs of smoke inhalation in their lungs at the autopsy. So just a horrific scene, and then the state says that after he did this at 4 o'clock in the morning on the 19th, he went back to his house and lit his own home on fire, but managed to safely get his family out. All right, just 1 second. Trying to end right at the end of lunch. There we go.
We talked about the fact that it's...
Apple needs to redesign their remote for Apple TV. I'm sorry, it just is so... It's bad. You try to click on something and it says, do you want to move 10 minutes forward? No, I don't. Okay, here we go.
Keeping it good. Good afternoon. Everybody can be seated.
Lunch is
Everybody have
over.
a good lunch?
Yes,
Feeling
it's
strong?
fabulous.
Stretch out a little bit? That's what I like to hear. All right. We're back on the record at State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Chris Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the State.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mascalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, present.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray, Mr. Caneiro.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. All right. We're going to continue with the direct examination. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, prior to the break, I had showed you S66. Do you recall that? And did you indicate that your initials were on here?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, the state would seek permission to publish. And just for the record...
Counsel, any issue?
No, Judge.
We're going straight to the videos that we talked about a little bit before lunch.
It's broken up into two parts. It's S66A and then B. So if we could play A first and then B.
All right. S66A. I feel like we have an echo, or it's in my head. One of the other.
I'm hearing it, Judge.
Sounds good, though.
Let's not play that yet until we get rid of the echo.
Does this help, Judge, if I turn that off? It wasn't me, it wasn't me. Yes, it's a T-shirt Saturday, Bartholomew.
Testing.
Texting, 1, 2, 3.
Good. You want me to sing?
Yes, please.
That's hurtful. You know, how do you know? I could be great.
You're in the mood.
Yeah, listen. All right. Prosecutor, when you're ready?
I'm sorry, Judge, if there's apparently a technical issue with the trouble.
Of course, we have a technical issue.
There we go.
Yep. This is 66A.
Judge offers to sing for everyone. It's declined promptly.
The volume's going to need to be, I'm sorry.
You need to crank that volume. This is a security camera recording of one side of a phone conversation.
Can we turn our volume up a little bit?
That would be nice.
I'm at 100.
Yeah, we'll turn ours up.
Good. Let's turn it up to 11, Judge.
Ours is maxed. Let's see what happens.
Hey, what are you doing? Canada Life is telling me they haven't been receiving money except in April. That doesn't make any sense. Canada Life is saying they haven't received money since April. I know it's not true. I need you to send me the statements ASAP because I'm on the phone with them all day already. I need to access the money. Fine. Do you have it scanned somewhere? Do you have it scanned in Evernote? Can I log into it and grab it?
It's asking for the password and log in for
Do you have the online access? I'll just go online and see it. You don't have the online access? If you could just see a way to send me the password and I'll do the research myself. Thanks.
Next call.
This next one would be S66B.
Okay.
Hey, Sue, how are you? Sorry, they're calling the house line. I'm looking for Paul. I know he's sleeping, but I need to talk to him. Yeah, definitely. Thanks. Yeah, please. Come on my mobile. Thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Those are the kids in the background.
Detective, is there a timestamp on here?
I can see the duration of the call, and I can see that it says November 19th, 2018 at 18:05:27.
And the previous one, do you recall that one?
That was dated the same date, and it showed 3:50, the military time for that time frame.
Hi. I just spent the last hour and a half on the phone with the insurance company. They're saying they haven't received any money and that they took a loan against my account and they're taking another one in October, which is just in October. I need to know, show me where you're sending the checks in online. You're writing them out online. I need to know where they're going. I need you to wake up, Paul, and do it. Short of you being dead, I need to see what's up. Do you need to log into your account then? You log into the TV account. Give me the log into the TV account. Your TV account, you don't know your TV login. Go find it and give it to me. I need to see it now, Paul. I need to see it. I need to see it now. I need it. I understand, Paul. I understand that. I just spent half the day. Paul, I'm telling you. I need it. I need it. I need it. Give me the fucking login, Paul. Give me the login, Paul. Paul, just give me the login so I can see where the money went. Then get on your computer and tell me where the money went. Paul, somebody else could read it to you there. I need to know where that money went. Look a little while, Paul, and I understand you're saying you need to wake the fuck up, Paul. Paul, I'm telling you, I just spent half the day looking for this. I need to know where it went. Paul. Paul. Are you sure it went to the right place this time? You have cash checks? You have cash checks? Paul. I hear what you're saying. Paul, I'm worried. I need to know where it went. Alright, an hour or two. An hour or two. An hour or two, Paul. That means by 8 o'clock.
Paul was on to him, or Keith was on to him. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Now we're to cross. Buckle up. This might get spicy. bird's eye view. Nice.
Detective, we just heard those calls. They took place on November 19th, 2018, right?
Yes.
And you listened to those particular calls before you came here to testify today?
I did.
Those are the only calls from that series of Wise recordings that you listened to?
Yes.
You didn't listen to the calls that were made before those that we just heard, right?
No.
You didn't listen to the calls that were made after the ones we just heard, right?
Correct.
You don't know if there's anything in this case of evidentiary significance that happened before those calls?
Objection? Go to sidebar. Defense is insinuating that there was something else that should have been looked at to maybe give a more complete picture of what was going on. Paul raises his hand. Let me hear, let me hear. Hey, 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 I hear nothing. I hear... Okay, there it goes. We're good. Laura, thanks for the kind words. Appreciate that. Obviously, this community is a huge part in what makes this channel the way it is. So thank you as well for how you guys conduct yourselves. Yeah, it must be, this was the day before, right? This is the day before the murder. Going to be the last, one of the last recordings or videos we have of some of those family members. I thought I wanted to go to the restroom. It's like, hey, can I go? No. Give us a minute. We're going to ride through this in real time. We're not going to fast forward through this particular sidebar. Kids just made me muffins. I think they're blueberry muffins. So yay for breakfast. Not a lot of facial expressions from Paul during this trial. He's sort of very flat when it comes to that. Is a muffin a healthy cupcake? Without the frosting. Yep. He will say some of us are just awesome. Love it. Yes, what's up? What? What do you want to print? Okay, you can finish off the ones you've already got, but I don't want you printing more, okay? All right, let me know when you're done. My youngest is loving the 3D printer. How does Kiki like treats? This morning he loved them. Absolutely. Well, yesterday as well. The kid said, he's so cute, he actually meowed at us. He doesn't normally meow at us. He just comes and looks at you and is like, where's the food? But he meowed this time. So I think he loves them. Although, I will admit, my daughter did it in the wrong order. We've got cat food for him, and then the little treat food, and then there's that yummy, delicious thing that they go nuts over. And she fed it to him in the wrong order, so the cat food was not touched. Yeah, it's a game changer. Although, when she's feeding him that little, I don't know what it is, the pate in the tube, she opens it, starts feeding. He'll start eating, and then he'll put his claws out on his hand and slowly put his paw out until he'll be like, "This is mine. Let go." Even though he sort of needs our help to get it out. So, sort of funny. Marina Mom, it's amazing stuff. Love the 3D printer. I've made a ton. The kids have made a ton. Okay, sidebar's over. Let's hear if we get to continue down this line of questioning by defense about other calls.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember I talked about there may be times where I may have you take out that number 2 pencil with the eraser on it and erase it?
Sustained.
Here's one of those times. The question that was just asked dealt with phone calls before and after the 2 that you, or the 3 that you hear. What I want you to do is I need you to erase that from your mind of any other calls in this case at this point in time. The court may have made rulings at some point in time that maybe has an impact on this. So you're hearing what you're going to be allowed to hear, at least right now. So I don't want you to have any thoughts about that one way or another. There should be no impact on either the state and or the defense on this, but we are not to infer anything else that may have gone on that you're not being told, and why aren't you being told? Does that make sense? All right, can everyone follow that instruction?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. He infers that it was a motion to eliminate on that topic that prevents him going into that.
You testified today about a number of financial transactions between a trust account that you referenced and Paul Caneiro's personal account, or accounts, right?
Yes.
You're aware that in April of 2018, there was an issue that Keith became aware of about money from the trust not getting to the life insurance, right?
Yes.
And when Keith found out about that in April of 2018, he was upset about the fact that that was happening, right?
Okay.
You took us.
You say okay. Are you agreeing with what he's saying, or are you not agreeing with what he's saying? I'm not sure what that was.
I was listening to what he was saying.
Okay. We need to be careful, just if you don't mind, with the questions, because I don't want the jurors to be left with an impression as to an answer which wasn't really an answer to what you just said. So go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to clarify it.
Please do.
You said before today that you spoke with a witness in this case, and his name is Steve Weinstein, right?
Yes.
And you took a formal statement from Steve Weinstein, right?
I was a part of that interview.
Yeah, you were there when it happened.
Yes.
Right? And you were able to hear what he said, right?
Yes.
And you were able to review that, if you chose to, at a later date, after it was reduced to writing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the course of that statement, Steve Weinstein is asked about that incident in April of 2018 with the life insurance money, right?
Yes.
And he explains what took place in that time period, right?
Yes.
And he explains that Keith found out that the money wasn't getting to the life insurance policy, right?
Yes.
And he explains that when he found that out, Keith was overly upset with everyone.
I didn't memorialize that statement. That was not my lead on that statement. But if you want me to testify as to exactly what occurred in that meeting, if you have a statement or a summary of that, I can look at it.
So the judge isn't going to let this witness say okay, when in fact she has to say yes or no. It makes her less obstinate, but she also sort of dragged her feet and wouldn't answer. She said, I was listening. I was acknowledging that he was talking. This is a setup for a little fisticuff happen here in the courtroom, I think.
Judge, I'm going to approach. This is S9.
Okay. Chat is live. I'm actually here. It is Saturday if you're watching.
Just so you can see the front of this.
But we're on catch-up.
This is marked S9, okay?
Yes.
You recognize this to be the statement of Steve Weinstein?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'll just show you on the last page of this document. We're going to see a date and a time, which is January 24th, 2019, right?
Correct.
5:23 p.m.
Correct.
Signed by Steve Weinstein.
Yes.
Signed by yourself.
On the third signature, yes.
Sure, but you signed it, right?
Yes, I
Signed
did.
by Detective Petrosello?
Yes.
Signed by Detective Zarillo?
Correct.
Okay. drawing your attention to page 6. I'm just going to ask you to review that page, lines 4 through 8.
This is an expert witness, and she can be asked to give opinions on things.
Yes,
Okay. You had a chance to look at that, right?
I did.
And then, so what I was talking to you about before was this situation in April where Keith finds out the money's not getting to the insurance company, okay? And in that statement, am I correct that Steve Weinstein's going to tell you when Keith found out about that incident, he was overly upset with everyone?
Yes.
Those were his words, right?
Yes.
He didn't say upset with Paul. He said overly upset with everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you,
I'll take
Ellie.
that back.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
5 gifted
Now-
memberships.
You
Thank you.
We also know that, let me see if I can confine this way. You testified earlier that you watched the 3 Wise camera videos that we saw today, right?
The two videos.
If there were conversations about the issue that happened in April of 2018, right? We wouldn't know that were recorded. We wouldn't know because we haven't seen those, right?
Right.
Okay. So we didn't have a chance, other than the statement of Mr. Weinstein, to see Keith's demeanor back in April of 2018 when he found out about the issue of money not getting to the insurance policy.
Correct.
Now, we also know that you're here talking about finances in this case, not because it's somehow, independent to the charges, but it both supports charges in this case, right?
Yes.
And it also goes to the essence of the state's theory of motive, right? And so this financial evidence goes to the heart of the state's theory about why Paul would kill Keith, right?
Correct.
This call, in the 2 clips that you mentioned that we just saw, matters because in it we can see Keith trying to figure out if the money is getting to the insurance company in November, and he's trying to figure that out from Paul, right?
Can I just clarify what he's trying to figure it out in November for what happened in months past? Is that what you're asking? Yes.
In November, right. In November, we just watched these calls. They take place on November 19th, and it's about whether the money has been getting to the insurance company, right?
Yes.
And those calls are meaningful to the state's presentation of motive evidence in this case, right?
Yes.
And they're relevant because not just for the content, not just for the detail about the finances, they're relevant because of Keith's apparent emotional state while those calls are taking place, right?
Yes.
But you did not know Keith Caneiro personally, right?
No.
And
I was trying to say you didn't
you
have a
did not
baseline to
know,
compare it to.
and do not know what his general demeanor and emotional character were, right?
No, I did not.
And all we have in terms of your review is what we can see in terms of what's on that video, right?
Yes.
But we know that Steve Weinstein said about the April event that Keith was overly upset, right?
Yes.
We also know that in between April and November, Keith and Paul continued to speak to one another, right?
I wouldn't know that.
They continued to be in business together.
Correct.
There was a plan, a proposal to perhaps sell one of their businesses.
Yes.
You're aware of that,
Yes.
right? And that took place in the latter part of 2018.
Yes.
It took place after this event in April with the trust issue.
It may have.
Okay. If I told you it did, would you accept that?
I would hear that you're saying that.
Okay. Well,
I would hear
I
you
don't
if you
need
told
to,
me.
but let's just say, they were working on that sale. Okay. Did you know that, and so that's your impression that they were working on that together, right?
Is it an impression? I just know that EcoStar was hopefully going to sell.
Then we get to November, and what we're still dealing with is this issue of whether money's getting to the insurance, and the issue is it coming from the trust to the insurance policy, right?
Yes.
You documented for us today what that amounted to in terms of transfers from the trust to places other than the insurance policy, right?
Yes.
And that was about $33,000 in 2017, right?
Yes.
And about $44,000 in 2018, right?
44,500.
And in total, we're talking about, in terms of your number estimates, about $78,000.
Yes.
Paul's on the other end of that call on November 19th of 2018. That's your understanding, right?
That is my understanding.
Paul can hear what Keith's saying.
That is my understanding.
We don't know what Paul is saying back to Keith.
Correct.
We don't know if Paul's apologizing or if he's telling his brother to calm down. Right?
Correct.
Paul knew his brother way better than you were ever acquainted with him, right?
Yes.
Sort of an awkward question with an obvious answer.
And I guess The issue is this. I think we touched on it earlier today. It's important for a detective in a case to look not just to the things that strengthen arguments for motive, but to look to the things also that may weaken support for motive.
It's starting to challenge her.
Agreed. Prove or disprove.
A reasonable question might be, are there things in the financial records which demonstrate Keith's general emotional demeanor?
Can you explain further what you mean?
Sure.
For someone who has his questions written down, he pauses a lot.
If Keith upset on these calls on November 19th, if Keith upset on these calls is an aberration for him, a way that he doesn't usually present, a way that his brother, who knows him very well, would find disconcerting and unusual and shocking and uncomfortable. That is a very different thing than if Cole knows this is just how Keith acts. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
So if there was evidence that could tell us whether on one side Keith's demeanor that night was an aberration, or on the other side that it was maybe a more general emotional reaction that others who knew him would see him to have, in either event, that would be important for us to know.
Possibly.
Are you asking me, would it be important for me as a financial detective to know?
I'm asking you as a detective who participated in this investigation with other detectives, because let's remind everyone, you weren't isolated completely to finance. You spoke with other detectives in this case, right?
I have spoken with other detectives, mainly the detectives that I was with when I participated in the interview of the CPA, Steve Weinstein, when I participated in the interview of Ron Artigis, when I participated in the interview of Tiffany Rivera, also a financial interview, and in speaking to Yusel Restrepo. So I have not been a part of any other interviews. I follow the money.
Okay.
I am a detective in the financial crimes unit.
Yeah, but you're a part of this case, aren't you? You're a detective in this case.
Technically.
Okay, let's stay with technically. That's fine. But technically, you're a detective in this case, right?
Investigating the financial aspect.
And technically, you know what the state's motive theory in this case is. You already told us that, right?
Yes.
And technically, you know that the state is looking for evidence that's supportive of their motive theory, right?
Yes.
And technically, you know that whether you find things that are supportive of or weaken the strength for that motive, it's important for you to note that to others involved in the case, right?
Financially speaking, yes.
If you see things, so this is the point then. If you see things in the financial records that go to a determination of whether Keith's character on those calls was an aberration or part of his general character, it's important because it either strengthens that motive or lends to the idea that there may be less support for that motive, right?
Right.
Okay. So, if there was, in the financial records, an indication that Keith was a very high-strung guy, that would be important for you to know.
I'm not sure I follow you, but if you can give me an example of how the financial aspect of the investigation would connect with that, I would understand you better.
I thought I just did that for like 10 minutes. Did I not do that? Okay.
No, you just bumbled around a little bit.
The motive evidence you're aware of, right?
Yes.
We talked about the fact that that Paul knows his brother very well and you don't know his brother at all, right?
Correct.
We talked about the fact that it's important as to whether this is unusual behavior for Keith in terms of his emotional character on those calls, or whether it's usual behavior, right?
Yes.
You've agreed with everything I've said so far, right? And then you agreed that if there was evidence one way or the other to support either of those contentions, it would be important to note for others in the case. And
So
you agreed with that.
He can go rapid fire.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're at the point where I ask you if there was evidence in the financial records that indicated Keith was a high-strung guy who could flip out at the drop of a dime.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Can I see the attorneys, please?
Sidebar. The judge is a little frustrated. You can hear it in his voice. We have, immediately before this long pausing line of questioning about if there was other information in the financial record that might indicate that Keith had a tendency to be more keyed up on the regular than just when things bad like this happen, that would be important, right? This is coming after the judge sustained an objection by the state to say, you can't say you didn't listen to the phone calls that happened before. You didn't listen to anything else. That was sustained. He's still going at that same line of thought, or maybe even trying to lay the foundation to get it in, or to show that the door has been opened to something that was originally ruled out through, I believe, a motion in limine. There's these other calls that you didn't listen to that may have been available, right? That's the key. It may have been available. He's still trying to get at that, and he's gonna try this from several different angles because it's very important to his case, because it weakens the motive. If Keith was always yelling at Paul, like every day, if this was how they conducted themselves in business together as partners, was what you heard on the phone. This is the regular. Of course, that changes things a little bit. This isn't like, oh my goodness, Keith is so mad at Paul, something's gonna snap, and it was Paul, allegedly. It's just like, hey, that's a Tuesday, you know. It's our morning wake up and yell at each other call. That would definitely change things motive wise. If can we play all the sound bites during the break? I haven't heard them all. I don't have them all. And there's one I need to make that I haven't done yet. Amber, I'm sorry. Thanks for your help. I was going to do it this morning. Court on a Saturday. We are catching up on court because we're following two trials right now. Both the au pair trial, which is on break Friday and Monday. We'll be back on Tuesday with the state resting their case after two final witnesses. And we're also picking up this mansion murder, brother against brother trial, which will be going much longer than the au pair trial. So Tuesday, we're going to jump back to au pair, wrap that one up, and then come catch up on this one and then finish this live till the end. Can we get a like shout? Thank you, Camille. I do appreciate everyone who joined us on a Saturday. Thank you. That is amazing. It's wonderful. Those of you who are able to click the like button, we thank you doubly. Apparently, we have just shy of 400 of you who have found that button this morning. Thank you very much. Helps the channel a ton. Camilla, thank you. If you believe that he is high-strung, can they prove that? Well, he's saying there's something in the financial record, and I don't know where he's going there. What would be in the financial record that would show he's high-strung? Probably not a lot, but there might be things in the financial record that will show that situations like this came up before, not just in April, but other instances where they had disagreements about money came up regularly. that might be there. Let's see. This is a partial list of commands. If they work, they're not working right now. Ladybug's mom, it's fun to be here live on a Saturday. It's wonderful. Yeah, I think only the mods can bring up the commands. Are you going to cover the Aaron Spencer trial? Aaron Spencer. Depends. What's the date? The dates on that. Is that one that's months off or weeks off or where? We're after this one, after this trial, the next big one's going to be Corey Richens. We're not following Uvalde. That's a negative. I'm not picking that one up. We've done some other. We did the Crumbly Parents trial, which is very similar. Has a lot of similarities to the Uvalde, only it's law enforcement instead of parents. But that's just. I wasn't going to kick the year off with that difficult testimony. Looks like they might be done here. Carol, hot in Florida. Thank you very much for gifting a membership. Went to DK. Commands isn't working. It's not going to be live streamed for Aaron Spencer. Then we're not going to follow it. We don't follow trials that aren't live streamed. That's our big thing.
I'm still not sure, and then I'll give the state the chance to respond.
Judge, do we have a way? We have the record electronically. Could we bring it on the screen? And
I don't want it going out to the world right now.
Well, is there a way that we can-
I don't know what it says.
Yeah, I can.
That's a part of the problem. You don't have it printed?
We have it. We didn't anticipate today that this witness would be entering these WISE videos because we had been told by the state that a different witness would be entering these videos. And I didn't even anticipate, Judge, going into this line of questioning with this witness until it was told to me during a break that this was the witness who was going to be doing this.
Okay.
So,
And we understood that this morning, which was before the break, but nothing was printed out during the break with the understanding that you were going to go down this path. I would assume, because you seem to be referencing something that leads me to believe that you were going to go down this path after lunch.
I was going to have to, Judge, because we don't have a printer here, I was going to have to show it to the witness on a screen.
Are these documents anywhere else? Do we have them somewhere?
Judge, I mean, if they could be identified, we probably have the financial records in the building. I mean, we have the financial records in the building.
I'm talking about we don't have them here in this room.
We have it in a conference room down the hall. If we were told exactly what they're looking for, yes, we could get it quickly.
Didn't Mr. Gonzalez say we can turn off these screens and only have these ones on? He said as the witness's screen would still be on with ours, but the big ones could be turned off.
Can you do that, Anna?
It's just a power button. Boom, done.
Hold Dave up, please.
Is that a digital recorder sitting on the judge's desk right there? Looks like a digital tape recorder.
Dave, can we look at a document just on our screens on council table and at the witness box and in my monitor without showing it on screens?
Yes. Before you plug in the laptop?
Oh. Are you plugged in?
I just plugged it in.
Thank you. The witness is going to need to see it, though.
Judge, she can pop over and look at our screen or the state screen or, I mean.
Let me see the document first. You can bring it up.
I have it on my screen.
So it's not on my screen either?
It's not on our
It's not on any screen.
You guys have to go to the front. Are you sure? The front right there.
We're ready at
It's
this
ready to
table.
be shared.
plugged in the HDMI cable and wiggled it a little bit. It's a very nice camera, leaning up against the corner in the back, the left-hand side of the screen up above me up here. A couple $1,000 worth of lenses right there. Hope it doesn't fall. Judge is looking at the document the defense is trying to get to. Might have to make a ruling after he sees the document. I'm not sure if the jury is here or if they have been excused during the break. The mics were cut out for a brief minute. Didn't look like everyone stood up, so it's possible the jury is still here. This is a one long displeasure right now. This is number 15 on the books. Defense is saying it's not our fault. We didn't know we were going to have this today. The state surprised us with these recordings. Otherwise, we would have printed this out.
Scroll down for me.
We thought we were doing this with another witness.
Is that good? Or keep going?
Just stay right there for a minute, please. You going down?
That's the end of it.
Okay. Detective, do me a favor. Come on up here for a second.
Detective, come up to the judge's bed.
Come on, all out. Yep.
Let me just huddle up. Just get
Feel free to
cozy.
sit down, make yourself comfortable. I want you to read that
My
email.
chair. This is something you don't normally see.
If I have to scroll down, do they scroll?
They'll
Or
give me those
okay.
first.
Oh, hold on.
I've never seen a witness. Please come sit in the judge's chair. She's like, Your Honor, while I'm here, can I do the hammer thing? Can I bang the gavel? Love this. She's like, I just have one question. Why is the witness chair so uncomfortable and your chair so comfortable, Judge? So clearly the judge is indicating that that whatever the defense is
Can you scroll down a little, please?
trying to present, the witness gets to see. The reason that she's up there in the judge's chair, she is not the Honorable Mark C. Lemieux, is because they're having technology issues. All because this was not able
Can
to
you
be
scroll up so I can see
printed.
the date of this email? Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Now, get out of my chair.
Thank you.
Get out of my chair. Promotion's over. You demoted back to witness. Judge resumes his position.
Outside the presence of the jury, you can ask the questions you want to ask, and then we'll go from there.
So jury is gone.
Okay, Detective, let's just start with everything I had asked you up to the point where the jury got excused, okay? Given that testimony, here we have a record that was in the Bates discovery, right?
Yes.
And we see that it's an email communication.
Yes.
And this is from the TD Bank emails that were turned over by TD to you, right?
Yes.
And it's in reference to, you would place it in a report, but it's in reference, not this specific document, but the emails themselves are in reference to Keith Caneiro's attempt to get a mortgage refinance, right?
Right.
And this is within
Get
those.
what?
And by the way, I think it was several thousands of documents that were in there, right?
Yes.
And this is one of them, right?
Yes.
But what this email does talk about is Keith being a high-strung guy, right?
I think when anyone owes the IRS money, my experience having come from IRS, they're all high-strung when they owe IRS debt.
It didn't answer the question.
Okay. But this was about a refi.
Because he had to pay, he also wanted to use the funds for an IRS debt.
Right. So the email says he's a high-strung guy,
Yes.
right? The email says that he'll flip out at the drop of a dime, right?
It did.
And that is clearly something that could be informative to us about whether Keith was, on the November 19th videos that we watched, a high-strung guy, right?
Right.
And clearly could be informative in that same instance about whether he could flip out on the at the drop of a dime, right?
Correct.
And we also mentioned before that whether something supports or weakens the strength for motive, it's important to make note of it in an investigation, right?
Yes.
And so either way, this gives us some insight potentially into Keith's emotional character in general, right?
It could.
So in either case, it could be important to note, right?
It could be.
So it would be something that could be important to note, not for you financially, but for the case detectives who are investigating the homicide in this case, right?
Could be.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Ms. Wallace.
Judge, the state's position.
You have any questions first?
Detective, have you ever seen this before?
I'm certain I probably have, but again, there were tens and tens and tens of thousands of documents in this case. If I reviewed a document a one-off time 8 years ago, I couldn't physically possibly go back and review 50,000 pages to prepare for today.
Do you have any independent recollection of reviewing this?
Specifically, no. But if I received it back then, I probably had hands and eyes on it at one point.
They want her to say no. I don't recall this.
That's it? No other questions? Okay.
It's coming in.
Prosecutor, what's your position as to this line of questioning?
Judge, the state's position is that this is not relevant. The state fails to see how a one-time email from an individual who we don't even know who this individual is on September 14th of 2016 can characterize the victim's general demeanor. The detective has testified she doesn't even recall seeing this. However, should the court allow this line of questioning, the state submits that it would open the door to each and every reaction that Keith Caneiro had to somebody else and things he said to somebody else when he was upset that upon learning that his brother was stealing from him.
If you go there, we're going to bring this.
I'll hear from you. Here's my problem. I got plenty of them when it comes to this, but let's talk about it for a minute. You want to use an email from 2016 from two different people in this case, neither of which are a part of this case, and you're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted that he is a high-strung guy, Keith Caneiro. That's what you're offering it for, because you're specifically saying that that would be important to the investigation one way or another when you evaluate all the evidence as it relates to motive. So what you're offering it for, you don't have the ability to do that unless you're calling this witness. And they're not on the witness list. Are you planning on calling them and you just didn't put them on the witness list? Because how else are you going to get this information in?
We had no intention of calling them, Judge. We had the intention at this point in time of just asking Detective Bassender about it for the purpose of lack of investigation into the case.
So here's the second part of the problem, though. You just crossed this witness about, you don't know Keith Caneiro. You don't know if the reaction that he had in this is something he does all the time or if it's an aberration. How do I know, or how does anyone know, that Susan Baldwin, how she knows him? What's her foundation of knowledge to know whether he's high-strung or not? We have nothing in this case. And you're putting the court in a position, and ultimately yourselves in a position, that in doing this, by asking these questions, I need you to understand, to this court, first of all, I don't see how, evidentially, how you're getting this in. But even if I was to allow it in, I would allow the state to respond, and which includes bringing back the witness from yesterday, Keith's best friend or close friend, who testified and wanted to say more about the emotions of what went on at the 6/18 dinner, the Saturday before this all happened, that I would allow this to come out. So you got two options. And if you want, I'll give you 5 minutes or 10 minutes to talk it over with co-counsel before we do it. Number one, I still don't know how legally it fits under the evidence rules to even go this way. And number two, if I decided to agree with you, do you understand, and is it your position and a strategic decision that you want to do this, understanding that I'm going to say that it opens the door to Keith's emotional state normally, and then maybe how he felt as a result of learning some of this information about what was going on with his accounts and the money that he thought was going in a certain direction. So I'm going to give you a break. Think about this, and then we'll come back. We will start back at 25 to 3, and then we'll see where we're going at that point. All right?
Can I ask a question for clarification, Judge? Your Honors indicate, based on what Your Honor just stated, and I appreciate the opportunity to confer, so in order to do so, my question is Your Honor saying we're opening the door to general demeanor or to content? Because the Wise video is both content and demeanor. It's a very prejudicial piece of evidence in this case, though relevant, and the reason it's relevant is because they're claiming, like, this was the motive. Keith was very upset with Paul. So it's one thing to say, we're opening the door to his general demeanor.
I don't think that's the motive. I don't think that's the motive. The motive is not what Keith's emotional state was. It's the fact that Keith has confronted Paul and what that meant to Paul and how he reacted as to the fact that he now knows that Keith is breathing down his neck and his whole house of cards is about to fall. I think that's the motive that we're talking about. I could be wrong, not my case to try, but I'm pretty sure that that's what we're talking about.
The $78,000, Judge, yes. And the state's theory is that when Paul hears Keith upset about this whole thing, that's what sparks the alleged motive. What I'm asking, I guess, is the court saying we're opening the door to other witnesses coming in here and saying, generally, he's a very calm guy, or generally, yeah, he is a little hot-headed?
Yes.
Or are we opening the door, as the state is suggesting, to specific instances where Keith is saying things about Paul? Because that has nothing to do with general demeanor. That's content.
That would have to fit under another evidential rule, or that to allow some exception to allow that information in. I'm talking about demeanor.
Just demeanor. Okay, thank you.
All right? Prosecutors, just to be clear, that's what you were talking about in opening the door.
No, Judge, to be honest, to be clear, I would say it's both.
Then show me how it would get in under an evidence rule.
Well, under state of mind, which we litigated previously, Keith's state of mind, not to mention 106 completeness.
Well, the completeness as it relates to the demeanor, I understand where you're coming from. But if you're I would need to know what other areas that you'd be wanting to bring out. I'm blind as to what the evidence is right now. So you would have to, you want to tell me what that is?
I think Your Honor picked up on it previously when you were talking about Mr. Paolucci, who testified yesterday. I mean, we live in a world of, we can't bring in stuff that we know isn't admissible. You know, i.e., hey, Ben, what exactly did Keith say? Well, Keith's pissed off that, he stole, Paul stole $80,000 from him. We didn't elicit that. But now, by going into, like, Keith would flip out, it wasn't that big of a deal, he just always overreacted. It's like Keith's running around town for a period of months, telling Jennifer's sister, Jennifer's mother, Mr. Paolucci, that Keith's stealing from him, and he wants to get out of business with him. He wants to go get a job. One of the reasons why he went back to school, he's applying for jobs. He's got a Zoom call the morning. He missed it because he was killed. with Abu Dhabi for a job interview. I mean, this is all related to this idea that like this, this was just Keith. He just flipped out. He wasn't that man. Like, it also kind of borderline, I think, intimates like that they know how Keith reacted, or the defendant knows how Keith would react without testimony to that regard. I understand, I completely agree with part one of the court's analysis, but I do think it opens up other doors to specific comments that Keith made about the thefts from him.
I'd have to do. I got to be honest. I have to do research on that issue to know for sure if it opens the door as to that other part. I don't know the answer to that, Ms. Massalone. I thought it was only for the first part that they were trying to bring it in for. If they're trying to bring it in for both, then I'm going to have to do a little bit more to make sure that I'm clear before I say anything.
Sure, and I know, Judge, with respect to like state of mind, Kalia evidence, obviously.
Of course. And we're talking about State versus Kalia. Go ahead.
State versus Kalia.
Right.
With respect to statements made by a victim that don't invoke fear, like it's not like Keith saying, I'm scared of Paul. Those issues have like a heightened standard.
I agree.
Under State versus Kalia. This situation is not there. We're just talking about the idea that Keith is upset because his money is unaccounted for and he's trying to figure it out. And I completely agree with the court's kind of recitation of the state's motive. I mean, obviously we can address when we get there. Quite frankly, I think we've said a couple times today, maybe yesterday too, that we felt that certain doors were open, and yet, as the court noted, we haven't kind of ran through them. There's only so much, like restraint that can be showed in order to react to things that are being brought out. So obviously, as the court said,
or shown?
We'll deal with specific instances as we get there, and if we do plan to elicit something that we feel like I'm arguing right now is relevant, Ms. Wallace will certainly allow the court to be made aware prior to doing it.
All right.
May I respond to that?
Of course you can. Go ahead.
So a couple of things. One of the things the prosecutor just said was about, this all goes to Keith going back to school, wanting to get away from his brother, wanting to divorce himself from the businesses. Their first witness testified that 3 days before this happened, Keith is negotiating with Doris Duke, Gooley from Doris Duke, extending 3 business proposals, one of which says we will promise you to remain in business for 4 years and potentially an additional 2. So there's that's not the full story, and it's a very one-sided narrative that the state is trying to, I think, portray. And it's not consistent with their own evidence. But beyond that, Judge, anything that Keith said, let's say to Ben, right, few nights, Saturday night before this happened, that's to Keith. There's no link that Paul would have any knowledge of that. And in order to, I think, get into the realm of the Kalia, and without having the case in front of me at this moment, there's no nexus. And that's where the content, I think, would not come into play, because and frankly, Judge, it kind of proves our point. Because if they're saying that Keith is running around pissed about this, pissed about this, pissed about this, and then this email says, yeah, and he's pissed about this too, then that's just, again, that's demeanor. It's that he's upset.
It's also years before. It's not even like this is, for example, it's not like this email is from November 15th. Dealing with what's going on at that particular time. So, yeah, he's fired up over the issue that we're talking about. We're talking about a completely different issue, as Mr. Murray brought out. It's a refi issue. It's not based upon anything else. And who knows, maybe he was upset about the refi issue, but maybe that's not how he normally is. He's just upset about this particular issue. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're trying to make things to mean other things in other parts of the case, and I do not see it. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm only going to address the issue as of right now as to how it relates to demeanor, conduct, not into specific acts. That would be what I would decide. So you decide what you want to do, understanding I want to hear your legal justification to even getting this in the first place. So far, I haven't heard it. But if you got something for me, I'm more than willing to listen to it. But I wanted to be clear, the second part of the analysis, because you can win the battle and lose the war. You may win, and then you're opening the door to other things. That I'm telling you for sure. I'm going to allow them to respond to the demeanor issues. I can't say anything else because I don't know, because I don't have the research in front of me. All right, take a 10-minute break. We just went into that, so we'll come back at 2:45. Does anybody have an issue with me just telling the jurors what's going on? I'm going to walk in there just so that they know. I'm going to give them their 15-minute break right now.
No, Judge.
All right, anybody?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you.
So it got spicy today. We're going to see if we can skip ahead through this as everyone gets a break except for defense, who has to make a decision now. Sorry, Paul, did we bore you? A little yawn there. It's I guess for him it's a post-lunch stretch. Defense has a decision to make. They have to decide if they want to try to get this little bit in, which might help them in their battle against this witness. And there is a battle against this witness. But the judge says, and the prosecution says, if they do that, we feel that would open the door to the other side of that scale, right? You can't just have one side come in and say, we have evidence that proves X, Y, Z, and not allow the other side to say, actually, we have this evidence which counterbalances that. Judge says it's going to open the door. If it opens the door, all this other stuff comes in, including witnesses that have been released from their subpoena. We're going to allow them to be re-subpoenaed, dragged back in there, and let them say the thing we wouldn't let them say before because that door was not open and we had ruled it can't come in, because normally it can't come in. But you would be forcing our hand there and allowing it. So defense basically has to choose. Do we want to win this little fight? And is it worth it in the long run? It doesn't necessarily mean if the defense, they might say, yes, judge, we want it. And the judge could still rule and say, no, it's not coming in. I've looked at this. It's going to cause a mess for the trial. It does not. I don't think it's relevant. I don't think it's legally sound as far as the principles of admitting it. So no more. Anyway, we're supposed to be fast forwarding. So give me just a minute here to get that fast forwarded. Zipping ahead. It's just a little 15-minute break. I think we're going right there, and then we're going to, okay, now we're going to fast forward here. Trying to sync up the best audio and video for you.
Mr. Murray, go ahead. We're back on the record outside the presence of the jury.
Thank you for giving us that time, Judge.
Can you do me a favor? Can you just sit outside for a second? Thank you.
Witness out.
I did want to place a few things on the record. First, we anticipated that we were pursuing that line of questioning to demonstrate something akin to effect on the listener, and to lend that towards arguments about lack of investigation in the case. We were not looking at that as a specific instance of conduct on the part of Keith Caneiro. That being said, given that at this point in time we really have no idea what the universe of things are that this inquiry opens the door.
Yeah, they're saying no. We're not going to go there.
I do not think we can continue it without knowledge of what that could be. So I am going to move on. I will tell the court that, because Ms. Wallace brought this up yesterday, about years outside of 2017 and 2018, we do intend to get into information about prior years in terms of at least the trust account. Now, the state, I'm sure, is going to have to respond in whatever way they think is appropriate with stuff outside of what they introduced today, but we do intend to do that. So I just wanted to make the court aware of that.
Do we think that it would have been important or helpful that in all of our pretrial motions that we filed in this case that we should have put the court on notice so the court could have decided some of these, whatever you want to bring in prior to 2017? I mean, isn't that what we were doing for almost 9 months?
Do we think that?
All the time?
the detective's report and reports in this case are not just about the trust account from 2017 and 2018. They're about the trust account from 2014 through 2018.
But the issue in this case and what we're focused on, isn't it surrounding, and isn't the indictment surrounding 2017 and 2018? It's not about 2014, 2015, or 2016, right?
Yes, but we have information from that account in the discovery, and that we have reports about that account in the discovery. This witness wrote those reports.
Would you agree with me that detectives write things in their reports that doesn't mean that they may be relevant at the time of trial, but they just may be a part of their overall investigation?
I don't know if I would, Judge. I think that anything a detective writes in their report is potentially relevant at a trial.
Okay, but who decides whether it's relevant?
Well, I mean, obviously the court would decide that fact.
Well, shouldn't I know this in advance so that we could have addressed this issue one way or another?
Judge, the state, I don't think, has made any protest to the court about this information being irrelevant. The only thing they said about it is it may create a situation where they want to reference things outside of this year 17 and 18 period.
Okay.
They haven't said it's irrelevant.
All right. We'll see how it goes. Can we have our witness brought back in, please?
We're just gonna see how it goes. We're gonna wing it. Judge not happy. See, why are we having this discussion
Prosecutors,
now?
you're on notice. If there's things that I need to know about, I expect to be put on notice if you have colloquy with your counsel.
Sure.
The jurors brought back out, please.
There's something I need to know. He says, tell me now. I don't like surprises. Why am I finding out about this now instead of 9 months ago? We're going to count one more for the displeasure on that one, because that was the judge is very not happy about this situation. All that hard work, and by hard work I mean the ums and the pauses of the defense attorney and the line of questioning with this witness, for nothing, as he says, we're going to move on, Judge. I know this goes all the way back to that first objection that was sustained by the judge, asking about the other phone calls, the other information that was out there that would that have been important to listen to if you had other information.
The cross-examination
for not
of this witness. Mr. Murray, go ahead.
Thanks, Judge.
Here we go. Not done. Back to cross-examination. New area.
I guess let's take a step back here.
That means I lost that argument in lawyer speak.
You are the one who sent out subpoenas for the large majority of financial records that were received in this case, right?
Correct.
You sent subpoenas to TD Bank, right?
Yes.
You sent subpoenas to insurance companies like Sun Life and Unum, right?
Yes.
You sent subpoenas to retail establishments like Tiffany Jewelers and Restoration Hardware.
Yes.
You sent subpoenas to governmental agencies like various New Jersey governmental agencies,
like
in terms of disability and unemployment.
Okay, Social Security Administration, all that.
You not only sent these records, but you were the one who decided to whom you were going to send record requests, right?
Do you mean when I prepare this subpoena, am I the one deciding who goes on the attention line?
More that when you're putting together a subpoena and you're saying to yourself, am I going to send a subpoena to Bank of America, you're the one who makes the decision about whether you send a subpoena to Bank of America.
Primarily.
Nobody directed you to do that. You thought it was in the interest of the investigation to do that.
You can be directed to do that, but I can also make that determination.
And you made a large number of the determinations in this case about who to subpoena, correct?
I didn't issue every subpoena on the financial side, but a lot of them, yes.
Right. Now, you didn't make these decisions randomly. Everybody you subpoenaed, you had a purpose for subpoenaing, right?
Yes.
And when we say subpoena, we don't necessarily mean that you were telling them they had to appear in court. What you were really, in effect, doing with those subpoenas is telling them they had to produce documents and give you those documents, right?
Yes.
And the documents, when you would send out these subpoenas, you would send them and tell these organizations that you wanted certain records from certain times, right?
That's written in the body of the subpoena. You have to put a time period, or else they won't comply.
And sometimes you were looking for any and all records in the name of a certain person, like Paul Caneiro, right?
Sometimes.
And sometimes you were looking for specific records from a specific company. But in either event, you would put that in the subpoena, right?
Yes.
You then wrote, prior to the supplemental report that you had referenced today, you wrote about 60 investigative reports in this case.
That's a lot of
I don't have the exact figure, but I wrote a lot of supplemental reports.
And you wrote those reports in and around the end of 2018 through 2019, right?
I'd have to look at every single one of them to confirm.
Well, let's work backwards. I think you wrote your most recent report in December of this year, right?
Right.
And then before that, you wrote a report in July of this year, right?
Those two were regarding why we're here today, with my testimony for the motive.
But you didn't write. And then before those two reports that I just mentioned, it had been some time since you'd written a report in this case. It had been years.
Probably I'd have to go back to confirm the exact date.
When you were sending out these subpoenas to these organizations, you were also selecting the people about whom you were looking for information.
Yes. Or entities.
You had an attachment to many of your subpoenas, and you referred to it in your reports as Attachment A. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And Attachment A is a list of names, right?
Yes.
And the names on it are Paul Caneiro,
Yes.
Susan Caneiro,
Yes.
Keith Caneiro,
Yes.
Jennifer Caneiro.
Yes.
There's an Attachment A with including Caitlin Caneiro's name as well, right?
Yes.
Marissa Caneiro.
Yes.
You got records for all of those Caneiros, right?
Yes.
But it was you who chose who and who not to list on that Exhibit A, right?
In following the money, that is what would give me the financial lead to subpoena records for an individual or an entity. So if I didn't subpoena an individual or an entity, it's probably because there was no investigative lead to follow the money for. the individuals I subpoenaed had received money in one way or another.
I took that from your testimony before, because you said you had started with the trust account, right?
Yes.
But obviously, this investigation that you conducted in terms of records requests broadened beyond merely obtaining bank statements, right?
In terms of?
You obtained records from credit card companies, right?
Yes.
You obtained numerous records from American Express.
Yes. Following the money.
You obtained records from Discover.
Yes.
You obtained numerous records from various insurance companies, right?
Yes.
And you obtained records not just for Paul Caneiro in terms of his finances, but you got the bank records for Keith Caneiro as well. You got his personal banking records, right?
I did.
And you got his personal American Express records, right?
I did. I was following the money of the businesses.
And you obtained multiple bank accounts unrelated to the business that were in the name Keith Caneiro, right?
Well, they were Keith Caneiro's personal accounts.
And you reviewed all of those accounts in terms of the information that you were
set up.
Because in order to follow the money, you would need to review the records.
Yes.
Your investigation really can't be complete if you haven't reviewed everything that you've got, right?
He's getting at something.
So I take that to mean that you reviewed everything that you got in this case, right?
Yes.
You reviewed
now
every
she's caught in the trap.
financial record that you received as a result of a Monmouth County subpoena that went out in this case, right?
Well, I'd like to add this caveat. You know, I subpoenaed Canada Life. There's relevant documents that are very relevant to a financial investigation and following the money. Canada Life, did you get the money? Can you show me you got the money? Can you show me where the money was applied? So, hold on.
No.
If they sent me 3 inches thick of legal documents talking about a trust, I'm not an attorney to be able to interpret the legalese of that. But to the extent that I had to review documents as it relates to the financial component, yes.
Okay.
She's caught in the snare.
I think the idea, though, is this. In order for you to have a complete investigation, you need to at least have eyes on everything that you receive. Is that fair to say?
Yes, but these were voluminous records.
Understood. We're talking about tens of thousands of pages of records, right?
Yes.
But, I mean, that was your job, right? Was to review these.
Yes.
And I don't think you're here telling this jury that you didn't do your job, right?
No, I did my job.
Okay.
She told him to hold on. He was going to interrupt her.
One thing I wanted to talk to you about was your report that you had written on the history of money coming into and out of the trust account. And though we only talked about the years 2017 and 2018 today, your report encompassed more years than just that, right?
Yes.
Your report actually, you had obtained records in terms of that going back to 2014, right?
When my investigation started, yes.
Yeah. And you had actually reviewed those records from 2014 pertaining to the trust, right?
In terms of money going into the trust bank account? Can you clarify when you say the trust?
There's a trust.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And a
When I
trust
say
bank
the
account.
trust, I mean the trust account.
One is an entity, one is a bank.
TD bank, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay, so you had written a report about money going into and out of the trust bank account in the years including 2014, right?
Yes.
Okay. One thing that we're going to see in 2014 and 15 and 16 is that money did leave the trust account and didn't go to the insurance policy, right?
What?
Yes.
But in 2014, all the money that was taken out of the trust account was paid back into that account.
Can I refer to my supplemental report, please?
Yeah, I'll show it to you if you like. This is S56.
They use the trust account as a petty cash drawer?
I have it here. Yeah.
They took and gave themselves loans? What happened? They're saying Paul took money out but put it back in?
Can I see the front?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on to that. You might need it. Joey Nish, welcome. Thanks for letting us know you got connections to this case personally. If there's any insights that you feel appropriate to share, we'd love to hear.
In your report, you documented the money that was both taken out of and put back into the trust account in 2014, correct?
Yes.
And
Taken out of the account being sent to Canada Life and taken out of the account sent to Paul Caneiro's personal accounts.
And so in 2014, you have a record of $46,000 going from the trust account to Paul Caneiro's personal account, right?
Correct.
And that money, then, that same exact $46,000 goes from Paul Caneiro's account back into the trust account, right?
Correct.
In 2015, $27,000 comes out of the trust account and goes into Paul Caneiro's personal account. That's the record you have, right?
Correct.
And $22,000 then comes from Paul's account back into the trust account, right?
Leaving a difference of $5,000 to Paul.
Right. In 2016, your records indicate that $17,700 was taken from the trust account and put into Paul's account.
Correct.
And then $14,700 is taken from Paul's account and put back into the trust, right?
Leaving $3,000 in Paul's account, yes.
Now, another thing that we should mention about the trust in these years, and if you need to keep referring to that, that's fine. Just let me know based on this question. One of the things that we could look at when we looked at this trust account is whether it had been adequately funded over the years in order to make the quarterly payments to the insurance company, right?
Yes.
That's something that we could do by looking to the payroll deposits into the trust account, right?
I did that, yes.
So then you know that the trust account was being funded from the J. Martin business account in 2014.
Yes.
Right? And then in 2015 as well.
Yes.
And then in 2016, right?
No.
No?
Keith Caneiro was issued a paycheck in 2016. Federal withholding took out the brunt of it and other deductions. So the actual amount left in the check was zero. So there couldn't be a direct deposit. So the funding of the account in 14 from Keith Caneiro's paycheck was adequate enough to fund the payment of quarterly payments totaling $33,685.78. In 2015, there was not enough funding to fund the entire annual premium, even though it was paid quarterly, but the annual amount, so only $15,709.20 went to the premium. In 2016, nothing was paid to Canada Life.
Correct.
But $17,007 was taken out by Paul Caneiro to his personal account. $14,700 was paid back, leaving at the end of 2016 $8,000 to Paul.
Right.
And then in 2017,
but also in that year, 2016, deposits, not considering the in and out in terms of Paul's account, right? But deposits from the business account only equaled $13,526.
what year are you talking about? 2016?
Yes.
Right.
The deposits from the company only equaled $13,526. So that wasn't, so just my point is this, that's not sufficient to fund the quarterly payments to the life insurance.
No, it isn't, but in 2017, approximately $55,000 was funded to the account, and in 2018, approximately $53,000 was funded to the account.
Do you agree with me that the account was underfunded in 2014, 2015, and 2016?
No, I disagree in 14. I agree in 15 and 16.
Okay, but you would have to look at 14 because I believe, Detective, that it was underfunded by $4,865 that year.
Ooh, challenging her math.
We can look at the report. We can look at the records.
Who's going to win this one?
Beyond 2014,
I'm sorry, I'll add this. If it was underfunded by $4,000, it was so overfunded in 17 and 18 that it would have made up for the difference and more.
Well, I wasn't asking you that question, though. I'm just asking you about previous years, right? You've already testified today about 17 and 18. We've heard your testimony. I'm just asking you about 14, 15, 16 at this point in time, okay? And I'm also curious about the Canada Life payment history that was sent to Keith Caneiro. At some point in this case, it was also included in the Canada Life documents. I think you've seen it before. Yes. You have it in your report?
Yes.
Judge, I have this marked as D64. It does appear verbatim within the detective's report, but I just want to show her this document to compare the two.
Go ahead. It's D what?
D64.
D64. Okay.
Are you going to go back to that date? Or do you want me to just, what year are you starting?
I'm looking to July of 99.
This is a bold move.
Let's do this first.
Right.
Identify D64.
I do have it. I do.
Judge, I'm sorry. So, Detective, what we're looking at in D64, what is this?
This is a chart provided by Canada Life Assurance Company. It's a chart that starts with the first date of July 28, 1999. It has numerous columns. The first column reflects a payment amount, which back then were annual payments, and then through the years the payments changed from annual to quarterly. So it will reflect the quarterly payments made.
Is it a spreadsheet?
It's a spreadsheet. I mean, I know you can't read the data, but you can see it's a spreadsheet. So it
It's a
starts...
spreadsheet from January 28th, 1999 until when?
The last entry date here is April 9th, 2018.
This is a bold move to challenge her on math.
Do you want me to give you the column
He
headings?
must have something good up his sleeve.
No. I just need to know for the record. And you've seen that document before?
I have.
Where did you see it?
In
Before here.
the response documents from Canada Life Assurance Company.
Okay. So that's a part of the documents that you received?
Yes.
And it accurately depicts the documents that you received back from Canada Life whenever you received them?
It appears to be so.
Well, let's confirm that it is so.
I have a copy of it in my supplemental report, and I go back to July 28th, 99, and my last date is April. See how that's kind of cut off. It's the same date, but April 9th, 2018.
So it's same?
Same.
Okay. Mr. Murray, please, go ahead.
Now, Detective, when we look at that report, or that payment history, we can see that there are other years when this insurance premium, or the policy, I should say, was not paid fully for the year.
What years are you referring to?
Well, I'm looking at 2007.
Okay.
I'm looking at 2011.
Okay.
I'm looking at 2010.
Well, I just want to point out, sir, that the very first premium payment in 1999 was $29,640. And I testified earlier that the quarterly premiums totaled $31,418.60. So the premiums increased once they went quarterly. It was a lesser of a premium when it was annually. So when you're going back through those years, you would need to know when it was annual and when it switched to quarterly, and then there was a difference in monies due to Canada Life.
Perhaps, but we can see in 2004 in April that the payment was $7,854.60, which is the same as the quarterly payment in later years.
Right, but it does look then that it was quarterly.
And regardless of that fact, in 2003, we only see a payment for $16,200.
Correct.
So it would appear that in those years that we talked about, as well as the years that you've testified about previously, the policy in terms of the premium weren't fully paid.
But I would not know if the TD bank account was underfunded.
You would not, but you also saw in this case that payments were made from the TD trust account in previous years, not just to Canada Life, and they didn't just go into Paul Caneiro's personal accounts, but over the past years, withdrawals from that trust account were made into J. Martin business accounts.
What?
My bank records in this case did not go back to 2004.
No, I don't imagine that they did.
Banks don't even retain information beyond 7 years, or they're not, they don't have to.
I agree. The question was not that. The question was, you had indication in the trust records that you did have in the discovery, the trust account records, that withdrawals were made not just to Paul Caneiro personal accounts over the years, but they were also made to this J. Martin or Square One business accounts.
The business was taking money from the trust
In
fund?
the years I reviewed the TD Bank account that held the trust bank account, I did not see funds go from the trust account back to the business.
In the years you reviewed?
If they did, if you show me the documents, then I can correct my statement, but to the best of my recollection.
Okay. Outside of the statements, did you see any spreadsheets showing transfers in and out of that trust account in previous years?
He's grabbing a binder. He's got them. He's got receipts.
Did I see transfers out of the TD Bank trust account?
Did you see spreadsheets demonstrating transfers in and out of that account?
There were transfers into the account for purposes of funding the premium payments to Canada Life.
Right.
But
I'm talking about transfers, not payroll. I'm talking about transfers in and out from the. I'm just going to show you.
Yeah, if you have a document, please show me and I can review.
I'm just going to show you, he says.
This is D41.
So, money goes in for life insurance, but it comes out for life insurance, and Paul takes some. Now we're hearing that something or someone or some entity also was taking from the same fund.
I'm just going to show you this.
This could be pretty interesting.
You recognize that?
This is the TD Bank account, trust account ending in 5465. This is January 1st, 2014 through January 31st, 2014. Okay.
Okay. Does this appear, can I just have that back for 1 second? Thank you. You've seen this before today, right?
Yes.
You reviewed this as part of writing that supplemental report you've been referring to today?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to show you the period of April 1st through 30th, 2014, and I'm going to ask you to look to April 24th, and you see.
Okay.
Okay. And there's a debit on this account, right?
Understood. Not disputing it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recollect firsthand back to 2014, but yes, on April 24th, there's a transfer of $11,000 back to.
I don't think you have it on there.
1361. This is. I do have this account. I did subpoena this account, and I would need to see the subpoena to have the name, but it would belong to one of the businesses.
Yeah, could I?
Give me the evidence back.
Could I have that back?
Have the whole file?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that was a transfer out of the trust account to an account ending in 1361.
So one of the businesses took 11,000 out.
And if I told you that 1361 was a J. Martin business account that had been closed in years prior to 2018, would that refresh your recollection?
Is that the business that closed December 31st of 2012?
No.
Okay.
But you do have a recollection of an account ending in.
I do.
Okay. Okay.
Money was transferred out to a closed business account? Like a business had closed, but they transferred money to that business's account. Only Paul
Now,
could have made the transfer.
when you testified on direct today, you mentioned that payments have been made directly from Paul's 3837 account to the trust account, right? I misspoke. I apologize.
Well,
What I meant to say, yes.
Go ahead.
What I meant to say was payments had been made by Paul from Paul's personal account directly to the insurance company to pay the insurance policy.
Are you, which years are you referring to? The years of my analysis for my role here in this trial?
Yes.
2017 and 18?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so your question again then is?
Paul had made payments from his personal account directly to the insurance company in order to pay that insurance policy.
In 2017, yes, he did.
On July 21st, he paid $8,000, right?
Correct.
And then on August 7th, Paul from his own account paid $11,880.
Correct.
And together that's $19,880.
Correct.
And we should point out that Canada Life accepted both of those payments.
Yes, they did.
They didn't refuse payment because the checks were sent from outside of the trust account, right?
Nope. They accepted payment as a quarterly premium payment, and the $11,880 check, the entire amount was applied to the loan payment for prior missed premium payments.
Right. Right. And the loan, obviously, we saw in D64 had existed for many, many years as of 2017.
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to ask permission to publish D64.
State.
Wallace?
No objection.
Okay. Go ahead.
Get to have a look at this. Money was going in and out of this account all over the place. Defense needs to show how this doesn't make their client look worse, though, and I'm not sure they've done that yet. Was he treating it like his personal piggy bank? He took money out, he paid insurance out of his own personal account that should have come out of the other account. Money was transferred out. $11,000 was transferred out into a business account that the business had closed in years previous. Most companies don't quite care where the money comes from, unless you're investing. Banks care now.
Yeah, I think it's plugged in. Thank you.
Okay, here we got the spreadsheet.
Okay. Just showing you the first page of D64. Obviously, when we look to the left side of that spreadsheet, we see a date.
Yes.
And then when
It's
we
going
look
way back.
all the way to the right of the spreadsheet, we see a column for loan balance.
Yes.
And that shows all the years that there was a loan balance on the policy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's been a loan since 2002.
And we can see that there are entries on the loan balance side of the sheet going all the way back to 2002, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Wow, we just got really close to the witness.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am. How you doing?
Your supplemental report talks about, you had actually listed it as a negative in the column, and it was transfers that Paul made in 2018 to the J. Martin operating account.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
On April 26th of 2018, Paul transferred $5,000 to the J. Martin business account, right?
Yes.
And on May 15th of 2018, I'm sorry, I should also say on April 30th of 2018, Paul transferred $10,000 to the J. Martin account, right?
Yes.
On May 15th of that same year, he transferred $11,400 to that account.
Yes.
And then again on May 15th, he transferred an additional $807 to the J. Martin account, right?
Yes.
Now, all of these dates take place late April through mid-May, right?
Yes.
Of 2018.
Yes.
You know that the issue with Keith finding out about the insurance not being paid in April, that issue happened before any of these payments, right?
I conducted my financial investigation without going deep into everything else on the exterior, like pouring in to know more about if he's upset or not upset, because I wanted to look at the financial analysis independently with no bias, no anything else in my mind. Just let the numbers and the analysis speak for themselves.
Okay.
So
I guess my question, though, is more like you knew, or it came to your attention at some point in time, that there was this email involving Paul, Ron Artigith, Keith Caneiro, and Steve Weinstein from April 11th of 2018.
yes, at some point, yes.
Right? And that email is actually is one of the state's exhibits in this case, right?
Yes.
In that email, one of the things that, and it appears, right, that it's written from Paul, right?
Yes.
And it's about payments that were not made to the insurance company.
Yes.
This trial started on Monday. We're catching up right now. Get those documents for me. There we go. That one looks heavily redacted. The whole top half is black.
Showing you S11. You recognize that?
This would be the email you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you flip to the second page for me?
Sure.
Is there a section where what is referenced is the amount that is owed to Keith plus interest for the payments that didn't make it to the insurance company?
Are you referring to this dialogue here?
Yes.
Would you like me to read it?
I just wanted you to read the section on payments with interest. And so that says amount owed to trust plus interest, $25,806.41.
Yes.
Okay. That email, right, was dated April 11, 2018.
Yes.
And then we see Paul make payments between April 26th and May 15th of 2018 in the amount of $27,207.
Yes.
Right? And he makes those payments to the J. Martin business account, right?
Yes.
And then in terms of the $5,000 and $10,000 payments in April, do you know what happened to them afterwards?
Where did the money go, ma'am?
I'm not sure I understand your question. How was he able to make those payments?
No. Once they went into the account, did they stay in the account or did they go someplace else?
Once Paul made those electronic transfers back to J. Martin, I would need to look at the bank statements and then I could tell you what happened with those funds.
Okay.
So now he's asking her to follow the money. Where did it go? I'm guessing it didn't go to Paul, right?
I don't believe the state has labeled this document.
Is this a third-party culprit situation? Or a conspirator?
No.
Judge, I'm going to approach with what I've marked as D30. All right.
She said she could follow the money.
I'm just going to hold the page open, okay?
Oh, okay, sure.
Do you recognize that?
This is a TD Bank account in the name of J. Martin Consulting, Inc., DBA Square One, account number ending in 1396, which would be account number 6 on the chart.
So something that we talked about maybe briefly today.
Yes.
But it's the J. Martin operating account, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, we said that the first payment that Paul made from his account to the business account took place in April 26th of 18, right?
Yes.
The defense
Yes.
attorney here takes a stance I'm trying not to comment on.
Transfer in from Paul, right?
Yes.
Stands
Transfer
there and
out
looks
to 1934.
Right.
Then we got a transfer, $10,000 transfer in from Paul.
But we also don't know, once it's in 1934, you have to follow it till its final destination.
Bingo.
I'll take you there.
I'll take you there, he says. Bingo.
10,000 in, right?
Yeah.
And then 10,000 out.
To the same account, 1934.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I call it the urinal stance. Hands in pockets, looking at the sky. He's got this. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said it. It's making me laugh. She said, follow the money. He said, we're going there. That's what I want you to see. She doesn't know where it goes right now. Defense does.
Judge, this is D52. I'm just going to hold the page for you, okay?
Okay, sure.
Whatever you like.
So this is a TD bank statement in the name of Keith and Jennifer Caneiro, ending in 1934. Okay.
So that's the account we just saw, that now we know that Paul's account goes to the business account, and from the business account, it goes to this account, right?
No,
Yes, but like the 10,000 goes into this account and then it's sent right out to J. Martin payroll. So Keith's putting it back into the business.
You're all
and account 2949.
Yeah, take another look at that.
Okay. Right now, you'd have to show me what account that is.
Okay.
I don't recollect that account number.
Yeah, but just for our purposes for right now, we can see that both transfers into 1934 went to an account ending in 2949, right?
2949.
Both of them did.
Both of them
Right.
did.
Neither one of them went to payroll.
No.
Okay.
I can see that now.
Okay.
But I'd like to see the statements for 2949.
Sure, of course you would.
I'll show them to you.
Okay, so money from the trust went to this closed business bank's account. And then from there, it went to Keith, not Paul. Now, Paul was making the transaction, but he was transferring the money through this business to Keith.
Judge, this is D54.
Okay, and this is TD Bank statement, account ending in 2949, in the name of Keith Caneiro. Okay, so the 5,000 comes in, and the 10,000 comes in.
And?
Okay.
Okay. And the money is money's withdrawn overseas.
Well, they had a home there.
Right. But the money's withdrawn in Greece, right?
It is.
Okay.
But when you look at the totality, and that's why you do a financial analysis, I just saw in that bank statement that 2 entries down, over 11,000, Keith put in to a payroll account for the business. So to point out that transaction where it's going into an account that ultimately was utilized in Greece, on the same day or the next day, he's taking more than 10,000.
You asked me to see it, though.
I did.
Did you not?
But I pointing out that you do a comprehensive analysis when you're analyzing the funds.
Did you analyze these funds when you did the comprehensive analysis?
I reviewed those statements, but I was not following Keith's money. I was following Paul Caneiro's funds.
Boom. There it
because
is.
That's what was taken out of the trust account. That's where it all started.
Now, here's the thing. I point this out to you because, as you said, Keith had a house in Greece, right?
Yes.
That he was working on. He was renovating it and he needed to put money into it, right?
Yes.
That's it. It's another thing that during this period of time Keith was working on that he needed to devote money and resources towards, right?
Yes.
After this thing happens in April, on April 11th, with Paul saying he paid the wrong person and that the money didn't go to the insurance company. Paul takes $27,000 and he puts it in the business account, right?
He took loans out to generate the ability to have funds to then put back in the business because Keith identified the amount of premium payments that hadn't been paid for a period of time.
I think that, yeah, right. I think that was my question, right? But then
you paid it back?
Paul puts the money into the account, right? And then Keith takes it out of the account right?
That one isolated transaction he took out of the account, but he also used his funds to fund payroll.
Okay. Those two transactions that we were looking at, right? My point to you is this. They don't go to Canada Life. They go to Greece for whatever purposes they were needed for in Greece, right?
Right.
So, Keith, obviously, if we're following the money, Keith obviously made the determination at that point in time that the money was better put being sent to Greece than being sent to Canada Life.
Keith could not make a payment directly to Canada Life. Paul was the trustee. Paul was in the position to move that money from the TD Bank account to Canada Life.
You say that, but the problem is that we already talked about the payments that Paul made from his personal account.
But he's the trustee.
I mean, it's his personal account. The Canada Life accepted the payments.
He's the trustee. Trustee has significant control over that account, if not all control.
You're testifying as an expert on trusts?
No, I'm talking about the bank account.
You're testifying as an expert in insurance on the laws and regulations regarding checks from whom insurance companies can accept as far as irrevocable trust accounts?
No,
You're not.
Speaking about the bank account.
Careful,
Okay.
sir.
Well, we're
She
not
can
talking
bite.
about the bank account. We're talking about the fact that the insurance company accepted checks from outside of the trust account.
You'd have to talk to them as to why they accepted that.
I'm talking to you only because you said that he couldn't have made a payment himself. There's a number of things he could have done. He could have put the money back into the trust account directly, correct? It's a yes or no question. He could have, right?
When you open up a bank account, it tells you what you have to articulate to the financial institution, how you plan on funding that account, and it was to be funded through payroll deposits. The trustee is on the signature card and on the account. So a trustee at a financial institution on a bank account can move money in and out. In my experience in banking and my experience in financial crimes, I do know that.
Sure. My point to you, though, is this. Checks were sent to the insurance company from bank accounts other than the TD trust account. Is that true or not true?
It's sent from the trustee's name and his account. He's the trustee, so Canada Life would accept that.
And are you...
Obviously, they did accept it. It's recorded as a payment received.
Are you insinuating, though, that if somebody else attempted to deposit or transfer money into the trust account, that TD would have prevented them from doing so?
No, I'm articulating to what they will accept. When your name is on the signature card, when you're the trustee for the trust, they will accept payments. That person is able to move money in and out of the account.
Now,
TD Bank had a copy of the actual trust.
we could talk about that too, sure. TD Bank did have a copy of the trust, right?
Yes.
And that was faxed to them?
Yes.
And that was faxed. It would appear from a Square One office, right?
I'd have to look and refresh my memory on your document.
Okay.
I do know it was a fax.
Okay. I have it here, if you'd like to see it.
Okay.
This is D40, it's the trust documents, but they're the ones from TD Bank.
Yeah, we already showed it though, right? As exhibit.
It's a different document, Judge, because it has...
Oh, it's different?
Well, first and foremost, it has the fax information at the top of it.
Can you just show it to prosecutors so they see?
That makes it different. Yeah. Okay. They're good with that.
I'm sorry, tell me the number again, please.
D40.
D40. Okay.
Okay. Is that what you were talking about? The one that was faxed to TD Bank?
I believe so. This appears
Identify
to
the
be
document for me.
Sure, Your Honor. This is the Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust agreement. It is dated July 27th, 1999. Are there any more identifiers you would like?
I think there was something on the front page that counsel said was important. I just need to know, is that the fax copy? Is that what we're talking about?
It does appear to be faxed.
Okay. All right. Murray, sorry about that. Didn't mean to slow you down. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So, you know what? While we're here, we see that it starts at page 4, right?
Yes.
Of the fax starts at page 4.
Right.
Right. And then there's a date stamp at the bottom.
Yes.
And the date stamp is basically placed there by the prosecutor's office, right?
Correct.
Okay. If I were to thumb through this, you'd be able to see that there's no pages missing from the Bates numbers.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
But the interesting thing about this document, the one that was sent to TD Bank, is that the trust is numbered. The trust agreement is numbered in terms of pages, but it's missing page 6.
Ooh.
Okay.
And page 6 is where, in the other copy, in the actual insurance policy that Canada Life had, in that copy, page 6 lists the beneficiary information.
That is what TD Bank sent. It's very difficult to get documents going back that far. And the fact that it's not complete is not a surprise to me. You're talking about an account that was opened way back when, and we subpoenaed this in 2018.
Well,
it's a 20-year-old document.
Let you take a second look at this, though. Because if we go back to D40, right?
Yep.
And I go to page 5 of the trust document itself.
Right.
That's page 10 of the fax that was sent to them. Right? And if I go to page 7,
yep,
because we're missing page 6, it's page 11 of the fax.
Right.
They never
so it was
had
actually, when it was sent to TD Bank,
they never had it.
It didn't include the beneficiary information.
Okay.
TD Bank never had the beneficiary.
It's the way it would appear, right?
That's the way it appears.
And this is the copy that was to go to TD Bank in order to open and administer the trust account, right?
The business checking account, which was the trust account, yes.
But the trust account, right? And Paul Caneiro was, as of this date, already listed as the trustee of the trust, right?
Yes.
But somebody, and obviously Paul Caneiro was going to, as the trustee, have control over that TD trust account, right?
Which he was the beneficiary on.
Correct.
And he was going to have control over the documents that were part of that account, right?
specifically what documents are you referring to?
Well, it could be foundational documents. It could be bank records. He would have access. You're just telling me about they'll accept checks from him because he's the trustee. So he's got certain privileges in this account that other people do not, correct?
Because he's listed as the trustee.
Right.
Right, so he would be getting the bank records, yes.
Right. And so obviously as the trustee, he's got access to these documents related to the trust from TD Bank.
That I don't know.
You know...
I don't know.
Let me stop this. I just want to stop this so we're clear. You know that the insurance company will accept a check from Paul from any account because he's the trustee, but you don't know if Paul has access to documents in possession of the bank related to the bank account?
I'll address the first part. Canada Life accepted checks from Paul Caneiro because I have evidence to prove that they accepted it. You put it in as an exhibit. I have it in my report. They accepted those 2 checks in 2017. When someone's listed as the trustee, the financial institution is going to deal with them and accept his check. With regard to having his name on the TD bank account that was set up to collect the premiums to pay to Canada Life, the individual, the signer on the account, Paul's the trustee, signer, he would have access to the bank statements. Does that mean a bank is giving you copies of everything they have in their file? Every bank has their own policy and procedure for how they handle that. Was Paul the one that physically handed that policy or physically faxed it? If he wasn't the one who physically faxed it, if it was another person who faxed it, did Paul or did Keith give that person who faxed it those documents? I don't know who gave him the documents to fax. That was how many years ago? So I do not know, and I can't say for certain if TD Bank is going to give the defendant or anyone who's listed as the trustee all the documents they get to open up the account. You'll get the statements.
So that was a lot of maybes, right?
But it's the truth.
Another maybe is maybe whoever faxed that to TD Bank, knowing Paul was the trustee, didn't want to include that beneficiary information in the trust document that they were sending.
I wouldn't know that.
Because maybe they didn't want Paul to see that he was a potential beneficiary.
Aren't we speculating? Is someone going to see that?
Yes, we are. Judge is mad.
I'll say it.
Defense is upset.
Speculation sustained.
Boom.
Sign the trust. Have you heard for a second, Judge? I'm sorry.
No, Ms. Wallace,
Sidebar or here?
come on up.
Defense says, can I be heard for a second? Judge says no. Prosecution says, can I be heard? He says, yes. Come on up. Judge says, I'll say it. Speculation sustained. He's mad at a couple things, okay? He's mad that defense went here. What he did, he took a long time to do it, but the defense just built this scenario through the fax machine, the missing page to the TD Bank, to say the bank never had this information about who the trustee was because the trustee has access to those documents. So the person who sent it intentionally didn't include the document because they don't want the person who's a trustee, Paul, to know that he's a trustee, that he's a potential benefactor. Yes, it's speculation. No, it's not appropriate. That was the whole setup. And he got it through this witness, the state's witness. The judge is mad at the state because they're not objecting fast enough. He's mad that we're getting in these predicaments that part of it is that the defense is so slow and sort of it's obscure when they're asking questions. You're not sure where they're going. We're all sitting here scratching our head, and the jurors are as well. Like, what are we going with? But he leads us a little step at a time, baby step at a time, to an area where we find out we shouldn't have been in the court. We shouldn't have been. We've now introduced speculation to the jury we have to get out that little pencil with the eraser and erase another thing out of our minds now, because it even came from the defense attorney as testifying, not from the, yeah. Oh my goodness. So the judge is mad. I like this judge. We're going to add this to the judge's angry counter. That's going to be number 19. And spice continues.
Everyone do me a favor. Can you stand up?
Get your pencil. Rub it against
Touch
your
the ceiling.
head.
Anyone? Just take a little stretch. I just want you to take a quick stretch. Move it around.
Do we need yoga
Crack
music,
their own
Judge?
back. You guys can do it? All right. Will you help me out? Got some issues. Lower part.
I appreciate that you classified as assault.
Nah, you're okay. You're okay. Just take a second. I understand that we're going for a little while here, so.
Judge is not happy.
Once you're comfortable, you can sit back down. Is this change at angles? It's stuck on this angle. Just so if it... Summer, are you ready? You need a minute.
Just one more minute.
Sure. Take your time.
Take your time. What does he need time to do? Wisely mutes the microphone. Let's just turn it on when you're done.
Okay. Sorry about that, Detective. I wanted to just go back to some things that we were talking about earlier today. We've heard a lot of information about various business accounts today, right? And you actually at one point in time differentiated between an operating account and a payroll account, right?
Yes.
And there were two businesses in this case. There was the J. Martin Square One business, and then there was EcoStar, right?
Correct.
And obviously, they were both owned by the same people, right? But they were technically two different businesses.
And they had different ownerships in each business.
Right. But they had the same physical location, for example.
Yes.
And the same owners in the years that you were evaluating the case, right?
Yes.
So the question I have for you was, it's not like it's illegal for a business owner to take money from their own account and put it into their business account, right?
It's not illegal if someone takes money from their own personal account to put into a business account. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
No?
It's not illegal if somebody does the opposite, takes money from the business account and puts it into the personal account, right?
The mere fact of a transfer is not illegal, but I would have clarifications on that depending what your other questions are.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm just saying in the abstract that in and of itself is not illegal.
Correct.
And just because something's labeled a payroll account doesn't mean that you couldn't take money from that account for purposes other than payroll, right?
Right. It's just this, and in this case, it's another checking account at TD labeled payroll.
And you could also just as easily put money into a payroll account. It's fine for an owner to do something like that, right?
Yes.
when you looked at the J. Martin account,
Operating or payroll?
when you looked at 1396, the operating account, you noticed that there were operational costs, including American Express bills, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you actually obtained the American Express records for that bank account, that were getting paid by that bank account, correct?
Yes.
Did you review those records?
American Express was well over 10,000 pages. I had my hands on it to review. So a review can be scrolling through, and a full-blown analysis would be, analyzing every purchase and every payment made.
So which did you do?
It depends what account he's talking about.
Okay. You want to get specific, Mr. Murray?
Get specific for us here.
So this is account 4003. I could show, if it helps, I'll just show it to you. Okay.
Please, thank you.
Sure. This is D61. It's not the full records, it's the part one of those records.
Okay. Would you like me to articulate what I'm looking at? Or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Good.
These are American Express statements. It's a business platinum card in the name of J. Martin Consulting, Keith M. Caneiro. The closing date on the page I'm looking at is December 26, 2016, and it's account ending in 4003.
Okay, thanks. Did you review the records related to that account?
I would have reviewed them, yes.
Okay. So you would have seen that Keith, Jennifer, Paul, Tiffany Rivera, and Larissa Glorioso all had cards on that account.
I would have seen that, yes.
And you would have seen that over the course of 2017, for example, Paul's total charges to that account were $18,487.
I don't remember specifically, but I would have reviewed it.
Okay. And you would have reviewed the fact that Keith had a total spending of $104,549 on that card that year, right?
I don't remember specifically, but I would have reviewed that.
And specifically, Jennifer had spending of $27,750 on that card that year.
Again, same answer. I don't remember specifically.
Okay.
Keith is a 90% owner of that business.
And your understanding was that Jennifer worked there or did not work there?
My understanding is that she did not work there.
Did not?
Did not.
Okay. And then I'm just going to show you also this is D62. Here's it's the same account, right?
Okay. Do you want me to articulate what I'm looking at?
Sure, thank you.
Okay. This is American Express statements for a business platinum card in the name of J. Martin Consulting, Keith M. Caneiro. The date of the statement that I'm looking at, the closing date is January 26, 2018, account number ending in 4003.
It's a big binder clip.
You reviewed these records also, right?
Yes.
And so going to later in the year, we would have seen that a person, aside from the names that we already mentioned as cardholders on this account, a different cardholder by the name of Konstantinos Karidis was added to the account.
Okay.
And to your knowledge, that was not an employee of J. Martin or Square One, right?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay.
Why'd you have a card?
And
That
to
seems
your
weird.
knowledge, Square One really had one main client, right?
One main and several other smaller clients, yes.
And their main client was in New Jersey.
Correct.
The checks I just gave.
Something about checks. What are they looking at underneath me? Was I hiding it? I apologize. So lots of people had money to this account that the money was transferred to.
If there was, to your knowledge, did Square One have any clientele in Greece?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. You issued several reports in this case, in the year, 2 reports I should say, in the year 2025. One of those reports, the purpose of it was to correct some errors you had made in your previous reports, right?
Yes.
You, I believe, initially left out that Paul had received an additional $63,000 in money from Social Security Administration in 2017.
Now, the correction for the Social Security amounts is this. The defendant received 2 large lump sums from Social Security. And let me refer to my report so I can articulate accurately.
She starts his answer with a no. She disagrees with the distribution. Glasses on. Here we go.
In 2017, Paul received 2 large lump sum payments from Social Security. The first was on July 12th, 2017, in the amount of $61,535. The next payment was 6 days later on July 18th, 2017, in the amount of $63,101. So
that's a lot of disability payment.
In my initial report, I added one of those numbers twice. In my second report, I corrected it so I could include both numbers accurately. So we went from $139,798 to $141,364. an addition error.
Now, one of the things you did when you wrote your first report was you characterized transactions between Paul's personal accounts as revenue to him.
Revenue stream, not revenue in the sense of a salary. A revenue stream would be available for you to use in that year. So if revenue came into that account, if that's what you're referring to, it was available for use in that year, used to pay expenses.
Right. I was just looking at the titles to your pages of the breakdown of income and expenses. It doesn't say revenue stream, it just says sources of revenue / income.
Sources of revenue, a stream of revenue.
But then you updated that and you took that information out of your report. You took those sources, those transfers between accounts out of your report.
Because I wanted to give the defendant the benefit, and in that area, it was determined that bank account revenue sources, because the amounts were determined to be duplicative. So I didn't want to utilize an amount twice. I re-reviewed the report and I gave the defendant the benefit.
I mean, is it about giving him the benefit or reporting the right numbers, though?
Both.
Whoa. You made a mistake.
Because hypothetically, if it was $20,000 in the first report and I re-reviewed it and it was determined that the amounts were duplicative and it was 10 and 10, then I'm saying your revenue's 10 instead of 20, as an example.
I mean, maybe I'm just confused. Because I thought that the net impact of you making that change, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought the net impact of you making that change was that it reduced your conclusion of Paul's revenue by $22,000 in 2017.
Right.
And it reduced your conclusion of Paul's revenue by $57,000 in 2018. Do I have that right?
Oh, not for that topic. You're talking overall in every category that an adjustment was made. Are you speaking just to the bank account revenue sources, which was deemed duplicative and it was eliminated for 2017 and 18?
I'm talking about yes, what you characterized as revenue. Yes.
Okay.
Now, so you're saying that when you wrote your first report, you knew that you were including that information as revenue. And then when you wrote your second report, you knew that you weren't including it as revenue.
When I put the motive together and wrote the first report, then after that I had time to really go back and re-review, and I made sure that the numbers were accurate, and in this instance I removed it because I realized it had been duplicated.
Okay. Now, you also corrected, I believe, various entries that you made in that report about an auto reimbursement for 2017, right?
Which one are you referring to specifically?
What's labeled as 2017 auto reimbursement? $27,290.11.
Okay. Okay.
So in the first report, you had calculated that differently, right? And then you had to go back and you had to make a correction to that report, right?
I'll tell you exactly what it was. It was a check in the amount of $375 that inadvertently ended up being in that area when it shouldn't have. So I reduced the amount of the auto reimbursement because I took out that check that should not have been there. So it was reduced by $375.
She's just talking about making little corrections after she reviews everything.
I mean, it's a minor point, but you know that those numbers only come to 27,290 if you include other miscellaneous reimbursements from the payroll other than the auto reimbursement, right?
The auto reimbursement, there is a line item on the payroll journals, and it tells you exactly how much it is. So.
Right. Yeah, I have them.
Okay.
But you know that when you calculated that number, you included miscellaneous reimbursements, not just auto reimbursements.
You can show me the statements from TPP payroll journals. To my recollection, it said auto reimbursement.
Okay.
Counsel?
Judge is looking at the clock. This is right at the end of their day on day 2. The fight is not over. As I've said before, this is a case that the jury is not going to solve with a calculator. This is not a math class. This is not a math test. They're not trying to add everything up and subtract things and move things to the right columns and see who is guilty and who is not. The crimes that they're charged with finding a verdict on are not mathematical.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, even an earlier day today. Thank you. Nothing. I'm kidding. So I'm going to let you go for today. It's been a long day for you all. I'd rather have you back fresh tomorrow morning. So I'm going to let you go home. You'll do the same thing tomorrow as we did today. You'll be downstairs at 8. We'll get you right up here by 8:30 and get you started. But let's get you out of here for today so you can get home. So as a reminder, you're going to hear me say it every time we leave each other. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'll see you back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Have a good night. Be safe. Thank you.
All right, so the jury files out. We're going to skip ahead to the next day because we're working the weekend. So let's give them a minute just to make sure there's nothing that the attorneys need to go over outside the presence of the jury after they leave. Were innocent children killed? Yes. 2 young kids under 11 and 9, I think, were the age, was stabbed many, many times. But they died of both the stab wounds and smoke inhalation, which means the stabbing did not kill them. They were left partially alive, clinging to life, or dying, as the case may be, in a house that he then set on fire and drove away, allegedly. All right, no lunch break for you. I'm sorry. We told you, bring a packed lunch, a sack lunch. Hopefully you have a sandwich or something like that you can use. When we get into more of the details of the crime, I think we will. It's not all going to be financial stuff. It's not like the Murdaugh trial. We're going to hear more about that. But whoever did this, I think it took a lot of planning to have a spare barrel to swap out for your gun, and so that the barrel is not going to match the barrel that was where the bullets were fired from. Wow, that's a lot. I'm curious if the barrel it was fired from was the original barrel, which should have the same serial number as the gun, or if it was a different gun's barrel. So if it was swapped first and then replaced with the original barrel so that everything matched. It's a lot of planning. It doesn't seem like some of the spur-of-the-moment murders where an opportunity presented itself in a sudden, urgent need to get out of a situation, and murder was the obvious choice for the defendant. But okay, I think we're done here. Everyone's still standing up. Hoping to see. Got no audio. So I think the jury's all gone. All right, I think we're done. All right, so now we get to go on. Oh, we're not done. Hang on. Just make sure there was nothing that happened. No audio.
This was about
Okay,
2014.
we do have a little bit.
I just want to clarify, in the state's original letter of intent that we've discussed before, this is from 2020. The state indicates in its letter, for years, defendant had transferred money from the TD Trust bank account into his personal bank accounts. Defendant paid the monies back to the trust account, completely in 2014 and mostly in 2015 and 16. In 2017 and 2018, though, that's where the unauthorized takings are alleged. So that was originally submitted, like it was out, when I came into the case in January, I had this letter and this letter only. It was my understanding that this case was about 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18. And then we filed a response, and Your Honor signed an order. And in the order, Your Honor recaps the facts of the case. And this is on page 12 of Your Honor's order, and says the letter emphasized that the falsified records would be used to show defendant submitted fabricated statements, and that the timeline of the financial conflicts between the brothers stretched from 2016. So I think Your Honor is referring to the facts alleged that I just read from the letter. And then Your Honor finds ultimately what's admissible is it includes 2000. It includes that time period. I think it's on page 63. So it was our understanding all along that that was the
what years? 2017 or 16?
16. But that was based on the facts that Your Honor was summarizing from their facts, but their facts had 2014 and 2015. Then we filed the motion for, like, that they needed an expert to present this testimony. And that's when we said, look, we have 50 reports from Detective Bassender. The information needs to be synthesized so we know exactly what they're relying upon. And then in July, the end of July, is when we received her expert report. And that's when we learned for the first time that she might only be testifying to 17 and 18. But that doesn't mean that we weren't under the impression this entire time that that time period is relevant. The obviously, defense to theft is money was paid back, money was paid back, money was paid back. And then the indictment focuses on those 2 years because that's what they're alleging. But it doesn't mean that the entire, time period isn't relevant, nor that it wasn't previously discussed in the state's own facts.
Here's the problem that I have.
Judge isn't happy.
I'm going to say you, but it's your team.
Oh.
The defense had no problem with filing whatever amount of motions they wanted to file. I gave everyone the opportunity to file them. I then, after the Supreme Court got involved in our case, I specifically asked if there was more to discuss. By then, you have the July report. You have all the opinions by the court. If there was clarification that was necessary, we could have clarified it. We're now in the middle of trial, in the middle of a witness, with jurors here, and the state's only providing 17 and 18 based upon what the indictment is. If you want to go into 14, 15, and 16, I get it, but that's not where the theft is. So, to me, I would think that you would need to have to give me something to support the fact that because he paid in 14, 15, and 16, that means that he's good for 17 and 18 because, maybe he would have paid it back, or I don't know what you're going to try to insinuate. But the reality is this. I don't know how else to say this. Just because somebody does 50 things right in their life, if they then do 5 things wrong later in their life, that doesn't mean that the first 15, 20, 50 things, whatever they are, that are right, means that that's a justification for what happens later. And I think that's what you're trying to say. So to me, I'm more than willing to listen. I'll work it out with you guys. But I'm just saying we should have been filing motions if we wanted to bring in something. The indictment is all that we should be talking about is 17 and 18. If the state started going into 14 and pushing all of this other stuff right now as a part of their bad acts towards 17 and 18, you guys would be standing up complaining about the fact that you're going into other time frames so that Paul Caneiro knows what he's doing when he's not paying them back. So I just want to be very careful. I'm willing to listen. I've said it 1,000 times. So far, all I'm saying is that what I've just seen here today, we have gone well beyond the direct. Nobody has said any objections, so I've let it go. But we're going into areas that, to me, I'm not sure that we should be in. If we're going into them, if both sides agree, so be it. If you guys want to agree to that, go ahead. But to me, the indictment is the area of where we're in. My opinion may have talked about those dates because it was within that motion, but the indictment's still the indictment. So that's the area that we're playing in. Ms. Mastellone, I'm going to let you finish because you started before I let Mr. Decker say anything. Go ahead.
Just the only point was that this wasn't a surprise to anyone, and the 2014, 15, 16 timeframe was in the state's original, hey, this is what we may intend to present at trial. We were on notice of those years. We assumed those years were encompassed. Just because they provided an expert report in the late July for a September trial date that didn't include the rest doesn't mean that we were under the impression that it wasn't relevant. Of course it's relevant. In fact, it's interesting that originally they acknowledge monies are paid back, monies are paid back, monies are paid back, and then they're like, oh, but we might not talk about that. We just want to talk about this. And that's, concerning, but it's relevant.
But there's parts that weren't paid back between 14 and 16, right?
Yes, and we went into that. So we were fully forthright about that.
My point only is that the decision was made by the state to not start the indictment in 16, 15, or 14. They made a decision, or the grand jurors made a decision, to start in January of 2017. So to me, going back 14, 15, and 16 has nothing to do with what happens in 17 and 18 unless somebody's tying it in. And just because the state put that in that notice of intent, I had to make the determinations of what we were going to talk about, and I was looking at the confines of the indictment. But let me hear from Mr. Decker.
Judge, just for the record, as far as the notice of intent that we filed in 2020, and I'm not going to rehash this, but it just has to be said, that document is completely meaningless at this point because for 5 years we were under the impression, and the defense was asked numerous times, are you going to file any motion, are you going to file any motion? We all know things change. I've said it a million times. I don't blame Ms. Mastellone. I don't blame Mr. Murray. But that document's value is a little bit sketchy at this point in time. That being said, I just wanted to clarify one minor point. I'm not trying to go anywhere with it. But one of the things that we said at sidebar with respect to that objection about when the court was talking about speculation and the like.
Denise, thank you.
I think the point I was trying to make was that I thought Mr. Murray had asked the witness about the Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust agreement that was faxed, the copy of it that was faxed to TD Bank, the one that was missing page, I think it's 6.
My understanding of the question dealt with where did it come from? How did it get there? Maybe this person, it could have been this, it could have been that.
That was part of it, Your Honor. But I think the last question that spawned the objection was intimating, or at least asking, whether, basically saying that Paul Caneiro did not know that he was a beneficiary of that trust, despite the fact, the first time we've ever heard that, but also despite the fact that he's the trustee and he signed it.
Yeah.
That, I believe that was the point they were trying to make. So I'm just clarifying that. We're past it, I think, but I just wanted the court to understand. I believe that's what the question actually was.
Well, let me just say this. If I got lost on the question,
So
God only knows on what's going on with the jurors as they're listening to this testimony. Go forth as you need to go forth. Again, I'm not slowing anyone down. Just think about what you're doing and how you're doing it. All right? So, look, Mr. Decker, let me be abundantly clear. Are we getting into documents from 2014, 15, and 16? The defense is basically saying they want to bring all this stuff in. Are you of the position, you and Miss Wallace, no disrespect, you can stand up and answer too. I don't care. What are we talking about?
Everybody on the horse.
Are we talking about all the documents? Are we talking about 17 and 18? What are we doing?
Our direct was limited to 17 and 18, and that is what the state is talking about. I don't see how the fact that the defendant may have paid back monies to a trust account in 2014, 15, and 16 is relevant to what he did in 17 and 18.
Okay.
Unless we're talking patterns of behavior.
You've now heard it. If you guys have a position on that, you want to supply me with something as to why you feel the need to go further, you already have. But if you want to do it...
Done, Judge. I was just completing the record because it had appeared that you were saying to Mr. Murray, like, the court wasn't aware that 14, 15, 16 was a thing. It was a thing because it was in the original letter. That was all. That's the point. So it's that it wasn't a big surprise today. There's been a lot of litigation in this case already. It was a while ago. It was earlier last year when we handled these motions in March, April, May. So I understand that it's been a while, and I was just trying to show that this was something that was addressed previously at this time frame, and it's done. We're done. There's nothing more.
Okay. Anything else?
Judge says, "Okay, I'm gonna go yell into my pillow now." He says, "You guys go home." So, as I said, this trial has just a wee bit of drama in it. We have a lot of players here. I realize it's some of the facts, the testimony we're hearing is not the most interesting testimony. Okay, when it comes to numbers, some of you guys are numbers people and just eating this up and following the pennies. I'm not. That part doesn't excite me. It doesn't. It's not as compelling for me. It does show overall, as long as you can follow the general idea of what was happening, whose accounts were whose, where the money was going, who had control over them, where the money was supposed to go, where it didn't go, where it did go. That's what the jury needs to be able to suss down out of all of this. And I think the jury's still there. I think they understand who's got left holding the bag and who's left holding the money at the end of this. All of this financial stuff, it only goes to prove motive, which in New Jersey is not required to be proven to get a conviction on these charges. They don't need to prove motive, but it does help explain the story as to why he might do this. And then, that helps the jury. If you just walked in here and say, hey, we've got these brothers, they've been in business forever. We've got years of Facebook photos of them going to Greece and everywhere else on vacation together. And then one day he shows up at his brother's house, cuts the generator, kills the power, shoots his brother in the head, stabs his wife, stabs his two kids, goes home, lights his own house on fire. The jury's like, what? What happened? Why would we, this doesn't make sense. We've got a lifetime together. They're invested together. They're successful, arguably, in business. And then suddenly you tell me that this happens, this atrocious crime. The financial stuff might smooth that over and say, okay, what you saw on Facebook, these pictures together, it's not as it was. There was something under the surface, and it was financial. So that's where we are. Let's see. Next, let me go here and get you. We're not done for the day. We're not done. I'm sorry. If you thought you were getting out early today, you're not. We have 2 more days to cover and 2 days to do it. Well, a day and a half to do it. So, all right, we have. Let's see. Go back. Not that one. Let's see. Today is the 17th. We have to go to day 3. 2. I think this is it. Day 3. All right. Give me just a second. We'll get the skip the boring bits at the beginning. We're waiting for everyone to show up to court. We're going to continue in testimony today. We're going to work another half a day here. Okay. Ready? Let's see. Ready, steady, go. Do we have court sound? We do. Awesome.
Good morning. Please be seated. Good morning. I love to hear. Someone in my staff thought I needed a stress ball. I picked the soft one. There's soft, medium, and I guess harder. So I'm going to see how I do with this.
May I
you guys
recommend
keep
the
an eye
cow?
on me, see how I'm doing, all right?
Stress cow.
I'm glad you all made it back. I appreciate that. We are back on the record with State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment number 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good morning, Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Maskelyne, attorney on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, is present.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Andy Murray for Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning to you both. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right, we're going to continue with the cross-examination. Detective, can you come back up?
She's looking sharp today. She is not done. We're back on cross-examination. The spice continues. I think it's only going to get better. I do like this.
Detective, I want to remind you you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. Counsel, when you're ready.
Jury's present. Here we go. Ooh, the golf sweater. I'm liking it. I don't own one of those. Never have.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to touch on a slightly different topic to start off today. In 2018, Paul was receiving 3 different payment in terms of disability from 3 different sources, right?
Yes.
And that would have included Social Security, right?
Yes.
It would have included an insurance company called Unum,
Yes.
and it would have included an insurance company called Sun Life.
Yes.
Now, when you put your chart together to show the revenue that Paul earned in 2018, we saw that the Unum payments were the same for both years. They were the same for 2017 and 2018.
Yes.
The Sun Life payments were not the same, and they were, you showed $60,000 from Sun Life in 2017 and $9,540 in 2018.
Can I refer to my
Oh, yeah, sure.
reports for July and December, please?
Sure. Showing you S39 and S40.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, what we know in terms of Sun Life was that in 2017, Paul had received a lump sum payout from Social Security, right?
Yes.
And Sun Life ceased payments to Paul because they had compensated him more than they would have had he had been getting that Social Security the entire time, right?
Understood.
That's correct, though, right?
Insurance overpaid?
So Paul didn't get a check again from Sun Life until the end of 2018.
Correct. 2 checks.
But once that offset that Sun Life took from Social Security came to an end, they began to issue checks to Paul again.
Correct.
Right? And so they did issue checks to Paul at the end of December 2018, right?
Correct.
And then in January of 2019,
There were payments in 19, but my analysis for my purposes here at this trial encompassed 2017 and 18 only.
so I'm just going to talk to you about documents that you received as part of your investigation, okay?
Okay.
Which is outside
because I
that
think
range.
you looked at them, like you said. And those documents show that Sun Life began payment again, and they made payments to Paul in February 20th of 2019.
Objection.
Come to sidebar. Everyone step right up. Okay, yesterday, well, we're on day 3 here. Day 2 in this trial. The judge, I think at the end of day 1 as well, I don't remember, told the state specifically, like you mentioned, to the prosecutors, if there's something I need to know, you need to tell me about it. You need to let me know. He's basically saying, look, you need to object if there's a problem, right? Because they hadn't been. And we've literally heard the judge make and sustain his own objections multiple times during this trial. Now, the state today, on this new day, they got the message, and we got a very loud and clear objection and standing up. Maybe they'll continue to do that. I hope so. I'd like to see these objections come from the prosecution and the defense instead of the judge himself. The judge should be the referee, right? But you have to call your own call the fouls yourself. He'll decide if it was good or not. All right, we are awake. Yes, she's on it. She flew out of her chair. She has a big objection. Maybe they're doing what the judge had sort of asked, saying, you guys haven't objected. You're letting in all these other dates. Maybe they're finally saying, objection, this is beyond the scope. Right? We only talked about 17 and 18. That's all he's charged with. That's all we're talking about. You're talking about stuff outside of that. That's beyond the scope. So I think the judge would sustain that one if that's what the objection is. Let's see. What we did hear this morning, that little bit about the Sun Life insurance paying out more than they would have, because he basically won a claim where they said we're not going to pay out, and he contested it, won that claim. They had to pay the back pay. They ended up paying out more than they would have had he won the claim initially and just been paid the whole time. So they said, oh, we overpaid. So because of that, we're going to deduct it from your Social Security until we're made whole. They're made whole, and they're like, okay, now the claim is still valid. So now we're going to pay out again. It's interesting that the insurance company does not say, oh, we'll just not pay until we're caught up, and then we'll start paying again. And they're like, give us that money back, and now we'll pay.
So I'm going to sustain the objection as to that question, but I'm going to allow counsel to ask it differently.
All right. So, Detective, let's just go back here 1 second. What we know is that in 2018, Social Security began paying to Paul monthly payments of $2,446. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, on an annual basis, that would be $29,352.
Which is what I have listed for 2018, yes.
And then in 2019, we know that checks from Unum continued to go to Paul in the regular amount that they always had.
I think it's the court's noise gate.
We're not going into 2019. Just remember, you can ask a question relating to moving forward. Detective, let me ask you a question so that I understand.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and I want you to just answer the question that I'm asking you, nothing else. Okay. The annual amount from Sun Life Disability, let's take out the lump sum. What would it be every year? Do you know the answer to that question? Whether this case happened or not, what is the number?
I cannot tell you what it would be in 2000, moving forward beyond the years of the scope of why I'm here to talk about his finances for 2017 and 18. I don't have the exact number moving forward.
Okay.
There's a lot of moving parts to it based on other disabilities that he would be getting.
Okay. But would it be more than 9,000, which is what is listed in your report? Do you know that one way or another?
I don't know that, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll see if you want to ask a follow-up to that, because now I understand. Let's see where it goes.
Okay. So what I was saying before is, you know that I understand that your review of this case was limited to the years 17 and 18.
For my purposes here at this trial, yes.
Yes. But we know very well, of course, that you received records outside of that period, both before and after.
Sun Life did provide additional payments in 2019.
And you know that those additional payments were for the amount of $7,430.
In which year?
In 2019, 2 payments were issued to Paul, 2 checks, both in the amount of $7,430.
You'll have to show me. I don't have that information in front of me.
Understood. Judge, this is D59.
So we're going to show her.
Prosecutor, have you seen it?
Showing you D59.
Okay, thank you.
You can just look on the first and second pages of that.
She says thank you, but she means some other you. Blank you, I think is what she meant by that one.
Okay.
Tell me what it is that you're looking at.
These are checks payable to Paul Caneiro from Sun Life Insurance Company. There are checks dated, one in February and January of 19, and the other checks are all dated in 18 and in 17. Okay.
He was getting $7,000 a month
in
those checks.
January and February of 2019 are for the same amount, right?
February is in the amount of $7,430, and the January check is in the same amount, yes.
Okay. So we have 2 checks now for $7,430. You know that Sun Life changed the benefit amount to offset for Social Security, right?
Yes.
You know that Paul was receiving over $2,400 a month in Social Security, right?
On average,
that
yes.
Amounted to on average about $29,000 a year.
Correct.
On average, he was then going to be getting $7,430 a month from Sun Life, right?
Correct.
And then we know over the course of a year going forward, he was going to get $104,000 from Unum.
Correct.
Okay. So.
Wow. It's making $200,000.
Those are the disability policies that we're aware of in 2018 going into 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Defense trying to show that he might not have needed the money, because I think he did. He was like mortgaged and loaned to the hilt.
You mentioned yesterday that much of the American Express bills that you saw in reference, this is in reference to Paul's personal accounts. Many of the bills you saw, the American Express, the credit card bills, right, primarily go to pay for what you call personal living expenses, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you talked about Paul having some fixed costs, like a mortgage payment and
cars,
insurance costs, and property taxes and other taxes, right?
Yes.
But a lot of what you reviewed were personal expenses that were not fixed costs, right?
Sure. I obviously didn't include if they went to Starbucks and went out to lunch or to dinner, or, there's other areas that every single penny in the account is not documented.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking you if you documented every penny in the account. What I'm asking you is, when you looked at the American Express bill that was being paid out of Paul's personal account, what you said about it yesterday was that American Express bill represented charges that went largely to personal living expenses.
Yes.
Right. And personal living expenses are not fixed costs.
It doesn't have to be.
And a
but
person can, and I'm gonna move on from that. A person can reduce personal living expenses, of course. Any person is capable of doing that, right?
Sure.
And a person who, obviously, when you looked at the mortgage payment of the house, did you at the time, when you were conducting this investigation, do any research or conduct any investigation into what the value of Paul's home would have been prior to November 20th of 2018?
I did not, but why would I do that?
I'm just asking if you did. I'm just asking if you knew that whether there were any
You have to answer out loud.
renovations made to the home that increased its value, anything of that nature?
If there were renovations made to the home, then that would have been more expenses I could add on to the chart if it fell in the parameters of 2017 and 18.
So you're saying the answer to the question and were you aware of them is no?
I was not aware of it.
Got it. So basically, at $74.30 a month from Sun Life, Paul's looking at $89,160 a year from that insurance company alone, right?
Right.
And $104,000 from Uno, right?
Right.
And $29,000 from Social Security, right?
It's a significant amount of money.
Yes, it is.
With a $3,000 mortgage, right?
And also payroll that the family was receiving from the businesses.
I'm asking you, not about payroll. I'm asking you about money from insurance Paul's getting and going forward, okay? I'm just asking you, just based on that, we know that Paul's fixed costs include a $3,000 mortgage.
Yes.
Minimal, really, utility costs, right?
Utilities.
There's vehicle leases, right?
Significant.
The Porsches.
Your characterization of the large American Express bills
$10,000.
personal living expenses. When you looked at the account, I think you'll agree, you didn't necessarily do a breakdown of like money that was withdrawn from ATMs from Paul's 3837 account, right?
I've seen a lot of ATM withdrawals from a variety of accounts. I've seen ATM withdrawals from the business accounts to the tune of over $60,000 a year.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't the question, but I agree.
That wasn't the question.
We could talk about that for a second. There were over $60,000 in ATM withdrawals from Square Martin.
Yes.
Square One in 2017 and in 2018, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You conducted interviews with people who worked at Square One as part of this investigation, right?
I did, and when I conducted those interviews, I may not have had all of that banking information back, number one. Number two, I may not have had the ability to analyze 5 years worth of one company. So when we were talking to those people early on, we may not have had the information that we now know 8 years later, 7 years later, 6 years later.
Yeah, but you wrote notes about it, and you wrote a note that you talked to Tiffany Rivera, right?
Here comes the spice.
And you talked to Tiffany Rivera, and Tiffany told you that the petty cash went to Keith, not Paul.
Well, I do know that there were ATM withdrawals
I want you to answer the
Homedale,
question.
and there were ATM withdrawals in Asbury.
I just want you to answer the question. You talked to Tiffany Rivera, and Tiffany told you the petty cash, the over $60,000 a year that you just thought it was so significant to mention, that money went to Keith and not to Paul.
That's okay. Keith owned 90% of the company.
The answer to that question is, she told you that or she didn't?
I don't remember. You'll have to show me the report.
Okay.
Whoa. Somebody peed in their Cheerios this morning. They both come in a little bit spicy. Gave my youngest son a haircut. He does not like it. It's very short. He's not a fan. What I'm excited about is that means I get a haircut today as well. Maybe tonight. Yay! It's been too long. We're digging deep for a document here somewhere. It's the one that's going to prove one side right in this little spicy exchange we've had this morning about apparently some notes she had in a conversation about where the petty cash went. That $60,000 in petty cash and who it went to. If it went to Paul, which is sort of how she said saw that there were $60,000 in withdrawals, meaning that Paul had taken them. That would be bad, but if it went to Keith, that's a different story. Let's see what these notes tell us. If you own 90% of the company, you better get that money, that kind of amount.
Who's Claudia?
Who's Claudia?
Claudia is an individual who, based on my recollection, received checks to cash.
Tiffany told you that Keith, she used the ATM money so that Keith could pay Claudia in cash.
But there's also checks to cash that were, I believe, signed by her too. I don't know her role, if she was a babysitter or a house cleaner. I don't recall the role, but I do recall hearing the name Claudia.
So you don't know who she is in this case?
Not exactly. I did not speak to her, no.
Okay.
Defense attorney showing he can shift gears and be quite aggressive. Do you want the marked copy? Can we switch? Making sure it's the correct copy. Everything's the same. If it is the same, we'll switch and use the one that's pre-marked instead of marking another document that's a duplicate of one that's already been admitted. You can have that one. Thanks. I'll keep this one. I'm going to show them that page. All right.
All right, so this is S41. These are your notes, right?
That's my handwriting.
He said, that's my handwriting.
What area do you want me
I
to
just want you to see
specifically
right
look
there.
at? I have
These-
ATM, cash.
I'm sorry.
I can give you the base number, maybe?
Well,
Judge, I'm not sure they're numbered.
Can we talk about what the document is first, please? What do you have in your hand, Detective?
These appear to be my notes. It's dated in 2018.
Did you take notes in this case?
I did for this. This is numerous pages of notes.
And are
Do you
those
need me to
notes,
read-
listen to me.
Listen.
Are these notes, were they used to generate reports?
Yes.
I did not specifically memorialize this meeting because the detectives that were...
The question I'm asking you is, are those notes, were they used to generate reports? That's all I'm asking.
I don't recall.
Okay. So you have notes that could be separate than your reports? Is that are you saying that?
Yes.
Okay. So these notes that we're talking about now, what are they from? Are they from interviews? Are they from something else? I need to understand what they are so the jurors understand what they are.
These appear to be notes of when I participated in the interview with Tiffany Rivera.
Okay. So at least now we know what they are. So, and I assume that they're not numbered? The page numbers are not numbered?
There are bait stamps on these notes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Selena.
So on the
Appreciate
page
your
that
support.
Mr. Murray is asking you to look at, what's the Bates number on the side? Or wherever it is.
Mr. Murray, could you go back to that page because I don't have that in front of me.
55355. So 355 is what it ends in. Bait stamp 355. Let's just keep it simple for the judge.
Bates ending 355. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Now, ask your question.
You can ask your question.
Bingo.
You talked. That page reflects conversation that you were party to, where Tiffany Rivera, employee at Square One, talks about the petty cash of the business.
Yes.
What she says about the petty cash is that Keith took a lot.
Keith
Yes.
took a lot. His business.
No mention of Paul.
Not in my notes, no.
At this point in time, when you took these notes, you were investigating Paul, right?
I was investigating the allegations and the potential motive. Those notes were taken November 26th. The murders occurred on November 20th. This was 6 days later. I don't even recall if I received bank statements back from a grand jury subpoena at that point.
Thanks, Katie. Thanks. This is spicy.
Well, okay. But the point is, you thought it was important to bring up for this jury, without me asking you a question about it at all, that there was a lot of petty cash taken from the businesses, right? That's a thing that we just saw happen.
I thought it's important because I could see the locations where the cash was taken out of, and it appeared twice a week. Once was in Homedale, where Keith Caneiro lived, and the other cash withdrawal was in either Ocean Township or Asbury. They were the same amount, maxed out at $700, because that's the max ATM withdrawal anyone could take back then at a given time. I noticed.
So I'm just pointing out. I'm just pointing out that today, with the jury here, you thought it was important
in front of this jury
to put that information out there, that there were a lot of cash withdrawals from the business. I didn't ask you that question. You volunteered that on your own. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. But the truth of the matter is that that money, that cash, that you know from talking to Tiffany, was going to Keith and not Paul.
Keith took a lot. She didn't say Keith took it all.
She didn't mention Paul, did she? Did she mention Paul in that statement? Did she mention Paul in that statement? Yes or no?
I do not have Paul written down on those notes. That doesn't mean it wasn't mentioned.
Do you take good notes or bad notes when you investigate a case? Do you take good notes or bad notes?
I take notes that are good notes.
Great. I'm sure you did that this time too.
I did.
Wow.
Let's sum up here. 2017, we're talking about around $33,000 that come out of the trust account into Paul's account, right?
Yes.
2018, we're talking about $44,000 or so that come out of Paul's account, or come out of the trust account into Paul's account, right?
Yes.
We know that in 2017, Paul paid almost $20,000 from his own account to the insurance company for Keith, right?
Yes.
We know that in 2018, Paul paid $27,000 from his own account and put it into the J. Martin operating account, right?
Yes.
We know that happened after the issue in April 11th when Keith was upset about the insurance, right?
Yes.
We know that money went from J. Martin and it went into Keith's personal account, right? We know that it didn't go
It
back.
went from J. Morton to another business account and then went into Keith's account? The 1361 account?
She remembers the numbers.
The money goes from. I'm just trying to recap what we learned yesterday, right? Because we went through a lot of stuff. We saw that the money we saw it go from Paul to J. Martin, and from J. Martin to Keith, right? We looked at the $10,000 and the $5,000 withdrawals, and it went to Keith's personal account.
It went from Paul to J. Martin into another business account numbered 1361. From there, it went to Keith's account.
All right, that's your recollection. That's fine.
That's what you showed me.
And then it went to an account in Greece, right?
Yep.
Okay. But not to the insurance, right?
No, it didn't have to go to the insurance.
Thank you.
The state's going to have to fix some of this. I think defense scored some points here.
You talked yesterday a lot about following the money and how following the money is really important, right?
Yes.
And that's something that you did throughout this case, right?
Yes.
And your involvement in this case started all the way back in November of 2018, right?
Yes, I investigated 2 different charges back then.
And it continues through to this very day.
She's set her job.
As an expert witness testifying on a financial motive and talking about revenue streams going in an account and expenses, fixed or one-offs, leaving the account.
Here's my question to you. Did you follow the money in terms of what happened to the $3 million in the insurance policy?
Objection.
Sustained.
Ooh, sustained.
You can.
The look on the fence face, like his mouth just hangs open for a minute or two, like the Grinch on Christmas morning, hearing the song coming from the little town below. He just asked her where the money went. You said follow the money. Let's follow that through. The money was the $3 million life insurance policy. That's the money. we're talking about. There's petty cash, there's business money moved around, insurance money. That's small when you compare it to the $3 million life insurance policy that somebody stands to benefit should Keith and the other beneficiaries pass away. And he says, where did it go? Defense objects. Now this might be because it just recently paid out. It might be that it's after 2018. Because the judge said we're not going in the forward. We're just looking up to the crime. But we'll see. We'll see what's happening. Did she say she was following Keith's money, not Paul's money? She was following what Paul did with Keith's money, but not what, exactly what Keith was doing with Keith's money. I'm so over this witness because of the defense cross. I think she's almost done. This sounds like a big finish. If we could, if you look at the pacing of what has happened in questioning here with this witness, it has reached a crescendo point where they're trying to get the big finish and the big takeaway. So I think we're nearly done. Although the state has to fix some of this. Just because defense has forced her to say yes to some things that, made us go like, what? Excuse me? What happened? Doesn't mean that that's the full story. The state can still come back in and provide additional information that might fix some of that or reduce the impact of some of the statements we just learned. Oh, all right. State, are you awake? Asked and answered. There's your objection. Keith can do what he wants with his money. I agree, Lizzie. I agree. But I do think defense pointed out successfully that she was volunteering information to make it look like Paul took money when she had information that would tend to say that Keith was the one that took that money, not Paul. That's a problem. That's a problem for the state. You can't, if you don't know for a fact where it went, don't blame the guy who's on trial for allegedly taking the money. Did it go to Corey? The defense's third-party culprit?
I'm going to ask it.
Judge is going to ask it. I'm going to count that as a judicial.
Did your investigation reveal who received the death benefits as a result of Keith passing away and the rest of his family? From the insurance, the life insurance policy, do you know who received that money as a part of your investigation?
I know who the beneficiaries were.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you who actually received the money. Do you know?
I do not know.
You can ask your next question based upon whatever that is.
You don't know. I would imagine also that you didn't look into it.
When were they paid out?
You can't ask questions, Detective. You can only answer them from your witness chair.
I'm just asking if you looked into it.
I did not.
So you weren't interested in following that money?
Right.
I did not need to follow the money for the charges I was charging at that time.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Boom.
Redirect.
Let's see where the state goes here. How they regain some of that lost ground.
Do you recall being asked on cross-examination about certain times when the TD Trust account was not fully funded?
Yes, I do.
Now, during those times when the account was underfunded, was there anything preventing the defendant from sending the money that was in the account to Canada Life?
Objection.
This is not overruled. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
He said
During
this is
the
not
times that the
overruled.
account may have been underfunded, was there anything preventing the defendant from sending that money that was in the account to Canada Life?
No.
There's no downside to it?
He could have sent the money to Canada Life.
You were asked on cross-examination about certain times when monies from the trust account would go back into the business. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, was the trust account funded through J. Martin or Square One through Keith's payroll?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and then you were asked about certain times then when that money would then go back into J. Martin and Square One. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think you already did it, but can you just remind us of who owns 90% of Square One?
Keith Caneiro.
On cross-examination, do you recall being asked about an April 11th, 2018 email from the defendant to Keith?
Yes.
Specifically whereby I believe they asked about how the defendant indicated he selected the wrong bill payee for some of the 2017 and 18 payments that went to his school loan?
Yes.
And that he would pay the money back?
Yes.
All right, and then do you recall being asked on cross-examination some questions about the fact that after the date of that email, the defendant did pay some funds back into the J. Martin account? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you, in fact, gave the defendant credit for that on those boards. Specifically, you indicated he paid $21,548 back into the J. Martin account after. Is that right?
That was the net effect of taking 5 out, putting 27 in. Approximately, I gave him the credit of $21,000 and change.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but were the dates that the defendant paid those funds back into the J. Martin account after the date of that April 11th email?
Yes.
Specifically, were those dates between April 26th and May 15th of 2018?
Yes.
Now let me ask you this, Detective. After May 15th of 2018,
She's fired up.
did the defendant nonetheless continue to take withdrawals out of that TD Trust checking account?
Objection.
What is it? What's your objection? Go ahead, what's your objection?
Ultimate issue.
Overruled.
Yes, he did.
Okay. And specifically, after May 15th, after he paid that $21,000 and some dollars back, did he, in fact, make 16 transfers from that trust account into his own personal account?
Yes, he did.
And did that total $33,300?
Yes, he did.
Did you ever see any of those funds being paid back to that TD Trust account?
No, I did not.
Or to Keith Caneiro at all in any way?
No, I did not.
And from looking at those TD Bank statements that Mr. Weinstein had sent you, what do we know about those 16 transfers after May 15th that the defendant made from that TD Trust account?
From May, June, July, August, and September, those bank statements were altered.
That's 11. Speaking of that email, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S11. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that the email we were just speaking about?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, is that authored by who?
From Paul Caneiro.
To?
Keith Caneiro.
Okay, and the date?
Wednesday, April 11th, 2018.
Do you see where it says, I accidentally selected the wrong bill payee? Do you see that?
I had selected the wrong bill payee for some of the payments in 17 and 18, yes.
And where does the defendant say that those funds went to?
They went to a school loan.
Detective, of the 32 times that the defendant transferred money from that TD Trust checking account between 2017 and 2018 into his personal accounts, or any of those transfers, did you ever see them going anywhere other than his personal bank accounts?
No, they went into the personal bank account. There were payments. Let me refer to my report. There were payments in 2018 payable to Discover, and they were electronic payments, and the electronic note said student loan payment. That is really the only loan payment I could attribute, and that was $2,525.
Okay, but did those loan payments to Discover come from the defendant's personal accounts?
Yes.
Okay, what I'm asking is, did you ever see anything coming out of that TD Trust account in 2017 or 18 that went directly to pay a school loan?
No.
And in fact, did all of those transfers, all 32 of those transfers from 2017 and 18, did they go anywhere other than to the defendant's personal bank accounts?
No.
So nothing further.
Recross?
No, thank you, Judge.
Okay. Detective, you can step down. Counsel, come up here for a second, please.
Real Tractor, they've pushed back on this a little bit. My mods have. They love what they do. I'm open to that. I don't have anything set up that way. We have mods all over the world, basically. We have them all over the place. It gets a little bit difficult. State comes back in, does a little cleanup batting, and refocuses the jury's attention on where the money went and how much went, and what we needed to get from this witness, instead of the sideshow that the defense brought in with many years before or something that happened in the after. So mods do mod things. We're good. They work so hard. I kid you not. They are amazing, and they're working on Saturday. They normally get a weekend, and I'm not giving them Monday off either. I mean, technically they can be gone if they want at any time. They kept it simple, cleaned it up a little bit, made it fiery, so I'm sure the jury was paying attention to every word there. Keith was done with the business. He wanted out. I think Keith was, I don't think it was the business so much. Maybe Keith didn't like being a business owner, the ups and downs and the very nature of being a business owner. It's not all it's cracked up to be. It's not just, yay, big houses and fancy cars, right? There's bills and payroll and sales, and sometimes business goes up and sometimes business goes down, but expenses always seem to go up. There's a lot to it there, and maybe he didn't like that. But I think more so he didn't like being in business with his brother. I think that was something that he definitely wanted out of, and Paul, I think, had the most to lose in that situation. Keith was tired of carrying deadweight Paul. Could have been. See if this wraps up here. Get on to our next witness. I do want to hear from Corey. I want to hear from the brother. Hopefully he gets called at some point during this trial. If he's been called already and we're just catching up to that, don't spoil it for us. We're like to watch it as if live, as we're doing catch up here. Being a business owner in Virginia is harder than people think. I have several businesses, and just keeping up with the ins and taxes is a pain. I can tell you, just being a content creator on YouTube, I had to hire an accountant. I could not do my own taxes. I've done my own taxes ever since we got married and before. I've done my own taxes basically my whole life since I started working, and it's easy. At least it was easy for me until I became a business owner. Turquoise Kitten, thank you. I love the law. I don't know if I'd love working in the law. As far as it is, I have a ton of respect for attorneys. Okay, lawyers. There's the amount of schooling they go through. It's no joke. It's a ton of work. It's not an easy profession to get into, but there's something about being somebody's defense and someone else's not just livelihood, but sometimes their life, hanging in the balance, and it's your responsibility, or at least your objective, to either save them or hold them accountable for something you believe they've done. That's something that would weigh pretty heavy on my heart, and I don't know if I could do that day in and day out and still love the law like I do right now. So it's probably not the job for me, but I'd love to be LawTube adjacent. I love to watch courts and to learn about the law and to watch the procedure and to watch the process of justice, hopefully with plenty of transparency, as much as we possibly could get, and then commentate and share it all with you. So I love it.
State can call the next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Heather Cap.
Heather Cap, no lie. What kind of businesses did they have? They had two businesses. One was a bug spray business, which wasn't doing very well, but it was eventually sold to Terminex for about $800,000. And the other was a managed software. It's like a IT support.
Just so that you're aware, we don't allow witnesses to sit in So that's the reason why they're not waiting for us just to call them in. We have to keep them outside. I don't want you to think that people are not prepared or whatever it is. It's required for them to stay outside. Okay. All right. Ma'am, come on over. Just watch your step when you step up. Don't mind, once you get comfortable, can you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me? Again, when you're comfortable, take your time.
Was that a Louis Vuitton bag that I just saw?
Solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. Take a seat, get yourself comfortable, and then when you are, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Heather Capp, C-A-P-P.
Okay. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Capp, good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Capp, can you tell us where you live?
I live on Tilton Drive in Ocean Township.
Approximately how long have you lived?
Approximately 15 years.
Now,
Nobody's really
I
comfortable
want
on
to
that
take
stand.
you back to the early morning hours of November 20th of 2018. Do you remember that morning?
I do.
Now, was there a point in time when you were awoken from sleep that morning?
Yes.
Can you tell us exactly how that happened?
I woke to male voices outside my home. I turned, I looked at my clock. It was 4:30 a.m. in the morning. I got up, I opened my window shade, and I looked out my window. I saw two men running across the street with flashlights. They were in dark colored clothing and black baseball hats. One ran to the front door and started banging on the door, and the other went into the neighbor's driveway, kneeled down, and was pointing the flashlight into Paul's backyard.
So let me just break that down for a second. You talk about you woke up, you believe it was approximately 4:30 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay. So based upon being woken up, what exactly did you physically do?
I woke up and I looked at my clock.
Okay. You look at your clock. Did you get out of bed?
I did, got out of bed.
Once you got out of bed, where did you go?
To my window.
Now, your window, can you tell us what you can see from outside your window?
My bedroom window is to the top right of my house. When you're facing my house, I can see the Caneiro house and the neighbor's house. It's situated in the middle of both homes.
Okay. So, do you live on the same side of the street or the opposite side of the street from the Caneiro house you referenced?
Across the street.
Now, if I could just approach Judge, the witness with S1, I believe it's S1A, 27 Tilton Drive, Alpha.
Okay.
Paul's neighbor, not Keith's neighbor.
S1A, if I could just going to show you first, slide 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And what is that?
The Caneiro home.
Okay. And
Which Caneiro?
when you referenced two different homes that you could see when you look out your window, correct?
Yes.
And you referenced this home, correct?
Yes.
And then whose home is the other one you referenced?
Marilyn?
Okay. And would she be next door to the Caneiro home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this picture, I know obviously there's some tape in there, but does that accurately depict the way that you recall 27 Tilton looking in November of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Just going to show you slide 10 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize what's depicted in that slide?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
The Caneiro home and a part of Marilyn's driveway.
Okay. Now, so does that accurately depict what the Caneiro house and that portion of Marilyn's driveway looked like back in November, specifically November 20th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. show you slide 11. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, what's that show?
The Caneiro home.
Okay. Do you see a portion of one side of the home in that photograph?
I see the right side by his fence.
Okay. Does that accurately depict that area of that home, November 20th of 2018?
Yes.
And then finally, I think this is the last one to show you for now. Slide 12. Do you recognize what that shows?
Yes.
And what's it show?
It shows the Caneiro home and Maryland's driveway to the right.
Okay. And are there any vehicles depicted in that photograph?
There is.
Okay. And were they there when you first made observation out your window on that morning?
No.
Okay. Were there any vehicles in that driveway when you first made observations that morning?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Does this picture accurately depict the Caneiro house and Maryland's driveway?
Yes.
Let me just show you one more before we go any further. Slide 13 of S1A. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And what is it?
The side of the Caneiro home and a portion of Maryland's driveway.
Okay. And that portion of Maryland's driveway, does it have any vehicles in the driveway in that photo?
Yes.
And again, were they there when you first made observations that morning?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. But does that accurately depict the side yard and that driveway of the side yard of Mr. Caneiro's house?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish this?
Any objection?
No.
Okay.
Just for the record, S1A, slide 9. Scott, did I just show you that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And what again does that show?
The Caneiro home.
And that home is essentially, in some ways, across the street from your house?
Yes.
I think you already said it, but does that accurately depict the way it looked in daylight hours on November 20th of 2018?
Yes.
Now, just to be clear, the observations that you made that morning, November 20th, 2018, when you woke up and went to your window, was it light out or was it dark out?
It was dark.
Can I have S1A, slide 10, please? Showed you that picture too, correct?
Yes.
And what does that picture show?
The Caneiro home and Maryland's driveway.
And the vehicles that are depicted in that photograph, were they there in that position when you first made your observations?
No.
Did you ever make observations of those vehicles or any vehicles in that driveway at some point that morning?
I believe so.
Okay. Can I have S1A, slide 11, please?
There are two large screens that
Do you
show
recognize
this in
that
the
photo?
courtroom.
Yes.
Okay, when I showed you that a couple minutes ago?
Yes.
And what does that picture show?
The Caneiro home.
Okay. Do you see, I think you referenced the fence, correct?
Yes.
And that fence is on, looking at the photo, what side of the picture is it on?
The right.
And that fence, if you know, leads to where?
The Caneiro's backyard.
Kathy, if you could just keep your voice up a little bit.
Says the guy who walks away from his
S1A,
mics.
slide 12, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about it a minute ago.
Yes.
And can you tell us what's depicted in that photograph?
The Caneiro home and Maryland's driveway.
And again, there's vehicles present in that photograph.
Yes.
But they weren't there when you first made observations.
No.
And lastly, can I just have S1A, slide 13, please? And you said you recognize that photo, right?
Yes.
And what's that show?
The side of the Caneiro home and Maryland's driveway.
Okay. You take that. You can go to the screen for a moment. I'll probably be back. Just in front. Now, you wake up, you approach that window, which is on the front side of your house, I think you said.
Yes.
And you said you made some observations of two men.
Yes.
Let's talk about them individually. Man number one, what was he doing?
Man number one was running across the street and ran to the Caneiro front door.
At that time, were you also seeing person number 2, or were you watching them individually?
They were together, running across the street, and then kind of separated.
Now, you say they were together running across the street. Can you explain, like, where they were in relation to your house, the street, and the Caneiro and Marilyn's residence?
When I first saw them, they were somewhere in the middle of the street on their route across the street to the Caneiro home.
Okay. And I know you talked about the clothing, but did you talk about what, if anything, they may have had in their hands, observations you made?
They had flashlights.
Okay. Now, the person who ran up to the Caneiro door, what is that person doing?
He begins to bang on the door.
All right. Can you hear the banging, or you see the banging, or
I
both?
could hear it. I could hear it more than I could see it.
Okay. Did you hear any words coming out?
No.
Now, while that person approaches the door, where's the other person?
The other person ran onto Marilyn's driveway, kneeled down, and pointed his flashlight into Paul's backyard.
Okay. So you look out your window, you see the first guy go to the door, you see the second guy somewhere in Marilyn's driveway pointing a flashlight, correct?
Yes.
How long did it take you from your first observation to see the guy pointing the flashlight? Approximately.
Pretty quickly.
Like less than a minute?
Probably a minute.
Okay. Now, once you see the guy pointing the flashlight, can you explain exactly where the light's going?
To the corner of the Caneiro backyard.
Where's that in relation to that in the one photograph we saw? Let me just do it this way. Can I have S1A, slide 13?
This is a neighbor to the defendant. This is the defendant's house she's talking about.
Yes.
Can you just talk about the flashlight and the light in relation to this photograph?
The man was kneeling somewhere where the white truck is right now and pointing to the corner through the fence to the corner of that backyard.
When you make that observation of the guy pointing to the corner with the flashlight, do you look immediately to that where the flashlight's going?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make any observations when you did that?
I did. I saw a fire on the bottom corner of the Caneiro home.
Now, the area where you see the fire coming from, would it be contained in that photograph to any extent? The way you're looking at me, I'm imagining that's a bad question. So, the area where the guy's pointing the flashlight,
Yes.
is that area anywhere within the photograph that's in front of you?
It's right on the corner of the home. I can see it.
So, if I were to ask you to put like a box or an X where you saw that fire, could you do that? A lot of technology.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to do that. Just in case. Okay.
Take a picture?
Yes, can we preserve that?
This is S1A, slide 13.1.
So, for a second, let's get back to the guy at the front door, okay? You said you heard banging. Did you hear anything in response to that banging or see anything in response to that banging?
No.
Let me ask you this. The people that live in the house depicted in the photographs we've talked about, you referenced the Caneiro house, correct?
Yes.
Do you know who they are?
I knew them as neighbors.
Okay. So I should have asked you, back in November 20th of 2018, did you know those people that lived in the house?
I knew that the Caneiros lived in the house.
Did you know any of the names?
I only knew Paul's name and Susan.
Okay. Did you know at that point in time whether or not they had any children?
I knew they had 2 daughters.
Okay. But fair to say you didn't know their names?
No.
Now, do you know whether or not they had any dogs or anything like that?
They had 2 larger dogs.
Okay. How did you know that?
I've seen them walking the dogs. I've seen them running around the backyard.
Just neighbor stuff. Okay.
Neighbor
You saw
stuff.
dogs.
Yep.
Now, in response to the banging on the door, did you hear any dogs barking or anything like that?
No.
Now, while that banging's going on, the second person you referenced has the flashlight on the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You look and you see what's depicted in that box.
Yes.
And that's fire, correct?
Yes.
Did you continue to make observations or look at that area from your bedroom window?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened? Can you tell us that?
At some point, I noticed that the fire was escalating up the back of the house onto the roof.
Now, if you know, or if you could estimate, from the point in time when you first saw the small fire to the fire growing up towards the roof, could you possibly approximate that amount of time?
I believe my statement said 20 to 30 minutes.
To that end, at some point in time, as a result of what you saw, did you provide a statement to police?
Yes.
She just
In fact,
watched.
before that, were you
for 20
spoken to by an investigator prior to that from law officers?
Yes.
Did you provide information to them?
Yes.
Okay, and then did you also provide detailed information to the police?
Yes.
Now, so I think you just said approximately 20 to 30 minutes from seeing the small fire to seeing the fire grow. At some point in time, did you continue to track the movements of the person that went to the front door and the person with the flashlight on the driveway?
At some point, they both moved and they were going to different parts of the house, and that's when I lost track of the men.
Okay, when you say different parts of the house, what did you actually see them do?
Just leave the areas where I first saw them.
Now, was there a point in time while you're at your window watching the back area of the Caneiro house that you saw police or fire arrive?
I saw the first, what I believe to be first fire truck arrive and pull up on my lawn.
Sorry about that. Your first observation of a police or fire vehicle was a vehicle that pulled onto your lawn.
Yes.
Do you remember like what the vehicle looked like, color, etc.?
It was an SUV, and I believe it was red.
Did it have like fire, some sort of OSHA township markings on it?
To my recollection.
Okay. Red truck?
Yes.
Red SUV, you said? Correct?
Yes.
What made you think it was a fire vehicle?
The flashing red light.
Color and the fact that someone came out of the truck and was taking things out of the trunk of the SUV.
When you say things, did you know what they took out?
No.
Did you keep track of that person and see where they went?
No.
I wish he'd stand by a mic and just lock his feet there. I can hear the questions. I'm not sure if you can, but
After seeing that vehicle, the red SUV, pull onto your lawn, did you eventually see more police and fire vehicles arrive?
Yes.
And what were they doing?
Everybody was arriving, the cars were parking, getting out, and I guess looking at the scene and working on it.
Was it clear to you that at some point during this, firefighters were dousing the flames?
Yes.
And eventually, did the fire extinguish?
eventually the fire extinguished. Firefighters were
Ever
dousing the flames.
Go outside that morning?
She never went
Eventually go
outside.
Later that morning?
Later that morning.
Now, did you ever have any conversations with any of the Caneiros that morning?
No.
Okay. Now, as far as you talked about those two guys, and I think you said the initial observations were in the street.
Yes.
Okay, so that would be closer to your house than when they were on the Canero Crossing.
Yeah.
Did you see any vehicles when you look, I mean, prior to the red SUV, but when you first looked out your window, did you see any vehicles like in the area?
There was an older model 4-door car parked outside my home, kind of in the middle of my home and my neighbor's home.
When you talk about your neighbor, do you know your neighbors, who they are, their names?
When you talk about your neighbors.
The Harringtons.
Vehicle, you said, I think you said it's between your house and the Harrington's house?
Yes.
Was it, do you know, like, specifically where? Was it near their driveway? What was the story?
It was more so closer to my home, but there's an area of lawn in between my home and the Harrington's home. It was parked around there.
Driveway near your house or further from your house?
It's to the left of my home.
Is it on the closer side of their home or the further side of their home from you?
It's on the corner, and then their home is facing on the other side of the corner.
The Harrington driveway, if you know, and you were looking across the street, what would you be looking at?
Caneiro home.
Now, that vehicle, the vehicle you saw, did it stay in the area you first saw it, or what?
Or what?
I don't recall. I remember seeing it, and then at some point it wasn't there.
When you made observations of that, you first made observations of that vehicle, was the fire going in the backyard yet?
I believe so.
Okay. Because I want to just be clear, though, when you first looked outside your window that morning, how long was it until you saw the first evidence of fire in the backyard?
It must have been minutes.
I asked you if you had any conversations with any of the Caneiros that morning, and you said no, correct?
No.
Did you ever make any observations of them at all, without speaking to them? Did you see them?
At some point after the emergency vehicles were there, I saw the Caneiro Porsche SUV parked outside across the street between Marilyn and the other neighbor's home.
Again, you didn't speak to them, correct?
No.
So they were across the street, so on the Caneiro, Maryland side of the house?
Yes.
The two men that were in the street, did you have any feelings or did you have any thoughts as to whether or not they were associated with the vehicle that was between the Harringtons and your house?
I don't know.
The person who went to the door, the Caneiro door, did you see if that person ever went inside or you don't know?
I never saw him go inside.
Now, as far as the observations you made, did you call 911 as a result of what you saw?
No.
Did you relay the information to anyone as you were seeing it?
My husband.
But ultimately,
Did he
based
call?
upon your observations, did police and fire arrive at the area of 27 Tilton Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. Was it long or short from when you first started describing those observations and seeing those things?
I believe my statement said 20 to 30 minutes.
And during the course of that time, was the fire going for the entirety?
Just stand right there, sir. Don't move.
Judge, I have nothing further.
Thank
Ross.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if you could do me a favor, in the corner, right where it says 9:45, there's something that says undo. You see that? Can you just hit that until the box goes away? It's in the black area.
Oh, I see it.
Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Cap.
Good morning.
So you referenced your statement a couple times on direct. You said, I believe in my statement, it said this. Is it fair to say that so you've recently reviewed your statement, is that fair?
Yes.
And is it also fair to say you're relying on information in your statement because the information in your statement was given much closer in time to when this happened than present day?
Yes.
So obviously your memory was better then than it might be today if you were trying to recollect all those years ago.
Yes.
Okay. And you also referenced your statement a couple times, and I think the prosecutor got into it a little bit, but you gave 2 statements in this case?
Yes.
And the first statement you gave was on December 3rd of November 24th of 2018, correct?
I'd have to see that. I don't recall the date.
Would seeing a copy of the statement refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Do you have a copy?
I do.
Do you have both? What would you think? I'm going to show you, first I'm going to show you what's been marked as D67 for identification. May I approach?
You can.
Showing you a copy of your original statement, and I'm just going to direct, you recognize this as your original statement?
It's a summary of a statement I gave, yes.
Okay. I'm just going to direct your attention here where it shows the date, if you want to just read it to yourself and then let me know when you're ready.
Take your time. I'm not sure why we're impeaching this witness unless she said something helpful to the defendant at the very beginning. It's just a neighbor who watched she's got a timestamp for us.
Okay.
4:30.
All right, so this statement was given on Saturday, November 24th, 2018, correct?
That's what it says.
And that was 4 days after the fire happened at 27 Tilton, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, the prosecutor was referencing this as the Caneiro home, right?
Yes.
And we're talking about Paul's home, right? Yes. Okay, Paul Caneiro, not Keith Caneiro, correct? Okay. And so you give this statement on November 24th, 4 days after, and the prosecutor characterized it as to a law office. It was to like a private investigator, correct?
Yes.
Who was hired by a law office?
Correct.
Right, for Mr. Caneiro?
Yes.
It was not the police department or the prosecutor's office or anything like that?
Correct.
Now, after you gave a statement to that investigator, you were then interviewed almost maybe like 3.5 weeks later. It was on December 17th of 2018. Do you recall that?
If that's the date of the statement.
Would seeing a copy of the statement refresh your memory as to the date?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach with what's been previously marked as S81. And you said you've seen your statement before, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you recognize this to be your statement?
Yes.
And this is the, let's see, it's a 9-page statement. It has your signature at the bottom, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you reviewed it at the time, you've reviewed it since?
Yes.
And I'm going to just direct your attention to the date.
December 17th, 2018.
Okay. So you gave 2 statements, first to the private investigator and then a few weeks later to the prosecutor's office.
Yes.
Okay. And as you mentioned when you were questioned on direct, the reason you're here is because there were certain observations that you made that morning, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the first observation that you made that morning was actually auditory?
Yes.
You heard something?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And what you heard where you testified on direct, you heard voices outside?
Yes.
Okay. And those were the voices of 2 men, correct?
Turned out to be 2 men, yes.
Okay. And they were speaking in a little bit of like a kind of excitedly? Is
Yes.
that how you would characterize it?
Yes.
Okay. And when you heard the voices, you got up and you looked out your window?
I checked my clock and then I got up out of my bed and went to my window, yes.
So you checked your clock first?
Yes.
And the clock said 4:30?
Yes.
And so at 4:30, you check your clock, and then you get up and you look out the window?
Yes.
And when you look out the window, that's when you actually see the 2 men?
Yes.
And what you described was, so there's one man, and you said originally they're in the middle of the street?
You were running in the middle of the street.
Running in the middle of the street, towards the Caneiro home,
yes.
Paul Caneiro's home. And at that point, did they separate?
At some point, they separated to go.
One man goes up to the front door, you said?
Yes.
And he's banging on the door?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard the banging?
Yes.
But you didn't hear any response or anything like that?
No.
The second man is going, can we put up that photo again with the driveway and the...
Slide 13, is that the one you're looking for?
Sounds about right, yes. The second man, you stated, is kind of like right by, almost maybe, you said by that white truck?
He went up Maryland's driveway, sort of by the white truck, yes.
Okay. And he's crouching down?
He's kneeling, yes.
He's kneeling. And he's shining a flashlight toward where you then observe the fire?
Yes.
And it's like a small fire at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
From what I can see.
And at some point it gets bigger?
Yes.
And again, I think you testified to this a few times, but so it was about 20 to 30 minutes before you saw first responders arriving?
That's what my statement said, yes.
Okay. And that's the statement you gave within a few days of this happening, right?
Yes.
And you described the two men as wearing dark colored clothing.
Yes.
And you said they were wearing, both of them were wearing like a baseball style hat?
Yes.
And so they weren't in like any type of uniform that you could tell?
Not that I can tell.
And when you said flashlights, were you able to see the flashlight or you just saw light?
I just saw a light.
So you're not sure if it was like a handheld old school flashlight or like a cell phone flashlight? Were you able to tell that?
No.
You just saw that there was some sort of light that they were using?
Yes.
That blue light means recording in progress. A lot of courts have those. Seems strange that she watches the fire 20 minutes for police to arrive. Seems a little bit long, but I'm not familiar with the area. It's a long delay for fire.
You know, the car you saw, you said it was a older model car, correct?
It appeared to be an older model four-door, yes.
Older model four-door, was it like a sedan?
I believe so.
And how long would you say the man was banging at the front door for?
I couldn't say. A while.
And when you saw the man kneeling by that white truck and pointing his flashlight toward the fire, he was just watching the fire?
Yes.
Okay, he wasn't like doing anything with the fire, he was just watching it?
Just kneeling.
How long do you think he was doing that for?
A good amount of time. I don't really know.
A good amount of time? And you said by the time you saw the first fire SUV that pulled onto your front lawn, by that time the men were gone?
The men were no longer in the same positions that I was watching them.
And did you ever see them again that morning?
I don't believe so.
Did anyone else see these two men? Is this the only witness?
And you were also, like you said, kind of informing your husband at the time of like what you were seeing, what was happening. And when you say 20 to 30 minutes, is that because in one statement you said 20, in another statement you said 30? So it's like you're kind of saying it could be either one?
It could be, I didn't keep checking my clock.
And you didn't see their faces, right?
No.
And you said they were like average men, average build?
I believe so.
I'm going to... And when they were, their tone was not just excited, it was kind of hasty, and they were talking very fast.
Yes, from what I heard, yes.
But they weren't yelling or anything?
I wouldn't categorize it as yelling, however, it was very quiet in the middle, very early morning, so.
And you also, the prosecutor asked you about dogs barking. You didn't hear any dogs barking?
No.
Okay. And you said you've seen the dogs around the neighborhood?
Yes.
That was during the day?
Yes.
Okay. But this is happening at 4:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
You have no knowledge of where those dogs were at 4:30 in the morning, correct?
No.
Assuming they were in the home, you don't have any idea where in the home those dogs were?
No.
Objection, Judge.
Sustained. Speculation.
Assuming dogs were in the home, we don't know that they were.
And just to be, you said the car you saw was a sedan. It wasn't like a pickup truck.
No.
And you don't remember the color of the car?
I don't.
And you don't know if that car was associated with the two individuals, but you saw the two individuals running from the direction of that car?
Yes.
No further questions?
I'm going to approach the witness with what's been previously marked as D1-100 and D-101.
One of these is a map, I think, like a Google map.
Make sure that's plugged in.
Do you
Somebody's cell phone
recognize
ringing.
these two photos to be a map of the area of 27 Tilton Drive and where you lived at the time?
I don't have a touch. Yeah. Yes.
And these are the same maps. Would you agree these are the same area, except this one is like a street view and this one's more like the regular map view?
Yes.
Okay. If I put these maps on the screen, would you be able to like circle which one is your house?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll start first with the regular map.
This is Google Maps.
Okay.
Looks like a subdivision,
So again, do you recognize this map to be the area of 27 Tilton Drive?
or a couple of them.
Yes.
Okay. And do you see 27 Tilton Drive marked on the map?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that that accurately represents 27 Tilton Drive?
I believe so.
Okay. Can you just put like a small circle or X on your house?
It's the crooked one. All the rest are relatively straight. That one's crooked.
And that would be 24?
Yes.
Record sheet, put a circle around it.
And can we just put like a little H for Heather or C for Cap, whichever you prefer? Just so we know it's your house.
Use a C, please, just in case.
Put it inside. No, put it inside the circle. There you go.
Okay.
Oh, now it's.
And I'm going to ask that you do the same thing. Actually, yeah, I'm going to ask that you do the same thing on D dash. Oh, do you have to? You didn't get it?
So we have a C, but not for Caneiro. The C is for Cap.
We wait until you're done. Okay, so we're going to print this. This is D1 slide 100.1 now. You're good now.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, Ms. Cap, I'm just going to ask that you do the same thing for this map, which is if you want to hit the undo button, we can get rid of the circle and see.
Click, 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 click.
I think if you hold it down, it undoes everything. Okay, so here is the street view. Do you see 27 Tilton Drive on there as well?
Yes.
Okay, and these actually have house numbers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you see 24 on there?
Yes.
That's your house, right?
Yes.
Can you just circle that one? Or you know what, maybe just put a C over it for Cap. Okay, perfect.
C for Cap. Now put a C over the house
and
that's
so
the
we can
Caneiros.
now see where your house is in relation to 27 Tilton, correct?
Yes.
What's the marking on the back of that?
This is D-1-10. This is 100. And this is 101. Street view is 100 and regular view is 101.
So regular view, which was the last one, should be 100 and 1.1, and this one will be 100.1.
Yes.
The prior picture will be 101.1, so it's D1, slide 101.1, or picture 101.1, and this one will be D1, slide 100.1.
Okay, I'm going to return back to can you do you mind hitting the undo button? I'm just going to return back to D-1-101. So you indicated that this accurately represents the area of 27 Tilton, right?
Yes.
And we see 27 Tilton is like this this U shape. Do you agree with that?
That's Tilton Drive. Yes.
Right. Tilton Drive is like a U shape.
Yes.
And it intersects with Green Grove Road, which we see on the image as well.
Yes.
Okay. So there's 2 points by which you could enter and exit onto Tilton Drive or out of Tilton Drive from Green Grove Road. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And do you mind just circling the 2 areas, the intersections? Okay. We can make this
101.2. B1.
Okay, so what we can glean from this map is, let's say you're at 27 Tilton Drive, right? You can exit Tilton Drive through the intersection we see on the top of the screen, right? You can make a right or a left, and that would be this one, or you could exit or enter Tilton Drive at this intersection. You could make a right or a left, correct?
Yes.
And you never saw which way those two men went, whether they went left or right, ultimately?
No.
And I think the prosecutor asked you this, but at the time that you made these observations, it was dark out, right?
Yes.
The sun had not come up yet.
No.
And we talked about how you gave a couple statements, and then you testified today. You've never wavered from the time frame of 4:30, which is when you looked at your clock, right?
Correct.
Not sure what defense wants from this witness. We haven't impeached any of her testimony. Maybe they want to stress the fact there were two men outside the house running around at 4:30 in the morning. Two men can't be one Paul, right? They have to be two people.
Okay, so just to be clear, 4:30 a.m., you wake up, you hear the voices, the two men, and then you look out your window and you see two men.
After checking my clock, yes.
After checking your clock. And then at some point you're watching the fire.
Yes.
And eventually, 20 to 30 minutes later, that's when you see the responders coming.
Yes.
Okay. No other questions, thank you.
I think I just have two quick questions. Ms. Scott, just to be clear, you said at some point you lost track of the two men, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you actually see them leave?
No.
Did you or did you not see that vehicle leave?
No, I didn't see it leave.
Had nothing.
Anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. Just be careful. You can leave the document right there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break. It's about 10 minutes after 10. We'll start back at 10:25. Enjoy your break. Thank you. Don't discuss this case or do any research.
All right, we're going on break, and we're actually going to fast forward through this. So, give us just a minute here. Let's go to cam 8 on this one. Let's go cam 1 on that one. All right, that was a bit of a nothing burger. I was not ready for the break. I was taking a break, but we're going to fast forward. We're going to go all the way to lunch today, and then we're going to stop at that point. Let's see. Okay. Break's over. Break's over, people. There wasn't a lot there that I needed to hear in that testimony. The two people, I'm sort of curious who they are, but that's about it.
Okay, please be seated. Prosecutor, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, sir. The state calls Jonathan Harrington.
Jonathan Harrington next up. There was no impeachment. It was just stressing there were two people there. That was all.
Hello, sir. Just watch your step as you're coming up to the witness stand there.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Nice sky blue
Sir,
shirt.
could you put your left hand on the Bible there? Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can sit down. Once you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Jonathan Harrington, Harrington.
Okay. Sir, I just want to make sure you speak up loud enough so juror numbers 15 and 16 can hear you in the corner. Okay, sir?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Harrington, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell us where you live, I guess currently?
26 Tilton Drive.
Okay, and how long have you lived there?
Since 1994.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention back to November 20th of 2018. Do you remember that morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at that point in time, were you still working?
No, I was retired.
Okay. And what did you do for a living?
I was a crane operator.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a question about whether or not at some point that morning you were alerted to a residential fire in your neighborhood.
Yes.
Okay. And how did that happen? How were you alerted?
By the noise of the vehicles coming and the flashing red lights of a vehicle that was next door.
When you first heard any noises around your house, where were you specifically?
I was in my bedroom.
Okay. Where specifically in your bedroom were you?
I was laying in my bed.
Okay. So you were lying in bed. What did you hear?
There were loud voices in the street, and I couldn't really tell what they were saying or anything.
Okay. And did you immediately get up?
No, I did not get up then.
Okay. Tell us what happened.
Well, after that, I was just, casually laying in bed. I wasn't going to go back to sleep. And then I noticed that there were some red lights flashing, okay? And I opened my shade, and I looked across the street, and there was a vehicle in my neighbor's driveway, which was next to the house in question.
When you say neighbor, who is your neighbor?
Marilyn Klein.
Okay. So you got out of bed at some point, as you described, and you went to your window. Can you tell us generally what you can see when you look out your window?
Yes, I can see Caneiro's house from the south side to just before the garage.
Can you see any other homes when you look directly out your window in the bedroom?
Only Marilyn's.
Okay. So you could see, you said Marilyn's, correct? And then you also referenced the Caneiro house, correct? Now, you look outside, that's what you can see generally. What specifically did you see that morning?
Okay. When I opened the shade, I saw someone, to me, looked like they grabbed the fire extinguisher and was going to walk into the front of the house, the door.
That person, I mean, did you specifically see a fire extinguisher or what?
I would say that that's basically what I saw, yes.
Okay. And that person, where did you first see that person?
That was the person that parked the vehicle in Marilyn's driveway.
Okay. Now, that person approached where, you said?
The front door.
Okay. And did you watch that person once they got to the front door?
I wouldn't say that I did. No, I don't know whether he went inside. I don't remember that.
Did you make observations, just to be clear, of that person approaching the front door?
What do you mean by observations?
Did you see that person near the front door?
Oh, yes, on the porch, going toward, right in front of the.
And just with respect to the front door, and I don't know if I specifically asked you, which house's front door are we talking about?
The Caneiro house.
Okay. And before we go any further, did you know the people that lived in that house?
Yes.
And how many people lived there based upon your understanding back in 2018?
4.
And who were they?
It was Paul, his wife Susan, and the 2 girls.
Okay. Did you know their names at the time?
Yes.
Now, Once you made the observation of the person near the Caneiro front door, what if anything, did you see?
I think at that point in time, to tell you the truth, I didn't really think much about it. I probably just, turned around and, maybe I sat on the bed or something like that. And it wasn't until I heard the approaching fire apparatus that I got back up.
Okay. So, just to go back a step.
Okay.
When you first approached your bedroom window, I think you referenced doing so because of some lights, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell us what specifically in that regard you saw? Did you see lights once you went to the window?
The lights were, that's why I got up, because I saw the flashing lights.
Did you see any flashing lights out your window once you looked?
That I don't think I did.
Okay. So then you see a vehicle, as you said, up in Marilyn's driveway?
Correct. That was the vehicle.
That person approached the front door.
Correct.
Now, at any point in time, did you observe any smoke or flames?
Shortly after that, yes, there appeared to be just smoke on the backside, on the right, which would be me facing the house. There was some smoke. No flames at that moment.
When you saw the smoke, just to be clear, were you still in your bedroom?
Yes.
At some point in time, did you go anywhere else?
I don't think so.
Did you ever leave your bedroom?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, tell us about it.
Okay. Basically, what I did was, when I heard the trucks, okay, this is after the smoke, so then there was a glow behind the house, which I assumed was a fire at that time. So I got dressed, went to the bathroom, came downstairs, put a coat on, opened the garage door, and went outside.
Okay. And once you did all that and you went outside, can you tell us what was going on in the area at that time?
Well, the fire trucks were setting up. Okay. Oakhurst was on the north side of the building. Okay. There was police cars around. There was the Wanamassa Fire Department was to the south.
Now, when you talk about fire departments, and do you have any experience with fire departments, just to be clear?
I was a firefighter in Allenhurst.
Okay. Volunteer?
Yes.
Now, once you're outside and you see the fire trucks, like, what's the status of what you can observe fire-wise across the street?
The fire was starting to come up above the roof line on the backside.
Fair to say that you can't actually see all of the fire from where you were, right?
All I could see were the flames coming up.
Okay. I just want to approach you with what's been marked as S1A. If I may, Judge?
You can.
Just going to show you pretty briefly. It's been marked as S1A, slide 9. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
That's the house, Caneiro house.
Okay.
Bill,
Now,
about 1,700.
does that fairly and accurately depict, like, or show what it looked like around the time of November 20th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. That you recognize that?
Yes, that's no problem.
Let me show you slide 10 briefly. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
$1,700.
Yes.
And what are we seeing here in this photo?
We're seeing the front of the house, and we're seeing a white truck and a fire, like chief's car.
Okay.
And this is the car I originally saw.
Okay, what type of vehicles, just generally, are those two vehicles, if you know?
To me, one's a truck and one's like a suburban SUV of some kind.
Do they have any correlation based upon what you saw or know to, police or fire?
I could not tell whether this was where where I saw the guy get the fire extinguisher and then go into the house, the white vehicle.
Okay.
And that's where I kind of think the lights were coming from.
Okay. So to be clear, I don't want to put anything in your head. So when you made an observation of the vehicle in Maryland's driveway, did you know it was a first responder, or did you not know? At the time?
I thought it was, yes.
Okay. Now, was it light or dark out when you were making the observations out your window?
It was probably dark. I shouldn't say dark, but, like, wasn't dark.
Sure.
But it was nighttime. There wasn't really any lights other than street lights, things like that I remember.
And just to be clear, I want just to be completely clear, when you first heard anything outside your window that morning, did you tell the police what time approximately you thought it was?
I probably said sometime between 4:30 and 5, because I didn't look at any timepieces in my. The only clock that I have is the cable box has the time on it, but I just really didn't look at it specifically like when I gave my statement.
Okay. Now, your initial observations from the window, were they? Did they include what's depicted in slide 10?
This one.
Yes.
This car was not there.
No, and I'm sorry. That's a good. To be clear, that's a good point. In slide 10, there's two vehicles in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
How many were there when you made your observations first? Okay. But as far as like what is shown in this photo, let's say what that is. Whose house is this in slide 10? In the majority of slide 10?
That's the Caneiro house.
And is there another house that's somewhat depicted in that photograph?
Yes, that's Marilyn Klein's house.
Okay. I'm just going to show you lastly slide 12 of S1A.
I see counsel very quickly. Hold on a second.
Judge calls an audible. Strikes me that house lights on fire. There's noises. People start, two people at least pay attention. One neighbor across the street wakes up, notices the time, looks out the window, and watches for 20 to 30 minutes. Another neighbor across the street wakes up, looks out the window, as a former fireman, decides, I'm going to go back to bed, stays in bed for a while, gets up, goes to the bathroom, gets dressed, opens the garage, and moseys out.
Can I have slide S1A, slide 9 on the screen, please? I'm sorry. Now, you see this screen in front of you, correct?
Yes.
And we talked about this photograph.
Yes.
If you look to your left, you can see it on the large screen.
Oh, okay.
Same photo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now, we talked about this photo, and to be clear, what's depicted in this photograph? What can you see there?
Just the whole house.
Whose house?
Canario's house.
When you say Canario's house, you mentioned someone by the name of Paul Caneiro previously.
Paul and Susan.
How long did you know Paul Caneiro?
Basically from the time they moved in.
How many years was that, approximately?
I would say probably 18 to 20. I don't know exactly when they bought the house.
He's just cool watching the house burn.
Yes.
Could you just point him out?
He's to my right here.
Identifies the defendant.
Now back to that photo. Is what's shown in that photograph, slide 9 of S1A, is that part of what you were able to see out your window the morning of November 20th, 2018?
Part of it, yes.
Now, when we talk about that, I'm going to show you briefly slide 10 of that same exhibit. Did I show you that earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And how many vehicles are shown in that photograph?
2.
And to be clear, how many vehicles were there when you first looked out your window that morning?
I believe I only saw one.
Okay.
Like I testified.
Would it be fair to say, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, that this photograph was taken later when it was light out? Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I was talking over you, sorry. And then lastly, can I just have slide 12 of S1A? That photograph we talked about, I believe I showed it to you. What's that photograph show?
It shows like a fire captain or chief's car and the house.
And that's not a specific observation that you made when you first looked out the window, correct?
I do not believe so. I only saw the white vehicle, if I can remember correctly.
Now, when you left your house that day and you went out to the driveway, you talked about observing smoke and then flames, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you ever make any observations of any of the Caneiro family?
My only observation of then, what I saw was that I spoke to both Paul and Susan and the girls in his SUV, which was parked close to my driveway. It's a little bit later, but it was about the same time that the fire was going on.
Okay, so when you came out onto your driveway, did you see the Caneiro SUV at that time or later or something else?
I believe it was just a little bit later. Not very much later, though.
Now, do you know who your neighbor is? You know, if you're looking at the Caneiro in Marilyn's house, do you know who your neighbor is on your side to your right?
Yes, those are the Caps.
That include Heather Cap?
Yes.
Now, where was the Caneiro vehicle, once you saw it, whenever that was, where was it in relation to your house and the Cap's house?
I thought it was a little bit farther towards the Cap house.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not quite sure now, only because I remember that the Wanamassa fire truck had pulled up and connected to the fire hydrant, which is very near there. So I think it was before my house.
Okay. At any point in time, did you have conversations specifically with Paul Caneiro that morning?
Yes.
And tell us about the conversation. Why were you talking?
I walked down and I spoke to him and the girls, and I asked them, how they were doing, and Paul was a little nervous. He was kind of upset, which I kind of thought was just the fire, and he remarked to me that he was scared that he almost lost his wife with the fire.
Just to clarify, was he emotional?
Yes.
Did he say anything to you about how the fire started or anything along those lines?
Nothing like that.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Cross.
Mr. Harrington, good morning.
Good morning.
Your involvement in this case, going back a little more than 7 years ago, you spoke to numerous law enforcement officers. Is that correct? I can be more specific. Let me try to be more specific.
Okay.
Originally, when all of the police were arriving, there was an officer that you spoke to kind of like in your garage area. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you actually had told him that you were a former firefighter, right?
I guess.
Okay. And he was a uniformed officer.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember his name. It was Officer Bones? No. Okay. You also spoke to, at some point, I think, like a detective on scene. It was Detective Brady. Do you remember that?
I remember Detective Brady, yes.
And what about Fire Marshal Flanagan? Do you remember speaking to him?
I might have.
Okay. And eventually, on November 24th, you were interviewed by a private investigator who worked for the defense. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think there was one person who came up and spoke to me.
About what happened that morning?
Yes.
And after that, you eventually gave a statement, or you did give a statement to the prosecutor's office. That was Detective Weiss Broughton Brady. That was on November 27th of 2018, so another few days later. Do you remember
A few
that?
days later, yes. They
That's
asked
like
if I would go to the police station and give a statement about what I saw.
And that was like a more formal typed statement?
Yes.
Okay, and that was a week later, right?
Approximately, yes.
So initially, what you testified to today on direct, if I understand it, is that you're in bed, right?
Correct.
And you hear voices?
Loud voices, yes.
Loud voices. And those voices were multiple voices?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. And they were men, right?
I couldn't tell you whether they were men or women.
Okay. And so, do you recall telling the police that they were male voices? Actually, do you recall?
If you read it, I can probably remember.
Let's go back to this. You previously gave a statement to the private investigator, correct?
I talked to him, yes. I wouldn't say it was a statement.
The private investigator thought it was a statement.
More like a casual interview while I was outside.
Okay. If I
That's
showed
not a
you
statement, apparently.
a copy of his summary of your interview, would that help refresh your recollection of some of the things you said to him?
We're talking 7 years ago.
Right, of course. Okay, so I'm going to approach with D70.
Which I have never seen before.
Okay. That's all right.
Okay.
I just want you to take a
All
look
right.
at this
We'll show you.
and review it and see if this refreshes your recollection as to what you told the investigator on November 24th of 2018 about who you heard speaking.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. If I said males, it could have been correct.
Okay, and again, like you said, you probably remembered a lot better then than you do now.
Oh, sure. I mean, time degrades everything.
Of course. And when you gave a statement to the prosecutor's office, and I can show this too if you'd like as well. Now, this one you have seen before, right?
Yes, I've seen that.
Okay, so I'm going to approach with what's been marked for identification as SED2. Mr. Harrington, this is a copy of your statement. I'm going to have you, if you flip to the last page.
Okay.
I'm just going to show you that it is 5 pages.
Yes.
And
okay.
this one has your signature on it.
Yes, it does.
So, and it also has your initials on the bottom, right?
Yes.
Is this one you reviewed at the time?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure it was accurate, right?
I don't know whether that was the same day or not, but that's accurate.
No, I'm saying the reason they had you review it and assign it and initial it
Yes,
was so
because
that
it was pretty accurate. Within reason, yes, I agree.
these were your words, right?
Yeah, I guess.
When you look at this statement, it's like question, answer, answer.
Right.
Right? Do you agree that these are the questions that they asked you and these were your answers?
If they're written there, that would be what I answered.
Okay.
And the question.
So I'm going to direct your attention to here, and if you could just read that to yourself and then just look up.
Okay.
Okay,
I see it.
So in addition to telling the investigator on November 24th that you heard male voices, you also characterized the voices as male to the prosecutor's office as well.
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you heard them speaking kind of loudly, or but not yelling, right? Or
No, there was. To me, it was very loud.
Very loud.
Whether you call it yelling or not, that would be, just how I'm trying to figure it out. But
subjective is
no.
what you're saying.
Yes, it was more than one voice. I said a male voice, but that could have been,
It
two
was
male
more than one.
voices.
Okay. And when you heard the voices, you were lying in bed.
Yes, that's true.
And you didn't hear specifically what they said, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And then you said, I think, is it fair to say you kind of like fell back asleep for a little while?
Well, let me put it this way. I probably just laid down with my head on the pillow because I usually don't go back. Once I I'm awake. I usually don't go back to sleep. It might be a light sleep, dozing off back and forth.
Again, I understand you're testifying right now to what you usually do, but I'm going to direct your attention once again, just back to, this is the statement you gave to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yes.
And you told them I fell back asleep.
Well, I also said up here that it was a light state of sleep. Okay, so when I say sleep, it wasn't really going
REM
into
3.
a REM type of sleep. It was just being, my eyes closed, being,
Right.
like light sleep. I don't know how else to explain it,
Gotcha.
Any noise, anything. Just to clarify it, I don't sleep very well anyway, so it would only be a light sleep. That's what we're talking
He's
about
fighting
here.
a
They're
battle. We're not
incongruous,
fighting.
Okay? They're both the same to me.
Got it. So you're in a light state of sleep, and specifically at around 4:30 in the morning, right?
Well, yes, because, as I said previously, I don't have a watch on or a clock in my bedroom. The only time that I can tell is what's on the cable box, okay? So if I said 4:30, maybe I glanced at it, and that was the time that I recollected that it was around 4:30. But it could have been later than 4:30, between 4:30 and 5. That's what I said.
Okay.
I don't know the exact time because I'm not looking at a timepiece.
I'm going to try to ask you just a very simple yes or no question, okay? You told both the private investigator and the prosecutor's office the week that this happened that you heard these voices at around 4:30 in the morning.
Yes.
You did? Okay. And when you spoke to the officer on scene, because let me back up for a second. So you're in a light state of sleep. It's around 4:30 in the morning. You hear the voices. You fall back into maybe a light state of sleep, and then you eventually wake up when you see lights. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's when you go to your window.
Correct.
And you start seeing what exactly?
That's when I saw the vehicle in Marilyn Klein's driveway, okay? And the person get out and walk towards the house with what I assumed was a fire extinguisher.
And the prosecutor showed you the photo of the vehicle. There was like a white vehicle and a red vehicle.
The white vehicle is the one I saw.
You saw the white vehicle?
Yes, I believe so.
You did not see the red one?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. So you see the white vehicle once you get up and look out your window. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And how long after that until you eventually come outside?
I would say, well, time-wise it's hard because I don't, as I said to you, I don't have
time to construct
in mind specifically because I wasn't looking at the time. So by the time I got dressed, went to the bathroom, went downstairs, got my coat on, my hat,
fed the dog,
walked to the garage, opened the garage door, and went outside. Could have been anywhere between 7, 8, 10 minutes, something like that.
Okay, when you went outside, you saw at least 2 police cars, correct?
I saw police cars, yes.
Okay. And that was at around 5 a.m., correct?
Around, somewhere in that general time frame.
Okay. You told the prosecutor's office it was approximately 5 a.m., fair?
Approximately 5 a.m.
So you hear voices, multiple male voices at approximately 4:30 a.m., and then light state of sleep, fall back to sleep. About a half hour later, it's 5 a.m., and that's when you see the 2 police officers outside of your house, right? When you go outside.
You're kind of putting words in my mouth.
Okay.
I said
I don't wanna do that.
approximately 4:30, and if you listen to what I hopefully I said was sometime between 4:30 and 5. Okay, that's a half hour without really looking at a clock or anything else like that. It was a generalization of the time frame at all this was going on.
When you say I'm putting words in your mouth, approximately 4:35, are you talking about when you initially heard the voices or when you saw the police?
No, you said 4:30. I'm not arguing with you, but you said that I said 4:30. I said approximately between 4:30 and 5. It could have been 4:45, okay? You understand what I'm saying? I used the 4:30 as a baseline for me.
Okay. You used 4:30.
I didn't think he was going to bring the spice.
Approximately 4:30,
Approximately.
right, as a baseline when you spoke to the private investigator on November 24th and when you spoke to the prosecutor's office on November 27th, you said that's approximately when you heard the male voices, correct? Okay. And then at approximately 5 a.m., that's when you were outside and you saw the police, you saw the 2 police officers. Is that accurate?
Close.
That's what you told the
That's what I
prosecutor's
told them,
office.
yes, but I'm just saying that's about right. Again, I don't have a clock
Can
to
we
go
be,
by.
let's be clear, when we say approximately, we're not talking about to the minute, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I'm not putting words in your mouth when I say approximately because we agree that we're talking about within a few minutes at least, right? We're not talking about
Give
2
or take a
seconds.
few minutes here and there,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
All right. And at 4:30 a.m. approximately,
Thank you.
you did not see any lights, right?
No,
Okay, you just heard the voices.
just the voices.
And eventually, when you come outside and you're speaking to the officer in your garage, again, you remember that conversation.
I
Maybe you don't
remember
remember.
they came up to the garage, yes.
Okay. And do you remember speaking with him?
Yes.
Okay.
Mostly a general conversation, nothing that's specific that I remember, unless you have something that he said.
Actually, I do, and I have something you said. You told that officer, right, that you heard people talking about a half hour before all of the police people got there. Do you recall saying that?
I probably did, if that's what I told him.
Okay.
If that's what he said, but again, I'm using, I just don't want you to put me into a time frame that locks me into something when I just told you that I didn't have a view of a clock anywhere, okay?
So at this
So
point,
if I'm talking 4:30, I'm talking 4:30 as a general time frame.
right, we have agreed on that. Now, at this point, when you're speaking to the officer in your driveway, you actually don't mention a time, right? You say about, so that's approximately, about a half hour before all the police got there is when you heard the voices. That's what you told that officer, correct?
If that's what he said, because I don't remember the conversation. I remember generally talking to them.
So when you say if that's what he said, I have would seeing a transcript, he was uniformed, right?
Yes.
So I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the body-worn camera, it records the conversation and we have a transcript. If I show you a transcript, would that refresh your memory of what you told him? Okay.
Wow. These two are like oil and water. They just cannot seem to get on the same page. Of course, the defense wants to lock him into a timeline. They want his testimony to be able to use with her testimony from the previous witness.
Sir, the transcript just documents what is actually on the video.
Okay.
So if the attorney is asking you something and they're saying that that's what's transcribed, that means that it's something that was on the actual recording.
Okay.
So in saying that, would you have any reason to disagree with that? That's that you had a conversation with the police officer. No one's trying to put you in a box. All we're trying to do is confirm with you that you had a conversation. And if Ms. Mastalone is saying this is what the transcript says, any reason to dispute it? All she wants to know is whether that's what you would have said or not, or to help you.
Sure.
Okay, that's it. I think that's what we're trying to do, and no one's trying to talk you into anything.
No, I understand that.
And just to move it along, so it's in that vicinity. And again, the timing is what you remember. It's all approximation. We got it.
Judge, I was just going to say that the state obviously would stipulate to the accuracy of the transcript. I mean, we create.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. So just trying to be helpful here and moving along this particular area.
Okay, Judge, you were helpful, but
Okay, so, sir, I'm going to approach with a copy
we're still
of
doing it.
the transcript that we were just talking about. And I'm going to direct your attention. Well, first I'm going to show you the front page, okay? And you'll see there's like a legend.
What's it marked as, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is D102.
Okay.
There's a legend.
Okay.
And the legend has like everyone's name and the initials that represent who the person is.
Okay.
And do you see how JH means
Yep.
John Harrington?
That's me.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to direct your attention to, we're going to start on page 14 of 38. Okay. But we're going to, so your initials start here.
Okay.
Or this is where the conversation starts. So I'm going to ask that you read this page, and particularly this part here. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection? What strikes me is that neighbors wake up to a disturbance, look outside, both come to the conclusion that there is a fire in their neighbor's house, and apparently do nothing about it for 20 to 30 minutes.
And we're going to continue. Well, based on this,
I'd be out there
you
in my
agree
underwear
that you told the police
with
that
the
you heard
garden
people
hose.
talking, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then we're going to go to the next page. I'm just going to have you read this part right here.
And I'm not a former fireman either.
Let me know when you're...
Yep.
Yeah, no problem.
All the
Okay,
neighbors would need
so-
therapy after that, but
During this conversation, you tell the
Yes, the
police
fire would be
officer you heard voices talking, and the officer asks you about a half hour before we all got here, and you say yes, and then you say before this all started. Is that accurate? That's what
That's
it
what it
says.
says.
Okay. All right. So when you say before you all got there, obviously you were referencing the police, right? You're
I was
speaking
referencing everything.
everything. Okay.
That's correct.
that fan winds
And,
tunnel noise.
I'm just going to ask you.
It's always there. The noise gate makes
I'm
it
going to show
disappear.
you, just to orient ourselves. This isn't blocking anyone's view, is it? I'm going to put up D1-100, sorry, yeah, D1-100.1, which has already been published to the jury.
1-100 or 100-1.1?
Sir, do you recognize this as a map of the area of 27 Tilton Drive?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you can see, I'm going to point here where it says 27 Tilton Drive.
That's correct.
Mr. Paul Caneiro's house, right?
That's correct.
They just
And then
printed that
there's
out.
a house here, it's 24 Tilton with the C, that's Heather Capp's house, would you agree?
That's Heather's house, yes.
Okay, can you identify, she's handing you a pen, sorry, the clerk. If you can put, can we do a different color?
Yes, you can.
Are you just asking for him to put an H where his house is?
That's what I was going to do. I was gonna
Just
do
have him put an H on it.
Okay.
It'll be
Can
fine.
we just put a H on your house?
Sure can.
Or a 4. H or a 4, it doesn't matter. Either one.
And you kind of wrote over the number, but what was the number, for the record?
Your house number. Your house number.
I'm 26 Tilton Drive.
Okay, so you're right next to 24. So you and Heather Cap are neighbors on the
Yes.
same side of the street.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, maybe I can fix Okay, now, how about that? Can we agree on that? Is the numbers there?
Okay, this will be 100.2.
Okay, I've never seen that. Maybe I can fix it. I'm going to move your marking that I asked you to indicate something on the, and now save it again. It's only a slight change, doesn't change anything, but I've never seen the defense attorney. You marked the wrong spot. I'm going to fix it for you.
Am I good?
Oh, you're good.
I'm gonna show you one more map, sir.
Okay.
Oh, if you hit the undo button, you can undo the H.
You can undo the H, and then you can undo the 4.
You can use the stylus.
No, undo the 4. Undo.
Figure.
One
Nicely
more.
done.
There you go.
Okay. So if I put this photo up, do you also recognize this to be a map of the area of your house? It's not the street view. It's more of like the, I don't know what we would call this, the picture view.
Neighborhood?
Yeah, this is the neighborhood, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the house that's circled with a C?
Correct.
That's
I see it.
what it is. Okay, so that's Heather Cap's house,
That's
right?
Heather Cap's.
And you also see 27 Tilton, right?
That's correct.
Can you circle can you do just an H over your house on this one?
Sure.
So we
Why
know.
do we
But
need
maybe
two
can we do a different
maps?
color in this one because they're like overlapping. It's gonna look weird.
How do you know they're overlapping? What if it's way off in the corner?
I can assist. Is that okay? Fine.
Sure.
No.
It's a big ring she's got on. Look at that stone. Holy cow.
Blue, you're good with blue?
Need sunglasses.
Okay. Can we do an H in blue?
She's got a rock she's carrying around on her hand.
It's not quite an age, but you have to forgive my writing.
It's a good looking U, though.
Yeah, it is. How's that? That's close enough. We agree to that.
All right, we're going to print that. That's 100.2, please. 101.2, sorry. My bad. My bad.
He's a good looking you.
Thank you so much, sir.
This is easy. No, I bet it's real. I bet it's real.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Record.
No questions, Judge.
No
Thank you.
questions.
Sir, you can step down. Just be careful as you step down and leave everything else there. We'll take care of it.
Jonathan,
Sure,
Jonathan,
no
thank
problem.
you. You're a great witness. Appreciate everything you do.
Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Officer David Marino.
Okay.
This is one of the officers that responded, I believe, to the fire. Now that we've laid the groundwork, let's hear what he did. Oh, man. It's the walk-around guy that's going to do the questioning. We'll have to just guess at what the questions are, apparently.
Sir, just watch your step as you come up. You put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Once you sit down and you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
David Marino Jr., M-A-R-I-N-O.
Okay. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
Ocean Township Police Department.
In what capacity?
Police officer patrol.
Now, how long have you been a police officer for?
I started my police career in 2013, and in 2015, I started in Ocean Township.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up because I'm having trouble hearing.
2015, I started in Ocean Township, and that's when I started as a patrolman here.
Okay. Now, did you have to go to the police academy?
Yes, I did that in 2013. I went through with Belmar.
Okay. Did you work anywhere after the police academy in your law enforcement capacity?
Yes, I worked in Belmar as a Class 2, and I have to correct that, it was 2012 I went to the academy. I did 2012 to 13 in Belmar, and from there I went to Englishtown from 2013 to 2015 for 2 years, and then I got hired in Ocean Township.
What are your responsibilities as a patrolman with the Ocean Township Police Department?
We respond to any calls that come in, whether it be a motor vehicle accident, a domestic, or a theft. We're the first ones that normally will respond.
I want to draw your attention now back to November 20th of 2018. Do you recall that date?
Yes,
Were you on duty?
I was.
What shift were you working?
I was working night shift,
And what is the night shift?
7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Right. Now, while you were working during that time, were you driving a certain type of vehicle?
Yes, I believe I was in a Dodge Charger.
Okay, was it a marked patrol vehicle?
Yes, it was.
And how were you dressed?
And I believe this uniform was in full Class A uniform.
Did you have, and the other officers, have radios?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain where those radios would be?
Our radios are on our hips and on our lapels. We can either keep it up here or we can keep them on our hips. And they're also in the vehicles.
And what did you use those radios for?
To communicate back and forth with dispatch and other officers to let them know where we are, what calls we're going to, and who needs to respond.
At 5:02 a.m., what, if any, notifications did you receive?
Possible structure fire.
And how did you receive that notification?
Via radio.
When you say you received a notification for possible structure fire, did you get any more information?
While I was responding, I'm not sure if I got anything extra from a working structure fire. Right before I arrived, another officer came on the radio stating that there was a structure fire confirmed, and that was the other information that I got.
Okay. Did you learn where the structure fire was?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was on Tilton Drive.
Okay. And specifically, was there a house number?
27?
27 Tilton Drive? Did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay. How did that call initially come in?
It was a possible structure fire.
I guess what I'm asking is, when you received the notification at 5:02 a.m.,
Yes.
do you know how that call came in, how you got that notification?
It came from, I believe, county notified our dispatch, and then our dispatch notified us.
Okay. So what time was county notified?
I want to say, I believe it was 4:59.
Okay. So county's notified at 4:59. You get the dispatch at 5:02?
Yes.
Okay. As a result of receiving the dispatch, is that when you responded to 27 Tilton?
That is correct.
About what time did you arrive on scene to 27 Tilton Drive?
Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, so 5:05, 5:06.
Now, were there any other officers already on scene when you arrived?
Yes, there was Patrolman Redmond and Patrolman Winkowski.
Was anyone else on scene when you arrived?
Yes, Fireman Chris Sorrentino.
Okay. What fire department was he from?
One is in Wanamassa.
Do you recall how he was dressed?
Plain clothes.
Who was the patrol sergeant in charge that morning?
That was Malone, Sergeant Malone.
Sergeant Malone. And when did he arrive?
He arrived, I'd say, approximately within 5 to 10 minutes when I got there. In that time frame, I would think, 10 minutes.
Now, when you arrived, where did you park your vehicle in relation to 27 Tilton Drive?
I parked south, approximately a house and a half, 2 houses south of their residence, and I parked on the east side of the road.
So if you're facing their house, south would be to which way?
To the right.
To the right?
Correct.
And you said you were facing which way?
I was also facing, my vehicle was facing south.
South would be continue to the right?
To the right, yes.
Okay. What, if any, observations did you make when you initially arrived on scene?
When I first arrived on scene, I was able to see that there was flames coming from the back right corner of the house. If you're looking at it, they were in the back area and they were engulfing a gas meter that was there.
As a result of those observations, what did you first do?
We contacted natural gas to come out to respond because it was engulfing the meter, and we also started evacuating nearby houses.
When you first made the observations of that back right corner where you say the fire was, who else was over there?
Over there was Winkowski and Sorrentino.
Okay, when you say Winkowski, the jury doesn't know. Who is he?
That's Patrolman Winkowski. He's a patrol officer with us.
With the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes, he was on the scene as well.
And you said Fireman Sorrentino was there?
Yes, Sorrentino was there as well.
Did you approach that area?
Yes, I did. That was the first area I went to.
Okay. Now, did you have any concerns about that particular area based on the observations that you just told us about?
Yes, specifically the gas meter.
And what were your concerns about the gas meter?
Well, the gas line was right there, so the concern was that it could possibly explode or start leaking and make the fire that much worse. So we had to make sure we contained that.
Okay. After you called the gas company, what did you do?
After I called the gas company, I then walked across the street to where I spoke with Susan Caneiro first, and I asked her to move her vehicle. So there was a vehicle parked across the street with people standing outside of it, and it was too close to the scene and the active fire. So I had them move further down the street. That way the fire engines and firefighters can come and do what they had to do in that front immediate area.
When you say parked across the street, it was parked across the street from where?
From their house.
From their house, okay. And which way would the vehicle have been facing?
It was facing south.
When you said you saw Susan Caneiro?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw her, where was she?
She was standing outside of her vehicle.
Okay. Near which side?
The driver's side.
The driver's side, okay. And what, if anything, did you ask her to do at that point?
I asked her to move her vehicle further down the road, so that way she wasn't in the main area.
Okay. And did she, in fact, move the vehicle further down the road?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Do you remember where the vehicle was moved to?
They actually moved further down the road and parked right next to my vehicle.
Okay. So it would be further south?
Correct. They were north of my vehicle.
On which side of the street?
They were on the east side of the street.
Is that the side of the street that 27 Tilton is on?
Correct.
And was their car facing 27 Tilton or facing a different direction?
It was facing when they parked at 27 Tilton.
Okay. Did you see anybody else in the car when you approached it and Susan was outside?
No, at that point I did not.
Oh. No, you didn't see anyone else in the car?
No, I did not see anyone else in the car.
At some point, did you learn the occupants' names of 27 Tilton?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
There's Susan Caneiro, Paul Caneiro, Ayden Caneiro, and Marissa Caneiro.
Once the vehicle was moved, and I guess I should ask you, what type of vehicle was that?
It was a Porsche SUV, a white Porsche SUV.
Okay. Once the vehicle was moved, what, if anything, did you do?
After the vehicle was moved, I then had to I was walking around the perimeter making sure that the scene was safe. And then shortly after that, I had to get their information.
Okay. Now, at any point on scene, did you see any of the officers making any efforts to do anything with regard to the neighboring houses?
Yes, they were trying to evac the houses. They were going knocking, seeing if anyone was home, because the surrounding nearby houses they had to get everyone out of in case the fire started to spread.
They were all asleep in bed.
Were there any other vehicles parked in the driveway of 27 Tilton that morning?
Yes.
Do you recall any of those vehicles?
Yes, there was a Jeep Wrangler, a Porsche, I believe 911, and then another Porsche SUV, I believe a Macan.
Okay. You indicated a few minutes ago that at some point you said you spoke to the individuals in the car that moved?
Yes.
Okay, and just who was that? Could you clarify?
I spoke with Susan Caneiro and Paul Caneiro.
When you spoke with them, was their car already moved from across the street? Were you...
Yes.
Okay. What was the purpose of your speaking with them?
To get their credentials, just to know who they were, who was inside of the house, and what happened that they saw before they exited the house.
Now, back in November of 2018, were you and other officers wearing body-worn cameras?
Yes, we were.
Okay. What is a body-worn camera?
Body-worn camera is a camera you wear normally in the center of your chest that's able to see everything and hear everything that you see and hear that could be documented later.
Did you have the opportunity, were you wearing it that morning?
Yes, I was.
Was it activated?
Yes, it was.
Did you have the opportunity to review that body-worn camera prior to today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what you reviewed, was it fair and accurate, an accurate depiction of what took place that morning?
Yes, it was.
And do you know if the conversation that you had with Paul Caneiro was captured on that body-worn camera that you just indicated?
It was.
Now, does the first minute and 30 seconds of your body-worn camera, does that capture your initial observations as to when you arrive on scene?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And were certain portions of your body-worn camera clipped for purposes of trial today?
Yes, they were.
Did you post them on TikTok? No.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S74. This is his body worn camera. Judge, may I approach?
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S74. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is my body-worn camera footage.
Judge, the state would seek permission to publish right now the first minute and 30 seconds.
Any objection? You can.
Got mood lighting. Everyone pay attention. I'll turn off my camera.
That's not going to work. That's not doing anything.
Can we stop for a second? Let's get the volume correct.
Which means louder. Judge didn't count that one.
Anna, can we turn the volume up? Thank you.
I'm at last.
That's not going to work.
Officer, just explain to us, what are we looking at?
Right now is when I just exited my vehicle and I was walking towards 27 Tilton.
Okay, so just orient us if you could. You're walking toward 27 Tilton. Where would 27 Tilton be?
If you look in the top right corner, about midway down, you'll see a little bit of orange. That's actually the residence. I believe that's the smoke and the fire that you're seeing right now.
Okay, we'll pause at timestamp 0.03. What are those lights back there that you see on screen?
Those headlights, these are the Porsches, the vehicle that's parked across the street.
Okay, is that the vehicle you referred to before?
Yes, that's the one that Susan was in front of that I had to remove.
Thank you.
That's not doing anything.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we've got flames showing.
Pausing it at 0.17 seconds. Blurry, but what are we looking at right now in that? If you're facing the screen, the sort of top right corner?
That is the back right corner of the house, and that is the fire that you're seeing coming up the side.
Yes, there are two fires.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, who was that officer right there?
It's Charlie Winkowski.
Okay, thank you. And that was paused at 0.31 seconds.
Hey, you want me to get them out? Yes, yes. Get them out, we'll get the neighbor. Yeah, I think we're about. Sorry, 10 neighbors evacuated. Can you guys go somewhere further away? See if there's a gas meter.
Who is this individual on scene at timestamp 54 seconds?
Susan Caneiro.
Okay, and the car that she's next to, is that the car you were referring to before?
Yes, it was.
And the car is facing in what direction?
It's facing south.
Thank you.
Okay, so go down the street. And across the street, things good? Yeah. Okay, I just moved them to get further away for right now. Is anyone answering that?
Was that the first minute and 30 seconds of your body-worn camera?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, what other agencies responded to the scene shortly after that?
We had the Oakhurst Fire Department, Wanamassa Fire Department, and several EMS crews, I believe, arrived on scene.
Okay. Now, I know you said it before, but did there come a time when you spoke with the occupants in the car?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And about how much later was that from the time that you arrived on scene?
9 minutes.
Okay. Do you know if that conversation was captured on your body-worn camera?
It was.
Specifically, when you spoke to the occupants, did you speak to Mr. Caneiro?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did he make any statements to you?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to pass out the transcript of S75, which is the body-worn camera, 8 minutes, 20 seconds to 12 minutes, as well as publish that portion.
Any objection?
If there's a transcript, it must be hard to hear.
Yes.
Can we see the transcript real quick? Says defense. I'd like a copy of that.
What's this marked as again, the transcript?
S75, Judge?
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to provide you with a transcript. The transcript is an aid for you to look at, to understand what people are saying. However, it's your responsibility to listen, to watch the video, and you decide exactly what's being said or not said. So if you hear something different than what you hear on the see in the transcript, you actually would rely on your own recollection as to what you're seeing, because the evidence here will be the actual video, the body-worn camera. It's not going to be the transcript. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But we all know reading something
Okay, go
while
ahead.
you're listening to it will
We're going to give
influence
those
how you
out
hear it.
to the jurors at this point.
Thanks, Counsel. A copy.
Jojo Cupcake, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's very generous.
Also, for the record purposes, the first clip in the exhibits was S74A, which is that first clip. The transcript we're giving out relates to 74B, which is the time frame of 8:20 to 12 minutes.
What you doing? I'm going to give you the day off
C or B?
because that's against the rules.
I'm sorry, B.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can't hear you.
Your car is parked where in relation to the Porsche?
South of it.
So, just, is that behind it or?
Yes, right behind
Okay, so
it.
if we're looking at it's behind it?
Yes.
And which way was your car facing? Was it facing their car or away?
I believe I was facing away, if I recall correctly.
You can say it that way. You can say it that way. You're asking what's your name? Little bit. Okay. Phone number?
Pause for a second. Does it have a skip, or do we have an issue?
There's redacted.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just deal with that real fast. So if you see something like that on the screen, there may be a legal decision that had to be made, that there's certain areas that would have to be redacted so you would not see that. I don't want you to be concerned about that at all. You should assume that the court had to make a determination one way or another, and it's not for your consideration at all. You're just looking at this as like it's just straight going across, even though it may have been redacted for some reason. Does everybody understand what I'm saying?
Personal information or date of
All right,
birth.
thank you.
and
Go
everything.
ahead.
Edits hearsay.
Edit yourself. Say yourself. Did you guys inhale smoke like your chest pick? You want to, maybe I'm doing some, okay, do you want to take that? It's like 3 or 4 of them to come smoke it, see if you like that. Good, inhale some house. Okay, what is in there? I have 2 bags. Caitlin and Marshall. Caitlin, K-A-T-E-L-Y-N. And Melissa.
She's giving her daughters names.
This Melissa's David. And Caitlin's. Okay, so Joanna, is this? You said asthma? Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's not smoke related. Yeah, no. Okay. So what is that trap that you're sleeping in? Sleeping? We had the alarm from the house from the smoke. Yeah. I didn't even see the smoke at first. We saw the smoke right away. Oh my God, it was so quick. Your mom was going on out of the house. We don't have shoes.
She says, I didn't even see the smoke at first. He saw it first.
That's where my that's why I saw when I came outside, I saw the flame. Is there anything down there? No.
When she came outside, she saw the flames.
Okay. Alright, so I went to that. Fire out?
Is the fire out?
No, it's inside on the roof. We're going to go inside.
You seem pretty calm.
Clarify because it was hard to see. Who were the 2 individuals that you were talking to that we saw on the screen?
I saw Susan Caneiro and Paul Caneiro.
Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Caneiro, where did you go?
After that, I did walk back to the south side of the house. I was looking at the fire scene that was going on, and was just checking the perimeter.
Did there come a certain point in time when your attention was directed to a particular area of 27 Tilton Drive?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
That was the garage portion of the house that my attention was brought to by Sergeant Jeff Malone.
Okay. Can you describe the driveway and the garage as it looked that morning?
Driveway, as you walked up the driveway, there was a Jeep parked facing the backyard, so that was facing east, and then the driveway would open up a little bit wider so that cars could face the house, the garage of the house, which was south. So there was 2 cars facing the garage, and there was 1 car that was facing the backyard.
When you went over to that area, what, if any, observations did you make of that area?
After we walked up past the vehicles, there was a red gas can that was on its side. There was also burn marks on the door trim of the garage door area, and there was burn marks and gas on the Porsche Macan, and there was smoke damage as well on it.
Okay, so if you're over by the garage area, where was the fire that you observed when you initially got there? Where would that be in location to the garage area?
If I'm looking at the garage closest to me, and I'm looking inside the doors, it was back left would be where the flames originally were.
Were your observations that you just described over by the garage, were they captured on your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, permission to play maybe...
By captured, do you mean...
74C.
Okay.
Were you getting 3 pixels of blurriness preserved for posterity? Ooh, that's a better picture. That's actually better.
Just to orient us, what are we looking at here?
All the firefighters.
Right now we're looking at 27 Tilton, where that tree is on the side of the house you're seeing towards the back portion. Actually is, I believe, smoke and fire damage. That is the back corner that was on fire.
And whose driveway is that everybody is in?
That's the neighbor's house. That's one house south.
The camera picks up a lot better when there's light, and the fire trucks have all brought light, shined it on the house. Looks like they've got a ladder truck up as well in the front yard. Is your body cam on? Good. You want to go up there? You want to go up there and look at it? Got something to show you. He says, okay. Let's go check it out. Walk by the shiny red truck.
Is that you writing on the pad?
Yes, it is.
Who's the individual that you're following?
That is Sergeant Malone.
There's not enough light for the camera to focus properly. Malone's talking, but this would be hearsay, so it's all muted out. And we're walking into the garage. I think we're in the garage looking around.
Pause it, please. Let's pause the time
garage
stamp.
door right
2
there.
minutes, 7 seconds. What are we looking at in this picture?
We're looking at the garage of 27 Tilton.
Okay. Now, just for purposes of the record, are the garage doors open or shut or something else?
One door is open, one door is shut.
Which one? The one on the right?
East door, which is the left door in this video, is the one that's open. The right door is closed.
Okay, you can continue. Thank you.
There are the burn marks there at the base of the door, where the garage door meets the frame of the house.
Officer, are you able to identify
And a red
from this clip, it's 2 minutes and 17 seconds, which car you were referring to when you said the Porsche Macan?
The further one in the back, the second vehicle that you're seeing, the SUV.
Okay. And what is that red item on the ground?
That is a gas can.
Thank you.
It's a nice car.
Thank you. Officer, that area that we were just looking at over by the garage where the cars were,
Yes.
what, if anything, was done to that area shortly after you made those observations?
After that, we put caution tape up and around it to secure the scene.
Did there come a time when you took possession of anything from the garage area that we just observed?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
A DVR unit.
Okay. Where specifically did you take possession of that from within the garage?
If you first walk into that garage door that you saw open, it is the back left corner, and it was on top of, I believe, a refrigerator, where there was something that was stacked on top of.
Did you have a role in taking that DVR?
Yes, I was handed it from, we had another officer, Patrolman Bones, that climbed up, and he was able to unhook the DVRs, and then he handed them to me, and then I went and placed them and secured them in my locked vehicle.
Okay, and just for purposes of completeness, who requested that you take that DVR?
That was Sergeant Jeff Malone.
Okay. How did you learn where the DVR was located within the garage?
That was from Patrolman Bernhard. He went and spoke with Mr. Caneiro, and he got the information from him, who was relayed to me.
Okay, and once you took possession of the DVR, what, if anything, did you do with it?
I took it and I brought it to my vehicle, my patrol vehicle, and I put it in the trunk, which was locked.
Okay, are you referring to your patrol vehicle that was parked behind the car that
It's a
the Caneiros were in?
digital video recorder. It's a like, home security
Who
recorder system.
ultimately took possession of that DVR from you?
That would be Detective Catalano from the prosecutor's office.
When you walked over to your vehicle to place the DVR inside of it?
Yes.
And I think you said it was where did you put it?
In the trunk. They're locked in the rear.
Okay. Did you pass anyone?
Yes, I did. The Caneiros were still in their vehicle, Paul's in the driver's seat.
After you secured the DVR system in your trunk, where did you go?
After that, I went back to the garage.
When you went back to the garage, who was over there at that point?
Now, Fire Marshal Flanagan was there.
Anyone else? If you recall.
The other officers, there was Officer, I believe, Redmond there, and Bernhardt, I'm not sure who else.
Okay. And if you watched your body-worn camera, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know specifically why Fire Marshal Flanagan was over there?
I believe he was being pointed towards the gas can and the fires that we were seeing on the other side.
Okay. But at this time, the state seeks permission to publish S-74D.
They took the DVR without a warrant. This issue did go to the Supreme Court. It's one of the reasons why we had such a huge delay between the time of this offense and the time of trial.
The officer the two officers were looking at, to the left and the right, you could
To the left is Sergeant Malone, to the right is Patrolman Redmond.
And what is Patrolman Redmond holding?
The DVR units, we were trying to figure out which ones were the correct ones.
So had it already been taken at that point?
Yes, it was already taken
And I think
down.
you said it was on the someplace, where did you say it was?
It was like the top of a refrigerator or something in the back corner, the back left corner of the garage, if you're walking in through the open door.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Is this you walking?
Yes, it is.
What are you holding in your hands?
The DVR unit. As well as wires.
And is there another box too?
Yes, there was.
So you had two items?
Correct.
What was the other thing?
I'm not sure if that was the router. From there, I do not know what that was.
Do we get to see the brand? Fort something? Excuse me, evidence coming through, evidence, excuse me. There's a warning on one box. Fort something on the other.
Who is this gentleman in plain clothing?
That is Chris Sorrentino. That was the first firefighter on scene.
Anyone have that brand? Fortine?
And who is this officer?
That was Patrolman Bernhardt.
A lot of these security systems record on the same drives over and over and over. They just record the oldest stuff over the oldest thing on there.
Can we pause it for a moment?
And it could be as little as 24 hours
2 minutes and
of
11 seconds.
footage stored.
That car,
So
do you
getting
see
it
a
right
car
away
in
is
front of you?
important.
Yes, I do.
Okay, whose car is that?
That is the Caneiro's vehicle that they were in.
Was it in the same location there as it was when you first spoke to them?
Yes. Well, after I got their information, yes.
The trunk of the car they go.
Is that the trunk of your car?
Yes, it is.
Trunk has lights on the inside.
What are you doing right now?
I'm putting the DVRs and the wires for them inside the trunk of my car.
They're cables, not wires.
Who is this individual?
That's another firefighter, but he's also the captain of our department, Restar.
It's a fancy little twist on that tree. How'd they get it to grow like that? If you look in the windows of the houses we're walking by, you'll see all the neighbors waking up. Still, just peeking through the curtains. Where are we going? Back to the scene of the fire, under the fire tape.
Where are you right now?
The garage of 27 Tilton.
Can you pause it? I'm sorry, can you come back? It's fine.
The noise is an air conditioner. There's a noise gate.
Right. If you're facing the screen all the way to the right, like halfway in the garage, who's that man?
Turns off the
That
mics.
is Flanagan.
Fire
Marshal.
Flanagan. Okay. And are there other officers on scene as well over there?
Yes, to the left where you see the light, that's Patrolman Bones, and I'm not sure who that is, to be honest.
Could continue. Thank you. Do you know if Fire Marshal Flanagan was made aware at that point that the DVR had been removed from the garage?
I believe I told him that we took the DVR.
How long was Fire Marshal Flanagan over by that garage area from the time you got back there?
Or so, 2 minutes, because then he went, I believe he had to go speak with someone.
Okay, do you know who he went to speak to?
Yes.
Who?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Because he was told that he was advised he was asking who the homeowners were, and he wanted to go speak with them.
Now, were any detectives from the Ocean Township Police Department notified that morning of this scene?
Yes, Detective Brady.
Okay, and why was Detective Brady notified?
Because he was the on-call detective, and now with the gas can that we saw and the separate fire on that side, it became suspicious, and we were now possibly looking at a crime.
Okay, but just to be clear, I mean, just to be 100% clear at this point, was there any person in particular that you had suspicions about at that point on scene?
No.
Okay. Who was the scene ultimately turned over to?
The prosecutor's office.
Okay, and about how long were you on scene for?
I believe I stayed on scene until approximately 9:30, holding scene security.
further.
Ross? Sure.
Sorry, Judge, may I take the transcripts? Is it back from the jurors? I completely forgot.
Yeah, we could, just pass them down to the end if you don't mind. And yeah, you can come get them. Thank you. This way. Thanks. I just got them. Mr. Decker has it. Thanks.
Morning, sir. So, let's start with a little bit of a timeline. You testified on direct that you got a call from dispatch at 5:02 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And you explained to the jurors that that call from dispatch originated from a call from the county?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was the county that notified dispatch and the dispatch that notified you?
Correct.
Okay. And the county call came in at 4:59, you said?
Yes.
And once you learned at 5:02 that there was a potential fire at 27 Tilton, you then responded.
Correct.
And I think you indicated it took you about 3 or 4 minutes to get there, so you estimate you got there approximately, let's say, 5:06.
Yes, in that time.
Yes. And so obviously, if the call to the county came in at 5:59 and your call from dispatch came at 5:02, you had no knowledge of this fire prior to that, right?
Correct.
You were not on scene prior to 4:59 or 5:02, correct?
Correct.
Because in fact, you were not on scene until approximately 5:06 a.m.
Correct.
And when you got there, who was already there?
There was Chris Sorrentino, who was a firefighter.
Mhm.
We had Patrolman Charles Wankowski and Patrolman Bernhard.
Okay. And are you aware who got there first?
I am not. I know Wankowski and the Bernhard, they got there almost very similar times, but I was on the other side from where I believe they arrived.
What about Redmond?
Yes, Redmond. Sorry, Redmond, not Bernhard. Redmond was there before him.
Okay. So, was Bernhard there before you or after you?
After me.
After.
That was a misspeak of the names. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So just so I understand, so you get there at approximately 5:06, and the people who are already there
Yes.
are Chris Sorrentino,
Yes.
who is like a fire from the fire.
Correct.
Was it Oakhurst?
Oakhurst, Wanamassa. Oakhurst, yes.
Okay. He's like a fire person from Oakhurst, and then we have officers Wankowski and Redmond, who are from Ocean Township.
Yes.
Okay. And so the three of them must have gotten there sometime between 5:02 and 5:06.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you know, the four of you were the first responders to that scene,
Yes.
right? There wasn't anyone before the four of you, was there?
I believe so.
Okay. And when we saw the body-worn camera footage, we watched a few different clips, correct?
Yes.
But those clips came from like a longer video, right?
Correct.
And that video was your body-worn camera that was running while you were on scene.
Yes.
Okay. And why did you turn your body-worn camera on when you first arrived?
Because when we get to scenes, we were supposed to activate our cameras when we are arriving at the call or on the way to the call, and that's the reason I activated them.
Okay. And so what we saw was sort of like clips from the span of about, can we say the first maybe 50 minutes, like close to an hour, but not quite an hour?
Yes.
And you saw it was dark out, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that it was pretty dark?
Yes.
Okay. And when you had your first interaction with the Caneiros, specifically it was Susan Caneiro, right?
Yes.
We saw the video.
Yes.
And when we watched that video, what we saw was you were asking Susan to move the car further down the road, correct?
Yes.
Because you were concerned that the car was too close to the scene.
Yes.
And you relayed that to them.
Yes.
And specifically, what you said to Susan was, "Can you guys go somewhere further away? Because it looks like the gas meter." That's what you said,
Yes.
right? Okay. And I don't want to speculate as to what you meant by that, but you did testify that the fire was near the gas meter, correct? And so were you essentially saying you need to move down the road because this is dangerous, potentially?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's why you related to them, because it looks like the gas meter. Those were your words.
Yes, because
But you didn't actually explain to them in more specifics. You just wanted them to move the car. That was your priority.
Yes.
So you weren't like, it wasn't, you did not say to them, the fire happens to be near the gas meter. We're worried about that. You just said it looks like the gas meter. Please move.
Yes.
Okay. And now that was your first conversation, and it was very brief.
Yes.
It was about another 9 minutes later, I think you said, that you had your second interaction with them.
Yes.
Okay. And during the second interaction, that's the one where we had the transcript, the purpose of that interaction was to get what, pedigree information?
Yes.
To make sure they were okay?
Yes.
And that's when you met, did you meet all four of the Caneiros at that point?
I didn't speak with the daughters. I only really met with Paul and Susan, who were outside of the vehicle.
Daughters.
And when you met with them, you asked for simple things like their phone number and their date of birth and things like that.
Yes.
And then you asked, did you guys anyhow smoke or anything? Is your chest tight? Again, trying to ascertain whether there were any injuries.
Yes.
And what Paul Caneiro says in direct response to that question is, I hit my hand somehow.
Yes.
Okay? And so he volunteers that information to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he's letting you know that's the only injury that he's aware anyone has. And you ask him if he wants an ambulance to check him out, and he says to you, I don't know, what do you think? He wasn't sure. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then ultimately, I don't know if someone gave him like an ice pack of some sort? I think, is that what
I'm
happened?
not sure after that, because he said, him and Susan said they didn't need any medical attention at the time.
Mhm.
So my involvements with medical on them was ended there.
Okay. But there was no further discussion about the hand at that point, right?
No.
Okay. And he did not say he burned his hand, right? He said, I hit it.
Yes, I believe his hit hurt. It's kind of really hard to exactly hear, but yes, he said hit his hand or hurt his hand.
Do you want to see the transcript? Will that help?
You can show me it, yes.
Do you have the one marked that we... So I'm going to approach with what's been previously marked for identification as S75. And I'm just going to direct your attention... This is a transcript of the body worn camera footage, just the clip we saw of the interview.
Okay.
And I'm going to just direct your attention to line 39. Line 36 is your question about, and then 39 says, I hit my hand somehow.
Okay, yep.
Okay. Now,
all right, right, nap time set in. I'm tired.
He also tells you during that interaction, he mentions like, oh my God, the smoke was so thick.
Yes.
And he also notes to you that they don't even, like, they kind of ran out of the house. He doesn't even have shoes on.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
And in any event, after you speak with them, is that when you're shown or was it before or after you speak with them that you're shown the small fire by the garage?
After I spoke with them, I was shown that.
After, okay.
Yes.
Do we have like a photo just
That little photo of the fire by the garage is significant because his gas can is outside the garage. Not inside the garage. Thanks to all those who clicked the like button. We are so close to 1,000. If just 23 more of you could find your way to the button and click it one time, we will be there in no time. $20 more now. Thank you, you three. You know who you are. Thank you. 19 more. Let's all click it at once, everybody.
Slide 3 of S1A.
10 more. 5 more. You guys are doing it. Thank you.
Back prosecutor's table.
Have you lost some evidence, ma'am? And there we go. 1,004. Thank you all. Love to hit that
So
goal,
I just
especially on a
wanted
Saturday.
to orient ourselves. What we can see in this photo is the front of 27 Tilton, correct?
You need to tell us what photo it is for the record.
I'm sorry. It's S1-.
It's just an officer's
1A3.
photo of his car. A little selfie.
Okay.
This is the front of 27 Tilton, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is obviously during daylight hours, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you're familiar with it?
Yes.
And what we see on the left side of the screen is the garage, right?
Yes.
And we see the 2 garage doors.
I see the one on the right. The one on the left looks like it's obstructed by the 2 pieces coming out, the trim pieces, but yes, you can see the garage doors.
Okay. And to be clear, like this wasn't, I'm not saying this is how it was when you first saw it or anything. This is just a photo taken later, right? Yes. But just to orient ourselves, the garage door to the far left, right?
Yes.
Sort of, I'm just going to point on the screen, kind of where the tip of this Porsche vehicle and the bottom of the left garage door, this is where that small fire was, right?
Yes, it was all the way to the left side of that garage door.
Do you want to circle it on the screen? Would that be helpful?
Yes.
Might help us understand what you're talking about.
Fire. Okay.
That's not much of a circle.
That's the point across.
Yeah.
All right, and then on this side here, now this is the right side of the house,
Correct.
if you're looking at it.
Yes.
And then the smoke was coming out the back side, right? The fire?
Yes.
Like we can't see that part of the house in this photo, right?
Correct.
Because it's behind, it's like the back corner,
Yes.
right? Okay. So, just to make sure we're on the same page here, there's 2 separate fires, right?
Yes.
In this house. And the main fire, the big one, is the one we really can't see because it's behind the right side of it. It's the back right of the house.
Yes.
Correct? And then there's this small fire that evidently occurred by the garage, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you're on scene, you can take it down.
Hold on for a minute. Sir, so that we all understand, are you talking about the first bay?
No, the further bay towards the backyard.
So it's the back bay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because it's hard to see from that photograph. So everyone understand we're talking about the back bay? Yes. All right. So we can have that marked as 3.1. Slide 3.1.
We also see in this photo that the crime scene tape is up, right?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned that on direct. You said that the crime scene tape was put up to secure the area, right?
Yes.
But I'll back up for a second. So Patrolman, so who shows you the fire? Is it Redmond, or the area of the garage, is it Redmond?
That was Sergeant Jeff Malone.
Sergeant Malone. So Sergeant Malone brings you to the garage area where the fire at that point had been extinguished, right?
Right.
And he shows you some things, right?
Yes.
And the things he shows you are, number one, the gas can that we saw in your video, it was like laying on the ground, right?
Yes.
Can we actually, so I think it was S74D. The state had paused it at 6:05. Can we get it back up? Oh yes, sir. Do you mind hitting undo? It's on the right, the bottom right corner. It's hard to see there.
Yeah. Here it is. Yes. There we go.
All right, we have undone whatever we did. To those that are going to a football game or watching it, hope your team wins. Yay sports. Oh, there it is.
Now, if we can just, I don't know if you can like tap your screen to get the bottom, so you can see the bottom. I don't know if I can do that.
The play bar is covering up the video. Oh, there we go.
Okay, do that.
That's good. Do that again. Make it smaller. Oh, that's way smaller.
Okay. So, sir, we see the gas can in the photo, in the still frame of the body-worn camera, right?
Yes.
Can you circle the gas can?
Seems like a grade school level homework assignment. Circle the gas can in this photo.
Drag it out so that like it covers most of the screen, so she can print it. You know what? Let's try again. Do you mind hitting undo?
Sure.
And we're just going to make this bigger to cover more of the screen.
Now drag it up so we can see. Move it around.
You can't like tap it.
You either have it bigger or you have it smaller.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. All right, let's minimize it again then.
Let's do the old thing again.
All right, let's just circle that one.
Stop.
If you don't mind.
Don't move.
This is the gas can I'm circling.
Okay, and then if we can capture that.
Image captured.
And for purposes of the evidence, we'll just like redact the actual screen, which is not part of the evidentiary photo.
Would you like me to circle where the burn marks are on the door so that people can see you a little better in this image?
Sure.
No, but can you draw an H on it?
Okay. So we're looking at the left garage bay.
Yes.
And that's where that small fire was.
Yes.
And we could kind of see in the photo actually like the char marking from where the little fire was.
Yes, there was a fire there. There was another fire that was on top of the vehicle as well that was extinguished when I got there as well.
Okay, let's talk about that one. You observed so if we back up for a second, there's multiple cars in this driveway.
Yes.
Right? And I think there was 3 total?
Yes.
And there's a Jeep that's kind of further back down the driveway?
Yes.
But then there's 2 Porsche vehicles closer to the garage?
Yes.
And are they parked side by side?
Yes.
And one of them had like a burn mark on the hood, or
Yes.
maybe multiple burn marks.
Yes.
So what we printed with the 2 circles will be a S74 D.1.
Show the state what I've marked as D1-200, D1-200, D1-201, and D1-203. Judge, may I approach?
You can.
Sir, I'm approaching you with just a few photographs. Do you recognize what's in these photos?
Yes, that is the vehicle that was parked in the driveway with the burn marks.
Is that, we can see in this is D1-200, there's two Porsches parked next to each other?
Yes.
And the Porsche on the right is the one with the burn marks?
Yes.
Okay. And this is, would you agree this is the same car in all three? It's just slightly different angles?
Yes.
Okay. And does this accurately depict what you saw, like the burn mark that you saw in the car?
Yes, it depicts the burn marks.
Okay. Permission to publish?
Yeah, so it's 200, 201, and what was the last one? Is it 202 or 203?
It's D-1 for all, and then it's -1, 200, 201, and 203.
203, okay.
So this is the first photograph, and can you describe what we're seeing there?
Wait, hold on. Which number is this? Is this 200 or is this 201 or 203?
This is D-1-201.
201, okay.
Okay, so you're seeing the previous fire damage that was on the vehicle that was extinguished.
Okay.
By the burning or char marks.
This is what you observed when you came on scene.
Yes, when I was
Not immediately, but after you spoke to the Caneiros the second time, when it was Sergeant Malone who showed it to you.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then I'm just going to show a zoom out of that, which is D-1-203. Okay, is that the same vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
Just like a little bit more zoomed out?
Correct.
And we can see the second Porsche parked next to it?
Yes, you can.
Okay, and then one last photo is the D-1-200. And this photo, again, just a slightly different angle, but you can see there's like the burn mark on the car. Maybe it extends down a little.
Yeah.
Now, these photographs appear to have been taken in daylight. Is that fair?
Yes.
When you were on scene, was it dark out mostly?
Yes.
Okay, and you were on scene from approximately, well, initially it was dark out. You were on scene from 5:04 a.m. until 9:30, is that right?
In that range, yes. Not exactly sure if it was give or take a few minutes at the end there, but
Okay.
yes.
Let's say approximately 4.5 hours. Fair?
Okay, yes.
Okay. It obviously wasn't dark that entire time, but maybe it was dark for the first, I don't know, couple hours?
Yeah, first hour and a half or so before
Like
6:37-ish, yeah. That's,
Okay. 5 to like 6:30 or 7-ish.
yes. It was dark.
And so there's the gas can, there's the burn marks on the car, there's the fact that the garage door was on fire, right? Those three things so far.
Yes.
And it was also, so those three things in and of itself were suspicious. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And what was also suspicious is that there's two separate fires on opposite ends of the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In other words, like normally, if there's one main fire, you wouldn't expect another fire to be in a totally different area if the fire was organic, so to speak.
Yes.
Okay. And because of the gas can, because of the burn marks on the car and this garage area, not only there was crime scene tape being set up, but the reason is because it was becoming a crime scene, correct?
Correct.
And that was happening at approximately 25 minutes into you being there, which was approximately 5:30 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so within a half hour of you being there, it's turning into a crime scene.
Correct.
And the reason why it's turning into a crime scene is because it appeared the fire was intentionally started.
Correct. That was a possibility.
And so this was, you were you, along with the other officers, were starting the investigation at that point.
Yes.
And one of the things that was also done was to maintain a presence in the area once it was taped off.
Yes.
And that means that officers were in the area of the crime scene to make sure that it was not disturbed.
Right.
And can you just explain the importance of not disturbing the crime scene? Like, why would we not want to do that?
You wouldn't want to move or disturb the crime scene because you want to see how everything fell or laid and how it was when whatever occurred actually occurred.
Okay. And when we saw that video, that it was still dark out, and you circled the gas can, approximately, like, it's still dark out. Approximately how soon into you being there was that? Approximately.
Within probably the first 20 minutes, I think.
That was within the first 20 minutes.
When I first got to the garage, yes.
When you circled that gas can in the photo.
If that was the one with Fire Marshal Flanagan, that was later then.
Oh, that was later.
Yes,
okay.
that was towards the very end of my body camera. That
Okay.
should be like the 45, 50 minute.
45. How about...
We're almost to lunchtime here, which is where we're going to end for the day.
So it was within the first hour?
Yes.
And it was after the crime scene is starting to be set up?
Yes.
Again, to make sure nothing is disturbed?
Yes.
Okay. And the way that you saw the gas can in that photo, you agree that's what you saw at the time you saw it, right?
Yes.
It's not, wasn't changed, was it?
No.
And, the agencies that ultimately responded to the scene, I think you did talk about it. I'm not sure if you talked about all of them, but just to go through them briefly, there was the Ocean Township Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And there was multiple police officers, right?
Yes.
As well as detectives on scene.
Yes.
It's the air conditioner and just courtroom noise.
There was also
echoes and everything.
Eventually, there was Fire Marshal Flanagan, correct? He was the fire marshal from what, Oakhurst or Ocean?
Yes, I don't want to say Oakhurst or Wanamasac. I sometimes get those two confused, which fire companies they respond from.
But he was from
the Ocean Township Fire Department, yes.
Like a township fire department.
Yes.
And since you were there until 9:30 approximately, you were also there when the county fire marshal showed up?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's like, to clarify, there's like a county marshal for a township, and then there's a county fire marshal, which is a broader title?
I'm not sure how they all work, but I know there's different things in them, but I'm nothing with the fire department, so.
Okay. You're also aware that eventually Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office was contacted, correct?
Yes.
And that was when you were still on scene, right?
Yes.
Do you know around what time that was?
I'm not sure what time they were called out exactly, no.
Was it like toward the beginning, the end, or the middle when you were there?
It was within probably the first hour and a half hour, because that's when we called in our on-call detectives, we probably would have let major crimes know as well.
Okay. So within the first, we'll say, hour and a half or so.
Yes.
Right? The county prosecutor's office is notified to come on scene, right, at 27 Tilton?
Yes.
Mr. Caneiro's house?
Yes.
And this is, again, because of the investigation that's unfolding and the suspicious fire that could be intentionally set or is likely intentionally set.
Yes.
Based on what you knew at that time. And like you just mentioned, there was the major crimes detectives that showed up.
Yes.
And that's a detective who is assigned to a unit in the prosecutor's office that investigates more serious crimes like arsons. Is that fair? Also, there was detectives from the forensic unit. Are you aware of that from the prosecutor's office that arrived?
I'm not sure exactly what units arrived at there. I know the prosecutor's office came out. I don't want to speak on what units actually came.
Okay. Did you see, while you were there, did you see the detectives from the prosecutor's office arrive and process the scene at some point? Were you there for that?
Yes.
Okay, so there are detectives from the prosecutor's office processing the scene while you're still on scene.
Yes.
And the fire departments
Did you give them the DVR?
that responded included, I think you said Wanamasa? Yes?
Yes.
And Oakhurst?
Yes.
And were you aware of any other fire departments or no?
It was a little bit ago. I'd have to look at the sheet, a call-out sheet for who arrived. I wouldn't want to speak on that now.
Okay, no problem. Now, the 2 times that you spoke to Mr. Caneiro and his family members, is it fair to say they were cooperative with you?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, as part of the investigation, and the prosecutor asked you about this, you were part of this, you and some other officers went into Mr. Caneiro's garage, and you took a DVR, right?
Yes.
That's a video recording.
Yes.
So there were cameras on the outside of Mr. Caneiro's home or something to that effect. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And that's why you meaning law enforcement wanted to seize the DVR, right?
Correct.
Okay. To see if there was evidence on it, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified on direct that you became aware it was in the garage because another officer spoke to the Caneiros, and then that officer relayed to you where the DVR was located.
Yes.
Okay. So as far as you were aware, again, Mr. Caneiro is being cooperative, right?
Yes.
And the officer that I think you testified in direct that actually retrieved the DVR was Officer Bones?
Yes.
And you were present while he was doing it?
Yes.
You were watching him?
Correct.
And he was on a ladder?
Yes.
And the DVR was located on top of the refrigerator?
Yes.
In the back corner of the
Yes.
garage? Now, it took a while. When I say a while, I'll be more specific. It took about, 7 or 8 minutes for the DVR to be removed. Is that fair?
About, yeah.
And that's because there was a lot of wires and stuff?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yeah, there was wires, and we were trying to discern which unit was which because we were looking to see if one was possibly a router or if they both were DVR units.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break for lunch.
Boom.
Doesn't seem like we're going to stop.
Doesn't seem like we're gonna
you guys are going to go downstairs, give you the minutes to get down there so you have a little bit longer. And I'll have you back up here at 1:30. Please don't discuss this case or do any research. I'll see you back up here at 1:30.
The judge says the quiet part out loud. She's going on and on and on. And mercifully calls a break. Says it's time for lunch. With that, it brings us to the end of our day of watching this today. Now, we are not all the way caught up, unfortunately. I wish I could say we were, but we're not. We're moving right along. We will be back on Monday, which is a holiday. It is Martin Luther King Day. Most other courts will not be in session. The court we're following in Virginia, the au pair trial, is not in session on Monday. Because of that, we're going to do one more day of catch-up, which will get us caught up in the Paul Caneiro trial. And then we're going to fall behind again because we're going back on Tuesday to the au pair trial because the state is about to rest. We want to catch the end of that case and possibly a verdict if there is one. And then we'll be back and be here with this one. So there was no court on Friday. A juror was sick. That's why we're going to get caught up. That's why we're going to get caught up because we're halfway through day 3. We need to get through day 4 on Monday. So this was Wednesday we just watched. We have to watch Thursday on Monday. You guys, it has been a lot of fun. I've missed you guys on the weekends. I was always wondering what you were doing. And apparently you're doing the same thing I'm doing on a Saturday. So wonderful to have you here today. It's been a great day. I have not got up from this chair since we started. I'm ready for a break. It's only been about 7 hours or so. 7 hours and 1 minute, 47 seconds to be exact. I want to give a big shout out to the mods. Oh my goodness. Making them work the weekend. They're not complaining. They're happy. They're smiling. I appreciate it. Y'all are amazing. I could not do this without you. And also a big shout out to you guys. Thanks for showing up on a Saturday. You didn't have to be here, but here you are. We love it. Thank you. I want to thank the people that support the channel, whether it's through memberships or through super stickers and super chats. That makes it all possible. I appreciate that. I know not everybody can do that. If you can't, it's fine. You just include us in your will. We'll be, no, just kidding. We love everybody for being here. It's wonderful. Thank you so much. It's a great community. We're going to be back on Monday with more of the Paul Caneiro trial. We'll be all caught up. It's going to be fast. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again Monday morning. I have to admit, looking at the time we have ahead of us, it's probably going to be about, I've got to be earlier. It can't be this 9:15 start. I don't know who told me I could start at 9:15. It would be okay. we have to start earlier, probably 8:30 or 8:45. Just saying. So we'll see you then. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. And I think that's everything. Anything else we need to cover? It's been fun. Thank you. I like working in a t-shirt. This particular one says Courtroom Confidential on it. Yeah, but so shout out to Courtroom Confidential as well. And Lily, a wonderful Sunday from Germany. You guys have a good night. Be good to each other. We'll see you on Monday. Have a good Sunday. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Hello?
What more do you need to see?